You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 1051, Mr. G's Call. What do you think? Zhang Heng asked Xiao Ming. It depends on what you're asking about. Xiao Ming continued his fine performance, and he was now telling everything he knew. No matter how long Mr. G has been preparing, how strong his mobilization and brainwashing abilities are, and how powerful his armed forces, his opponent is Shangtang Morgan. The latter has nearly unlimited resources. Even if the police are beaten up, they still have the emergency response team and other armed forces deployed. Even if Mr. G's little universe breaks out and these armed forces are eliminated, Shangtang Morgan can still recruit candidates, directly compiling memories to make them soldiers, not to mention the support from the headquarters. Xiao Ming paused for a moment. Of course, if it really comes to that, new Shanghai 0297's management team can forget about continuing work. Today is their tomorrow. In order to keep their position, they will definitely try their best to minimize impact. I don't know what Mr. G is planning, but I guess the most direct purpose of starting this riot is putting pressure on the management team. The management clearly knows this as well, so it won't be easy for him to achieve his goal. While Xiao Ming was analyzing the situation, Zhang Heng received an unknown communication request. Zhang Heng gestured to Xiao Ming to wait for a while before he clicked accept. Then, he heard Mr. G's voice from the other end. How's your business coming along? It's almost done, replied Zhang Heng. Where is it? Is it with you now? Yes. You've seen the news, right? We've already started a war with Shangtang Morgan, so according to our agreement, you'll need to bring that thing back to the first floor, said Mr. G. What do you want to do with it? Mass-produce soldiers for you? Answering questions is not part of our agreement, said Mr. G. However, his tone was much better than before, and he added, You've also learned about our business, so you should know that we're different from Shangtang Morgan. We don't change clones' memories at will, so you don't have to worry that I'd lay my hands on your compatriot. Besides, she'll also be monitoring my actions now. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust her. If he had not followed Xiao Ming into Morgan's secret base and had known about Mr. G's past, it would have been easy for him to believe his words. Zhang Heng, however, already knew Mr. G's true identity and that the latter had not told the people around him the truth about new Shanghai 0297. In a sense, he had even continued to help Morgan maintain their lies about clones and ordinary people, using it to deceive everyone, including Miss F. This was also why Zhang Heng had always been wary of Mr. G. Nonetheless, he said nothing else and asked directly, When do you need that thing? The sooner, the better. The current situation is changing day by day, so we have to make early preparations, said Mr. G. However, Morgan has already sealed off the entire first floor. Do you have any trouble coming back? I can handle this small matter. That would be the best, said Mr. G. I've made the mistake of underestimating you. I can assure you something like this will not happen again. I look forward to your return to the first floor as soon as possible. We'll talk about the details when we meet again. All right, see you then. After saying that, Zhang Heng hung up the call. He did not deliberately avoid Xiao Ming this time, so the latter also heard the conversation and asked, Are you going back to the first floor? Not me, but us, Zhang Heng said. Egoat and Su Qian can stay here, but you have to come with me. I don't have a problem with that, but are you sure you want to take me with you? Xiao Ming asked. Although I don't know what game Mr. G is playing this time, I'm one of the few people who knows his background the best. He also knows that I know his background, so if you take me with you, you'll likely be in danger. Zhang Heng did not immediately answer Xiao Ming's question. Instead, he asked, Have you met him many times over the years? Well, to be honest, it's very rare. Ever since the company sent him to the first floor, we have been communicating via encrypted emails. After reading them, we delete them without leaving any trace. After all, he doesn't want anyone to know that he's in contact with Shangtang Morgan's people, and I don't want the management to know that I'm still in contact with him. There shouldn't be any problems then. As long as he can't recognize you, your worries won't exist. I'll put makeup on you before I leave. In addition, You need to change some of your small habitual movements as much as possible and lower your voice a little. In this way, it's basically impossible for him to recognize you. I'll listen to you. Xiaoming shrugged. But how do you plan to take me back to the first floor? Although the central shuttle station doesn't sell tickets to the public anymore, Xingtang Morgan has been sending people to the first floor. I think they won't mind lending us 2 places. Zhang Heng told Egoat about what he needed to pay attention to after leaving and told him and Su Qian to keep a low profile. Normally, Su Qian's escape would be a big deal for Xingtang Morgan. However, at this time, the management's attention was attracted by the riot on the first floor, so they did not have much energy to manage Su Qian's side for the time being. They could only monitor the internet first to prevent Su Qian from spreading what she saw on a large scale. In contrast, the threat brought by Mr. G was much greater and had a wider influence. Just as Xiaoming said, management itself was also under a lot of pressure. If this matter could not be quickly resolved, they would also face an awkward situation where they could not answer the board of directors. Therefore, Egoat and Su Qian were in a relatively safe spot. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng and Xiaoming, who had put on makeup, went to the police station on the second floor. Xingtang Morgan had already dispatched a lot of police forces from each floor to the first floor. The remaining police even found it somewhat difficult to maintain daily order. Fortunately, it was not a long time now, and the other floors were not as chaotic as the first floor. There was no big mess for the time being on the other side. The company did not have any intention to stop here. Soon, the third transfer list was sent to the police station on the next floor. Zhang Heng hacked into the second floor's police system, found the list, and locked onto the 2 targets on it. Chapter 1052, The Car. Zhang Heng had his eyes on the 2 recruits who had recently joined the police force. As they had only been on the force for a week or so, most of the people in the station were unfamiliar with them. They were supposed to be partners with 2 old police officers to familiarize themselves with their work, but were caught up in the riot on the first floor. Their partners were among the first batch of officers to arrive on the first floor. Thus, the 2 of them had no choice but to take over the patrol work early. Through this, they would spend less time at the station during the day, and fewer people would be familiar with their faces. This time, Zhang Heng was planning to borrow their names. Of course, he wasn't going to use their names directly. After all, no matter how new they were, they wouldn't be able to change their faces without being discovered. Zhang Heng planned to secretly change the names of the 2 people on the list before they left before using 2 new identities to replace them. With their presence in the police station, they should be the least likely to be discovered. However, the first thing he had to do was to let the main character stay at home. Zhang Heng and Xiaoming drove to visit the 2 rookie police officers one after another. Xiaoming was responsible for knocking on the door and ringing the doorbell. He greeted the female relative of the target politely before the mark left the house in a rage. When the target was about to hit someone, Zhang Heng, who was waiting at the side, would hit the back of the target's head. Xiaoming stood in front of the target and admired the way he fell to the ground. Zhang Heng had controlled his strength. He didn't hit the target hard, but he promised that the target would be unconscious for at least half a day. Then, the 2 of them took off the target's clothes and changed into them. Half an hour later, they had put on their police uniforms and guns, turning into 2 second-floor policemen. At least on the surface, there were not many flaws. However, the real test was still to come. The police station requested that the 3rd group of people on the list gather in front of the central station before 4:20 p.m. Zhang Heng and Xiaoming deliberately set the time to 4:15 p.m. before they drove to the station. By then, the 50 policemen on the list had basically all arrived, leaving only 3 people who had not arrived. Zhang Heng parked the car and walked over with Xiaoming. The sergeant in charge of leading the team frowned when he saw the 2 of them. He didn't think too highly of the 2 police officers in front of him, but they didn't look guilty at all. On the contrary, it was as if they were really the people who had come to gather. This was especially when they were 3 steps away from him. Xiaoming remained standing at attention and saluted him. The sergeant had no choice but to return the salute. He then asked, "What are you here for?" "We've been notified to help the officers on the first floor." "You've been notified?" The sergeant leading the team asked suspiciously. But I didn't see your names on the list. Are you two from our station? Of course. I'm Luo Hao, and he's Sun Chun. We're newcomers and have just arrived, Zhang Heng said as he showed his fake police ID. The sergeant in charge opened the name list and found the two names. However, this was not his first time looking at the name list. He had not noticed the presence of these two names before, of course, but as the sergeant, he was also quite busy. There were more than 1,000 police officers on the second floor, so it was impossible for him to know everyone, especially the recruits. Zhang Heng's explanation made sense, of course. In the end, what convinced him was the attitude and temperament of the two. There was no need to mention Zhang Heng. After going through so many dungeons, he had long developed a strong nerve that would not change his expression even before Mount Tai collapsed. Coupled with his LV2 makeup skills, and even if the person being replaced stood by his side, Zhang Heng was more like a police officer by his appearance and temperament alone. On the other hand, as a professional liar, Qiu Ming's acting talents shouldn't be discounted. He could convincingly turn into whatever character he wanted. Therefore, even with the police chief's keen observation, he failed to find any flaws in the two. In the end, the police chief chose to trust his intuition, which he had trained for many years. He nodded at the two and said, "Return to the team." Therefore, Zhang Heng and Qiu Ming successfully blended into the police officers heading to the first floor. The two of them stood at the end of the line quietly. At this time, the police chief also received a phone call saying that the last person had a bad stomach because he had eaten something wrong and was currently on a drip at the hospital. After hanging up the phone, the police chief looked at the time and decided not to wait any longer. He waved his hand and led the group of police officers into the station. The central shuttle station had arranged a special waiting hall in advance for the police officers heading to the first floor. After everyone entered, they found their seats and sat down. The police chief leading the group used the last seconds to mobilize a pre-war sortie. He described the rioters on the first floor as a band of cold-blooded, cruel, armed thugs. He then introduced their organizer and leader, Mr. G, and finally announced the goal of this operation, to eliminate the leader of the rioters, Mr. G. After he finished speaking, the waiting hall fell into silence. Although Mr. G's story was mainly heard around the first floor, it was impossible for the police officers on the second floor not to hear of the former's name. They knew that he was an absolutely ruthless character because of the blockade order, and most of the media did not know the current situation on the first floor. However, the police station had already deployed more than half of their police force to the first floor. In the end, in less than 2 days, they had to send people down again. Clearly, the battle situation was not very good. Their team clearly did not have as many people as the first 2 batches. Even if they added in the other floors, it was estimated that they would have at most 200 people. It was extremely difficult to take down the commander on the opposite side directly. The captain of the team swept his gaze around and took in the expressions of the police officers. Then, he spoke again. "You don't have to worry. We are not the main attackers this time. We only need to be in charge of some peripheral surveillance and reconnaissance missions. I only have one request, and that is to make sure that everyone is worthy of the badge on their chests." After saying that, the sheriff sat down and fastened his seatbelt. Coincidentally, the central shuttle that everyone had been waiting for a long time had also arrived at the station. The robotic arm skillfully loaded the waiting carriage onto the shuttle. Then, it did not stop and drove all the way to the first floor. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little tense. The main reason was that the police on the second floor usually focused on maintaining law and order. The criminals they were dealing with were at most a few dozen people, and they had never faced more than this number of enemies. According to some news leaked by the media, the number of criminals had probably reached tens of thousands. Therefore, when they reached the first floor, they would most likely face a war. The police officers were a little uncertain. No one spoke up until they got off the carriage. However, the crowd then noticed the other 5 carriages that had been dismantled from behind them. There were 5 floors in New Shanghai 0297. Police officers were sent to every floor except the first floor, but there were only 4 cars in total, so the remaining 2 vehicles should have something else in them. Chapter 1053, Type 6 Hunting Robot. The police officers stood in the hall and watched as the 2 carriages behind slowly opened. Then, a silver humanoid metal robot around 3.2 meters in height walked out. Its upper body was human, but its lower body was spider-like. It had 8 legs, and the bottom of each leg was sickle-shaped, emitting a cold metallic glow. One of its left arms was loaded with a 14.5 mm heavy machine gun. The gun barrel was equipped with a hydraulic buffer, and on its right arm was an alloy greatsword measuring over 1.9 meters long. Looking from afar, one could not help but feel a chill run down their spine. There were still 23 robots like this, and they came out of the 2 carriages one after the other, giving out a strong sense of oppression and shock. Xiaoming's expression changed when he saw this. How do you know about these things? Zhang Heng had previously searched this dungeon's weapon systems on the internet, but he found no similar robots. That's right. This is a Type 6 hunting robot, Xingtang Morgan's trump card in New Shanghai 0297. It's a pure killing machine. Since this thing usually acts as a guard in the base, there are only 25 of them in total. In other words, those management guys sent almost all their robots in one go. It appears they really want to end this quickly. How many do we need to stop this thing? We can't. Xiaoming shook his head. We might figure a way to stop 1 or 2, but if we send out 24 at once, no one on the first floor can stop them. Xiaoming paused, worried that Zhang Heng couldn't understand how scary these things were. He then explained, "You fought with those guys from the emergency response team before, so you should know how strong they were. An emergency response team that starts with 0 can probably hold off a Type 6 together. If a second Type 6 joins the battlefield at this time, it would be a pure massacre. These things move extremely fast, have accurate marksmanship, and the metal on their bodies can self-heal to a certain degree. It's not something that the flesh and blood of a human body can withstand." Back then, when Mr. G arrived at the company's base, normal security guards couldn't stop him at all. It wasn't until these robots came out that the battle ended in 3 minutes. If it weren't for management wanting to spare his life, Mr. G would have died at the hands of these guys long ago. You have some kind of deal with him, right? After you give him the thing, we'll leave the first floor as soon as possible. Most of the time, Xiaoming looked like he didn't care at all. After he fell into Zhang Heng's hands, he would go east when Zhang Heng told him to, and he would go west when Zhang Heng told him to. Only this time, he took the initiative to make a proposal. However, to Xiaoming's disappointment, Zhang Heng didn't answer him immediately. The latter was looking at the silver robots, and his eyes flashed. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a while, Zhang Heng opened his mouth again. "Let's find Mr. G first and complete the transaction." Xiaoming naturally had no objections to this. After that, the 2 didn't have to wait too long before they were given the opportunity to leave the station. The captain gathered the 48 police officers on the 2nd floor and divided them into 4 teams, with each team assigned 2 Type 6 hunting robot. Zhang Heng's mission was not to kill the enemy, but to cooperate with the Type 6 hunting robots to the greatest extent. They would help the latter transport the ammunition and complete the preliminary investigation. Even though it was a little embarrassing, the police officers heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the silver robots. Unlike Xiaoming, they did not know what the robots were, but they could tell they were not to be trifled with. At least, this meant that they were not alone in this operation. However, they had clearly underestimated the power of the silver robots. Not long after they left the station, the eyes of the silver robot in front of Zhang Heng suddenly glowed red. Then, it raised its left hand, and the heavy machine gun let out a loud thud as it swept toward a grocery store not far away. In just 2 seconds, it had knocked down the 7 people inside. Then, before the police could react, another silver robot had already rushed into the grocery store. It knocked open the door to the basement of the grocery store and stabbed the giant sword in its right hand. When it was pulled out, it was already covered in blood. Only then did the team leader order 4 police officers, Zhang Heng and Xiaoming included, to investigate the situation. In the end, not a single person was left alive. All had lost their breathing and heartbeat, whether it was the 7 people who were shot or the guys who hid in the basement. They looked no different from ordinary citizens, but after searching their bodies, Zhang Heng found that the weapons they were carrying were manufactured at the military factory he had visited previously. Needless to say, they were all Mr. G's men. Pretending to be grocery store customers, they monitored the movements of the police at the station. However, what surprised Zhang Heng the most was the people in the cellar. It was a woman. From the looks of it, she should be the owner's daughter. She was also the only person who did not carry a weapon, but she was still found and killed by Type 6 hunting robot. These robots seem to have activated their maximum killing authority, Xiao Ming said after looking at the cellar. This time, the management has really been forced into a corner. Even if they have to pay the price, they have to get rid of Mr. G and his followers. To them, these people are like cancer cells. They will continue to replicate and eventually spread Baudrillard's theory everywhere. Rather than wait until the day when everything is irreparable, it's better to take the initiative to cut off their flesh now. Zhang Heng's face was expressionless as he stood up from the ground. We have to think of a way to get rid of these 2 robots. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave the team. Do you know what their weaknesses are? No, they're formed from a single body. The energy source, the center, and so on are all sealed inside. It's very difficult to destroy them, but what? But they're acting according to long-range commands. They can try to block the signal. That way, they'll enter escrow mode and carry out the last command they received. When the last command cannot be carried out, they'll switch to retreat mode and leave the battlefield while defending. Xiao Ming had a surprising understanding of these robots. After the 2 finished inspecting the grocery store, they gave a simple report to the team leader. Then, they returned to the back of the team. Zhang Heng took out a shield ring and handed it to Xiao Ming. What? Xiao Ming was stunned. 1 for you and 1 for me. Zhang Heng said. I can't do something like that. Xiao Ming shook his head, seeming very resistant. This is too dangerous. If I'm slow by a mere second, a sword might just slice me in half. You don't have a choice. Zhang Heng said calmly. The 2 robots were quite a distance apart. One was at the back of the team, and the other was almost at the head. No matter how fast he moved, it was impossible for him to place a shield on both robots simultaneously. Chapter 1054, Support. Zhang Heng had made the necessary preparations before he made his move. He knew that if he fell out with Miss F, and even if he successfully dealt with the robot, he would still have to face the attacks of the other police officers around him. Hence, Zhang Heng sent their coordinates and bearings to Miss F and agreed on the location of their meeting. This wasn't an easy location to choose because once the 2 drifted apart, Miss F wouldn't be able to support Zhang Heng and Xiao Ming in time. However, if they were close enough and entered the alert area of the 2 Type 6 hunting robots, Miss F and the people she brought would be in grave danger again. Therefore, they had to accurately gauge the distance between them. 20 minutes later, the police squad arrived at a relatively dense residential area. Because several large factories were nearby, many workers had settled in the area for easy commute. Conservatively, at least 20,000 to 30,000 people were crammed into such a small area. With the buildings of different heights, the entire area looked like a reinforced concrete jungle. The police unit entered the place and perked up. After walking around 50 meters, Zhang Heng shot Xiao Ming a look. The latter sighed and walked toward the team. The team leader heard footsteps behind him and turned to look. What's the matter? Captain, I have something to report. Xiao Ming said. Luo Hao and I saw some suspicious guys on the road behind us. Suspicious guys? Where are they? The squad leader became nervous when he heard that. He then looked at the robot beside him, but the latter remained motionless. They're unarmed. They're just following us quietly. Xiao Ming lied without even blinking. Luo Hao is watching those guys now. I'll go take a look. Stay sharp. The squad leader instructed the other officers. As soon as he left, Xiao Ming moved toward the robot in front of the squad and quietly took out the shield bracelet Zhang Heng had given him. Xiao Ming knew the power of the killing machine in front of him, so he tried to slow his movements and showed no signs of aggression. Due to his current police status, the robot was obviously not very vigilant when it came to him. Thus, in the end, Xiaoming managed to successfully approach the target. However, he still faced a very serious problem. The signal transceiver of the Type 6 hunting robot was located around its left chest. Although it was a humanoid android, its left and right hands were full of weapons, and it couldn't wear a shield ring. Then, at almost twice the size of an ordinary person, the ring couldn't be worn on its legs either, something that might cause it to exceed the range of the shield. Therefore, Xiaoming only had one choice left. He was to target the robot's neck. This was also why Xiaoming felt like he was putting a collar on a tiger. He was already 230 centimeters tall, but the robot's neck was a good 280 centimeters above the ground. Hence, he needed to figure out a way to cover the 50 centimeters gap. Xiaoming thought about finding a chair to cushion himself, but the police officers around him wouldn't give him the chance. Besides, he didn't have much time left before the squad leader reached the end of the line. Zhang Heng would put the shield ring on the robot at the end of the line, and if Xiaoming hadn't finished his work by then, he might never actually complete it. Thus, Xiaoming gritted his teeth and took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him. He jumped onto the calf of the Type 6 hunting robot in front of him and stepped on the back of the two knives. Now, although he wasn't as good as Zhang Heng or the emergency response team, he was still much better than the average person. Xiaoming clipped the shield bracelet on the robot's neck as fast as he could. Then, without even checking if it was fastened, he jumped down again. Just as his body was about to fall to the ground, a huge metal sword brushed past his head. If he had moved half a second later, Xiaoming would have been cut in two. But the good news was that the shield bracelet automatically latched itself after coming into contact with the robot's neck. Xiaoming rolled again after he landed on the ground. Until then, most of the police officers didn't know what had happened. Just as he turned his head to this side, Xiaoming didn't stand on ceremony. He stood up and raised the rifle in his hand, directly pulling the trigger on the closest officer. Oodles of blood spurted out from the latter's forehead, and his body fell backward. When the other officers saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't understand why their teammates would suddenly kill their colleagues in anger. Moreover, it was done in such a cold-blooded fashion. In order to avoid a precedent, however, they too raised their guns and fired back at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, on the other hand, took no credit for the shot he fired. Immediately, he took a large stride and ran to a car by the roadside. When the remaining officers reacted, they opened fire, but he had already disappeared behind the car. Although Xiaoming wasn't killed, his situation wasn't any good either. He had trapped himself into a dead end by jumping behind the car. 5 police officers had already surrounded him. He could hear this from the approaching footsteps and the sound of bullets. This caused a rare nervousness to appear on his face. Fortunately, in the next moment, the police officer who was running at the front started swaying and stumbled forward, limp. Sniper. His 4 companions were shocked when they saw this, not expecting a sniper ambush to be nesting up nearby. They immediately stopped in their tracks. Having no time to deal with Xiaoming anymore, they started to look for cover. Xiaoming finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the people that Zhang Heng had contacted had finally made their move. At the same time, the Type 6 hunting robot on the other side also stopped in its tracks. It was likely that Zhang Heng had also succeeded. If that were the case, then they would only have to deal with the few remaining officers. Additionally, with the help of Mr. G's men, the whole process should be elementary. The situation was indeed as he imagined. The last order the 2 robots received was to follow the police officers. Meanwhile, the police officers had stopped and were scattered all over the place, while the 2 Type 6 hunting robots had also stopped moving. With the loss of police officers, victory seemed to creep ever closer. However, Xiaoming did not expect that one of the robots would suddenly move without warning. Shocked, he risked it and poked his head out to take a look. In the end, he found that the robot was not coming for him, but was charging towards the police captain instead. No one knew what was wrong with the latter. He suddenly attacked the Type 6 hunting robot, activating the latter's self-defense system. Xiaoming's expression, however, immediately changed. "Hurry up and kill these officers," he yelled. Chapter 1055, The Last Order. Xiaoming had already figured out what was wrong with the squad leader. As if confirming his suspicions, the leader's voice rang out in the public channel once more as he gave the final order. Everyone, attack the robot's neck. Zhang Heng reacted even faster than Xiaoming. Having long realized where the real danger lay, he had already taken out 3 targets. In addition, F, armed with a sniper rifle on the rooftop, had already taken out 1 person, while Xiaoming ambushed another. In fact, he had already taken out half of the team members. However, Zhang Heng did not expect such a swift reaction from the other side. After losing control of the robot, Xingtang Morgan immediately contacted the team leader. Only then did the latter start firing at the robot. His goal was crystal clear: destroy the shield bracelet on the robot's neck. However, his marksmanship still needed to be improved. Although he fired a barrage of bullets, not many actually hit the robot's neck. The only few shots that really did hit couldn't disable the shield bracelet. Moreover, the robot moved much faster than he had imagined, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The next moment, one of the mechanical legs directly pierced his chest, and he was sliced vertically open. His guts spilled all over the floor, and the gunshot stopped abruptly. However, his final order had already been issued. This might not be the strongest batch of police officers, but they sure were disciplined. Moreover, they knew that they were already in a desperate situation, and if they were unable to regain control of at least 1 robot, then the remaining 4 people would definitely die. Therefore, even though they witnessed the death of their captain, the remaining people still stuck their heads out and started shooting at the robot. This, however, also turned them into living targets. Both Zhang Heng and Miss F on the roof did not give up this opportunity. They pulled the trigger. At this time, Xiaoming did not hide anymore. He squatted down and aimed at one of the police officers, sending a bullet into the back of his head. At this point, other than Zhang Heng and Xiaoming, who were the 2 spies, the entire squad was wiped out. However, before Xiaoming could catch his breath, gunshots rang out again. This time, it was even more violent. The car in front of Xiaoming seemed like it had been bludgeoned by a giant hammer. The body of the car shook nonstop. Not only were its windows shattered, but the bullets actually penetrated the car and struck the concrete floor. Xiaoming did not need to look to know where the bullets came from. Other than the heavy machine gun on the Type 6 hunting robot's left hand, no other gun had such great power. He had no choice but to quickly curl up his body and roll under the car. Only then did he barely manage to save his life. However, Xiaoming knew that this was only temporary. Being targeted by the robot, he couldn't imagine any other way to escape. Could it be that he was going to die here today? Xiaoming never thought that death would be so close to him. He was already a little tired of everything in New Shanghai 0297, but now that he was really about to die, Xiaoming realized that he still had lots of things to do. Unfortunately, it seemed he didn't have much of a chance. Just as Xiaoming was thinking, he heard the sound of metal scraping against the ground. It was the sound of the robot moving its legs. Then, Xiaoming heard a series of gunshots. However, this time, it wasn't the roar of a heavy machine gun, but the sound of a rifle. Furthermore, it wasn't too far away from Xiaoming. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Of course, he knew who the attacker was. Now that all the other police officers had died, Zhang Heng was the closest to him. Only Zhang Heng could still fire. Xiaoming, however, didn't expect Zhang Heng to save him at such a critical moment. He didn't even hesitate to draw the attention of the hunting robot to himself. After the hunting robot was hit by the bullet, it immediately changed its target. It gave up on Xiaoming, who was still on the ground, and turned to aim at Zhang Heng. However, the latter had already moved into a building ahead of time, leading the hunting robot to also rush into the residential building. When the horrifying sound of friction gradually faded away, Xiaoming crawled out from under the car. When he raised his head, he saw another hunting robot standing beside him. He was shocked. Fortunately, the latter did not react. It did not attack Xiaoming nor retreat to the station. It just stood there quietly. What surprised Xiaoming was that the shield bracelet on its neck was still intact. In other words, The hunting robot that had regained control did not help its companion escape immediately. Logically speaking, its operator would not make such a low-level mistake, unless something crossed Xiaoming's mind, and he quickly said to Zhang Heng through the radio, "The shield bracelet on the neck of the robot that was chasing you is probably not damaged." Why did it attack you then? On the other end of the communique, Zhang Heng's voice was still relatively calm, but it was audible that he was moving at high speed. The police who shot at it earlier activated its self-defense mode, and since more than 4 people fired at it, it also activated its group identification mode. It should have marked all the police officers as enemies. We were also included because we were wearing police uniforms. After Xiaoming calmed down, he finally explained most of what had happened. At that time, the hunting robot suddenly went berserk and attacked him, which was absolutely strange to him. Now that the robot beside him had stopped moving, he confirmed that the latter still recognized him as a police officer. Xiaoming finally understood why he had suddenly become a target. However, this made things even more troublesome. If the Type 6 hunting robot was under the control of a person, it might have retreated when it saw the bad situation. However, the robot that had entered self-defense mode would not leave until the attacker was eliminated. Therefore, there was only one path in front of them now. Xiaoming said to Zhang Heng, who was fleeing on the other side, "Give me some time. I'll think about what to do." Zhang Heng did not answer because he was getting real close to the hunting robot. The latter was indeed Shengtang Morgan's trump card, its attributes all very explosive. The speed and small range movement that Zhang Heng was proud of did not have any advantage in front of absolute technology. The 8 legs of the robot moved together quickly, allowing it to easily pass through all obstacles. When necessary, it could even climb over the roof, just like a real spider. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Heng was caught up. Chapter 1056, The Game of Cat and Mouse. Zhang Heng lowered his body and sped as fast as he could through the corridor in front of him. Just as he dodged around the corner of the stairs, a string of bullets followed his body and hit the wall on his right, leaving behind a row of holes. The wallpaper that had been torn to tatters by the bullets flew all over the floor. The dense bullet holes almost turned the wall into a hornet's nest. In less than 3 seconds, the culprit, a robot with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider, jumped from the opposite building and hooked onto the railing of the corridor with its 4 legs. It then climbed in easily and aimed the heavy machine gun in its left hand at the stairs. However, there was no sign of Zhang Heng. The latter had just reached a house downstairs. The front door was wide open, and the hostess was about to leave the house with her headphones on. The next moment, however, a stranger rushed into her house and was about to scream. Zhang Heng beat her to it and knocked her out. He tossed the unconscious hostess onto the sofa before crossing the living room and jumping out the kitchen window. Finally, he landed on the balcony on the 3rd floor. Without stopping, he slid down the drainage pipe to the ground. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to think that he would be able to shake off the hunter robot. In reality, Zhang Heng only wanted to use this time to get through the most dangerous part of the journey. The road in front of him led to a relatively empty area. About 100 meters away from the next intersection, the entire journey would take about 10 seconds. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but now, those 10 seconds could prove fatal. However, Zhang Heng knew that the longer he waited, the more dangerous it would become for him. Therefore, as soon as he landed, he immediately started running forward. On the other side, after the Type 6 hunting robot lost sight of Zhang Heng, it didn't follow the steps of the stairs. Instead, it spread its 8 legs and climbed up the roof along the outer wall. It did not take long before it rediscovered Zhang Heng running down the stairs. However, at the same time, Zhang Heng also noticed the movement on the roof and was about to bend down to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the bullet from the sniper rifle had already hit the heavy machine gun on the robot's left arm. Although the bullet failed to destroy the heavy machine gun, the powerful kinetic energy it generated shifted the machine gun's muzzle, causing the shots to immediately land behind Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng used this opportunity to run another 10 meters forward. Finally, he successfully reached the next intersection and hid in another building. At this time, Xiaoming's voice sounded again. "There is a substation 1.2 kilometers away from you. We might be able to use the high-voltage electricity there to deal with it." 1.2 kilometers is too far. Zhang Heng shook his head. "Then what's your plan?" Xiaoming had no other choice but to scratch his head and ask. Zhang Heng did not answer. Instead, he looked at the other red dot on the electronic map. That was Miss F's location. The two of them were only about 400 meters away from each other. Furthermore, the latter had started to approach him without hesitation. It looked like he had given the sniper rifle to someone else. Zhang Heng could only look at the map for a short while before the robot had already landed on the ground from the top of the building. It used the fastest method of descent known to man, free falling from the top of the building. There was a loud bang when it landed. With nothing to cushion its fall, the machine's 8 legs plunged deep into the road, leaving 8 over 10 centimeters deep holes in the ground. The powerful impact seemed to have no effect on its metallic body at all. It only needed to adjust its body slightly before rushing out of the building where Zhang Heng was. The two sides started another intense cat-and-mouse game. Zhang Heng basically maintained his high-speed movement state and rarely fought back. The main reason was that the rifle in his hand was not very effective on the Type 6 hunting robots. Thus, he ran to the back to reduce his weight, even going as far as to throw the gun away. Even so, it was still difficult to make up for the gap between the two sides. There were a few times when a bullet almost brushed past Zhang Heng's ear. If he was one step later, he would end up with the same fate as the pockmarked wall behind him. At the same time, because most of the fighting between the two sides took place inside the building, the sniper not far away wasn't of much use at the moment. So perhaps the only good news was that Miss F was already very close to him. Xiaoming, on the other hand, came over after some hesitation. However, he did not dare to get too close. He raised the gun in his hand a few times, but put it down again. Then, before he could raise it again, he saw Zhang Heng escape from a shop on the first floor that faced the street. The latter directly smashed the glass of the shop, and he looked rather disheveled. The robot was now less than 10 meters away from him. Fortunately, however, the bullets in its heavy machine gun had finally run out. It had lost its fellow policeman, and there was no one to carry its ammunition anymore. Nevertheless, it still had the giant sword in its right hand and its 8 scythe-like legs. Xiaoming was actually quite impressed with Zhang Heng. Put up against the brutal killing machine before him, an average person might not even survive the first round of attacks. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, was actually able to deal with it until now. And he was barely injured. Xiaoming really couldn't think of anyone else who could do this. Unfortunately, it was useless to continue hiding. This battle had been unfair from the start. Every weapon used to kill the Type 6 was fatal to Zhang Heng. He, on the other hand, didn't have a weapon that could harm the robot. Therefore, Xiaoming wasn't optimistic about the outcome of this battle. He had already planned to escape. Although he was grateful to Zhang Heng for saving him, he knew his own strength very well. If he stayed, he would only be buried with Zhang Heng. However, just as Xiaoming was about to turn around, he saw a figure at the other end of the street. It was a woman. She appeared particularly delicate in front of the Type 6 robot, but written on her face was rock-like determination. When she saw the killing machine in front of her, not only did it not run away, it even charged forward. At the same time, the mechanical prosthesis on her left arm was pressed on the alloy sword at her waist. "Draw the sword." The alloy sword flashed with a cold gleam, and without hesitation, slashed one of the Type 6 legs. Although it was unable to cut off the leg in the end, it offset the robot's center of gravity, causing it to lose its balance slightly. It staggered 2 steps. Then, Miss F threw the thing on her shoulder to Zhang Heng. Chapter 1057, A Saber Called Hidden Scabbard. Miss F's timely arrival finally allowed Zhang Heng to catch his breath. He stopped in his tracks and took the item that the former had thrown at him. He tore off the oilcloth on top and revealed the hidden scabbard. Before Zhang Heng left for the 3rd floor, he had requested Miss F to take care of the inconvenient items to carry. When both parties met, Zhang Heng had asked Miss F to help him bring the hidden scabbard over. It was also why Zhang Heng had taken such a significant risk to approach Miss F. This knife was the real reason why he was challenging the Type 6 robot. Xiao Ming didn't know if he imagined things, but his entire temperament changed when Zhang Heng held the hidden scabbard. The previous awkwardness disappeared, replaced by an unrivaled and powerful presence. Xiao Ming even felt that the position of the prey and the hunter had changed. And that wasn't the only thing that surprised him. On the other side, the woman with the mechanical prosthetic arm and the robot had actually come to a stalemate. Although only less than 10 seconds had passed, the two sides were evenly matched. Whether strength or speed, Miss F's mechanical prosthetic arm matched her opponent equally. However, because there were too many weapons that could attack the robot, Miss F did not find a good opportunity to attack. She only managed to leave 2 slashes on its leg. Her alloy sword was already hard enough, but when it slashed the robot in front of her, it only left neither a deep nor shallow dent. Not long after, the dent disappeared. This was the first time Miss F had seen a metal that could heal itself. Her expression turned slightly solemn. With this, her hopes of gaining advantage through her cooperation with Zhang Heng were ruined. At this time, Zhang Heng's voice came from behind her. "Leave this to me. Don't you need to rest a little longer?" Miss F asked. She could see that the chase had consumed a lot of Zhang Heng's energy. In the end, the latter only uttered one word. "Enough." Hence, Miss F used the momentum from the fight with the robot in front of her to roll backward. Seeing this, the Type 6 stepped forward, wanting to pursue the victory, but it was unexpectedly blocked by a knife-wielding Zhang Heng. Unfortunately, its central control system could not read the difference between the current Zhang Heng and his previous iteration. Therefore, it swung the giant sword in its right hand. This time, Zhang Heng did not dodge like before. Instead, he chose to receive the sword head-on, forcing him to retreat several steps. With a human's strength, it was not realistic to hope to contend against a machine. However, Zhang Heng did not intend to win this confrontation. He only wanted to test how much harder the hidden sheath was compared to the Type 6 hunting robot. He also wanted to see if the hidden scabbard's non-heal effect was still effective against the strange metal before him. The 2-centimeter-long gap at the bottom of the giant sword explained everything. Zhang Heng moved his slightly sore wrist and raised the hidden scabbard in his hand again. This time, when the hunting robot's giant sword came at him again, Zhang Heng chose to bow to avoid it. 2 more metallic sickle legs, however, came slashing at him. At that moment, Zhang Heng also pushed his pace to the limit. His calf tightened, and he leaped over the first sickle. Then, he swung the hidden scabbard in his hand. The knife was so fast that Xiao Ming's eyes couldn't keep up. By the time he reacted, he saw that one of the robot's legs had already left its body, spinning toward the sky before finally piercing through the wall of the building next to it. Xiao Ming inhaled sharply. The last thing he expected was such results. Each of these robots was made from the strongest materials, after all. He was already surprised that Miss F's alloy sword could leave a mark on the robot's body, but to cut off one of its legs like this was a bit too much. And this was only the beginning. Zhang Heng's successful attack didn't give the robot a chance to catch its breath, and he quickly cut off the second leg. Unfortunately, the Type 6 had never encountered such a situation before. Nevertheless, seeing this, it still stretched out its leg to meet Zhang Heng head-on, thus losing another leg in just 10 seconds. Then came the third, the fourth. Losing its scythe-like legs not only made it lose its weapon, but slowed the robot down considerably. Now, it had become Zhang Heng's meat on the chopping block, unable to cause any more trouble. Zhang Heng was like a skilled chef, quickly dismembering the 8 legs of the Type 6. All too quickly, the latter lost all its power and could only rely on its 2 hands to crawl. It was only at this point that Xiao Ming finally woke up from his dream. He reminded, its control center is in its lower abdomen. Zhang Heng did not panic. He first took some time to chop off the robot's shoulder, making it unable to move. Then, he aimed the hidden scabbard at the robot's abdomen, cut through the outer shell 7 times before finally destroying the control center inside, thus ending the battle. Xiaoming, who was standing at the side, was filled with a stupor and awe after witnessing everything. He looked at the once formidable killing machine, now reduced to a pile of scrap metal on the ground, then at Zhang Heng, who still had his saber sheathed. After a long time, he managed to reorganize his words and exclaimed, "How is this possible? You single-handedly took out a Type 6 hunting robot. Are you also a simulation robot?" Zhang Heng did not answer his question. Instead, he pointed at the robot that followed behind Xiaoming. "What's going on? I didn't want this to happen," Xiaoming said innocently. "Do you remember what I told you before? After losing the signal, this thing will continue to carry out the last command received. The last command it received should be the other police officers who followed the team. Now that all the police officers in the team are dead, only the two of us are left." It followed me closely. Zhang Heng looked at Miss F, who nodded and said, "I'll take you to see Mr. G now. We can also bring this robot back with us. Let our engineers study it. Many of our comrades have already died at the hands of these things." Chapter 1058, 3 minutes. According to Xiaoming himself, this was the first time he came to the first floor. As a special agent, he had basically lived on the 5th floor until he was demoted. He finally began to run around the floor. However, at that time, his relationship with Mr. G was more sensitive. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the management, he never took the initiative to step into the first floor. Therefore, Xiaoming's understanding of the first floor had been mainly gained through images, data, information, as well as memory reading. This time, he personally came to the first floor and felt very fresh about everything here. Sitting in the back seat of the SUV, he looked out of the window with great intrigue. However, the place he was looking at now was no longer as chaotic and vigorous as in the video. Shops were practically closed, and far fewer pedestrians could be seen on the road. It looked like a depression. There were many man-made obstacles, with sentry posts set up at almost every corner. When they saw Miss F's car, however, the people in the sentry posts moved the obstacles away in advance and let them pass. Xiaoming also saw many armed men and women. Some were patrolling the streets, while some hid behind windows, aiming their guns at the street. They were, however, mostly armed with light weapons. "If I were your commander, I would have evacuated the sentry posts and the people upstairs," Xiaoming said. "They won't be a match for the Type 6 robots. You've seen the power of those things before. These people can't even be considered militia, and the weapons they carry are the most common. Against those droids, they'll be a piece of cake. We also never expected Shungtang Morgan to be harboring such a powerful weapon," Miss F said. "I've already reported the situation here to Mr. G. And then, I didn't see your men retreat, and I personally suggest that you don't wait for Mr. G's order." Upon hearing this, Miss F frowned and glanced at Xiaoming before speaking seriously. "We're in a state of war now, so everyone has their own responsibilities. We can't retreat just because we want to. Mr. G is our leader, so he'll order us to retreat when he has to. But you, where did you come from? Why are you telling us what to do?" Before this, everyone's attention was on the Type 6 robots. Miss F did not have the time to pay attention to Xiaoming. When Zhang Heng ended the battle, and everyone got into the car, Xiaoming also got into the car. However, sitting at the side, quietly, seemed to be not present. It wasn't until then that his words were remembered. "He's a police officer I just met on the 2nd floor. He helped me a lot when I was able to make it back to the 1st floor." Considering that they would meet Mr. G, Zhang Heng didn't reveal Xiaoming's true identity. "This is me, a man who has turned his back on the dark side." Xiaoming raised his hand. "So please don't doubt my position just because of my police uniform." Miss F looked deeply at Xiaoming, but said nothing more to him. She turned to Zhang Heng and asked, "Have you brought that thing?" Zhang Heng nodded. "But can you give me some time before meeting Mr. G? I want to talk to you first, privately." Miss F looked at the other people in the car and said, "Let's talk about it after this matter is over. Every minute now could cost more lives. My matter is also very urgent. I don't think we can drag this out any longer," Zhang Heng insisted. Miss F seemed to fall into a state of hesitation. However, half a minute later, she said, "Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes. No more. After that, she patted the back of the driver's seat in front of her. Stop in the middle of People's Square for a moment. Roger. The driver nodded. At the same time, he stepped on the accelerator and sped up. About 10 minutes later, the SUV arrived at the People's Square. Normally, this was a lively flea market, where many gathered to sell off things they didn't need. Now, the place was empty, with only a few sheds that hadn't been demolished still standing. Miss F opened the door and jumped out, followed by Zhang Hong. The two walked a distance away from the SUV and came to a shed in the square. Miss F looked at the bracelet on her wrist and reminded, "You only have 3 minutes." Zhang Hong looked into Miss F's eyes. "This time, I left the first floor and accidentally entered Shengtang Morgan's secret base in New Shanghai 0297. As a result, I found out that Mr. G is also an employee of the company." However, to Zhang Heng's surprise, Miss F did not have much of a reaction after hearing this. She still stood there. "You've known about this? It wasn't that early. After you left, Mr. G gathered his most trusted people and told everyone about his identity. He said that he once stayed in the company's emergency response team for a period of time, but I didn't realize that he was one of us, just like you and me. No wonder he was so friendly to the clones and was willing to accept them as citizens of this city. Is that all? Of course not, but it doesn't matter anymore. We've agreed to continue letting him lead the uprising. It doesn't matter what his identity is, but what's important is that we have the same goal. He could have kept it from us because he said that once the war started, Morgan would use all means to discredit and attack him and spread rumors about all of us. You should have seen the news these few days. You should have seen how they slandered us in public, distorted, and covered up the truth." Miss F paused for a moment before continuing. "You called me out to tell me that Mr. G had betrayed us a long time ago? But how do you know that what you saw and heard was not what Shengtang Morgan wanted you to hear or see? You said that you entered the Shengtang Morgan's new Shanghai 0297 secret base by chance. Don't you have a bit of doubt in the depths of your heart? Wasn't your chance a mere coincidence? It just so happened that at this time, you discovered a secret base that no one knew about, and then you found some evidence that Mr. G had betrayed us. You think I may be a spy Morgan sent to drive a wedge between you two?" Zhang Hong raised his eyebrows. "No, I'm just saying that we can't rule out the possibility that you've been deceived by Morgan," said Miss F. "I believe you. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, Zhang Hong, this is a war, and both sides will use all means at their disposal. If you saw what I saw, you would know that what I said is true." Chapter 1059, Advice from a Friend. "Unfortunately, I can't see it," said Miss F. "If you were me, what would you choose? On one side is the man I've known for several years, who once saved me, and is now my fiancé, our leader. On the other side is our enemy, the Shengtang Morgan. He's using every means at his disposal to slander us. If you're willing, I can prove it to you." Zhang Hong said patiently, "Do you want that Shengtang Morgan employee in the car to convince me? This is the first time I've seen a surprising expression on your face. Are you surprised that I know more than you think? I gave you a chance in the car to ask him who he is, and I told you that he was a police officer that I met by chance on the second floor." Miss F sighed. "If you want to convince someone to believe you, the best choice is to tell the truth from the beginning. The thing that surprised me was not that you knew more than I thought, but that he had prepared so well. I have to admit that I underestimated him this time." Zhang Heng whispered, "You'll never be able to reach the truth. All you'll get is a different narrative method. Mr. G is indeed Baudrillard's most outstanding disciple. He has completely turned Baudrillard's theory into a powerful weapon. Your 3 minutes are up." Miss F looked at the time. "It seems you still haven't been able to convince me." "Yes, but you don't have to worry. I won't leak these words between us to a third person, including the guy's identity in the car. In fact, Mr. G isn't sure if Morgan will send someone to the first floor with you." "What's the condition?" "The condition is that you must keep an eye on him and don't let him sow discord between us and Mr. G. And you too. When you see Mr. G later, give him the thing. He has already fulfilled the agreement and has collected 50 shellac records for you. It wasn't an easy task, and even he has mobilized all the manpower he can. Especially at this juncture, You should be satisfied with being able to divert your attention to do such a thing, said Miss F. I know you had a lot of problems before, and he should not have broken your previous agreement, so your wariness and hostility toward him were justified. But this time he did everything he could and fulfilled all your requirements without any discount, including the previous efforts to show you what we are doing. Thus, I hope you can join in and become one of us. You, however, don't seem moved at all. But, of course, this is your freedom, and I respect it. This is what I've been working so hard for. I hope that in the future, our kind can have the freedom to make choices like you. However, since you are so close to your goal, you should try not to cause any more trouble. Is this a warning? No, just advice from a friend. Miss F said. It's getting late. We should get back on the road. An hour later, the SUV arrived outside Mr. G's private garden. However, after getting out of the car, Zhang Heng realized that the garden door was locked and there was no one inside. Then, he looked at the other car parked outside the door and saw Manager Zheng coming down from it. He was carrying a white metal box in his left hand and a black leather box in his right. He walked straight to Zhang Heng and nodded at him. Then, he put down the white metal case and opened the leather case in his right hand. 50 shellac records. They're all here. You can count them, Manager Zheng said. No need to trouble yourself. Zhang Heng took the leather case. After all, he didn't collect shellac records from listening, and the system would automatically help him calculate how many records he had collected this time. After receiving the notification that his game score had increased by 500 points, Zhang Heng took out a metal rod about the size of a finger from his pocket and handed it to Supervisor Zheng. The latter took a look at the things inside, then opened the metal box on the ground, revealing in it a drone. Supervisor Zheng carefully placed the metal rod into the drone's abdomen. Zhang Heng asked, Where's Mr. G? Is he not here yet? That's right. He thinks highly of you and has always wanted to recruit you. However, it seems that you don't really want to join our cause. Since that's the case, Mr. G doesn't have any reason to contact you anymore. Anyway, I can complete the transaction with you. Oh, right. As Director Zheng spoke, Zhang Heng received another notification on his wristband. Zhang Heng opened it and saw that his account had just received a transfer of 3 million credits. Although your shellac records are hard to find, they are still far from the value of the thing you gave us. Therefore, this 3 million is an extra gift from Mr. G. It is also compensation for the unilateral breach of the agreement last time. So please accept it. After saying that, Supervisor Zheng activated the drone and took half a step back. He watched it rise into the air and fly into the distance. It became smaller and smaller until it disappeared behind the buildings in the distance. At least, our cooperation this time ended smoothly, right? Supervisor Zheng smiled. I have left the car over there for you. You can go wherever you want to go. We have to go back to our work. After saying that, Supervisor Zheng followed the others into the SUV that brought Zhang Heng and Xiao Ming over, leaving the two of them behind. Miss F also took one last look at Zhang Heng, her expression complicated. She opened her mouth and only uttered 2 words. Take care. After that, she also got into the car. Half a minute later, only Zhang Heng and Xiao Ming were left outside the garden gate. A moment later, the latter broke the silence and said, So, let's call it a day, on the first floor. Zhang Heng did not answer. Instead, he said, You lied to me. I lied to you. When? Xiao Ming was somewhat baffled. Mr. G's mole from Shengtang Morgan is not you, but someone else. How is that possible? I've been secretly passing information to him all these years. Xiao Ming looked incredulous. Why do you say that? You haven't contacted him since I kidnapped you, right? That's right. Xiao Ming nodded with certainty. But he knows that you're with me. Zhang Heng said. That's why he admitted to the others that he's a member of Shengtang Morgan. He told everyone the truth? Xiao Ming's eyes widened. No, it was only a small part of the truth, but it was enough to prove his innocence. In addition, he guessed that I would bring you here in advance, which further reduced the authenticity of my words. Chapter 1060, The Original Plan. I swear, I really didn't know that he had other spies in the company. Xiao Ming said with a wry smile. Even though we've been in contact all these years, he hasn't told me anything about this. No, this is something I should have thought of long ago, Zhang Heng said. When he was on the second floor, he sent out a whole team of exoskeleton warriors. They were all equipped with the latest generation military exoskeleton equipment. Obviously, someone was secretly supplying him with these sophisticated weapons. In addition, we may have underestimated his armed forces beyond the first floor. It seems that he doesn't only have that one team. If that's the case, then everything can be explained. What makes sense? According to you, he once broke into Morgan's base and fought with these Type 6 hunting robots, so others wouldn't know of their existence. There's, however, no reason for him not to know. Therefore, it's impossible for him to exclude the influence of these robots when he launched this riot. No, to be more precise, his target is most likely these robots. Xiao Ming reacted. You mean to say that he deliberately used a riot to attract these robots to the first floor, because he knew very well that the management could not tolerate a long period of unrest on the first floor? If that's the case, now is also the time when the defense of the base is at its weakest. There is only one robot and about 200 security guards there. As long as there are 2 exoskeleton teams, they can break into the base. But what is their target? Xiao Ming frowned. The most valuable and well-guarded place inside the base is the memory encoder. There are several teams of guards guarding it, and at critical moments, they can cut off the power supply and use a metal wall to completely seal it. They can even destroy it remotely. It's not the memory encoder, Zhang Heng said. He already has the memory encoder. It's on the drone just now. The thing he got through the transaction is the memory encoder? Xiao Ming gasped. Is his target the management of the company in New Shanghai 0297? He wants to re-encode the management's memory? Indeed, this is his only way out. He incited the residents of the first floor to fight against the company. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of victory. Even if he really is the military god that leads a group of civilians who have not received strict military training, he used the light weapons he produced to eliminate all the Type 6. He severely crippled the management's armed forces in New Shanghai 0297, but he was unable to deal with the attack from the magnificent Tang Morgan headquarters. Most importantly, he hid the true truth of New Shanghai 0297 from his subordinates. He certainly doesn't want to really attack the 5th floor's magnificent Tang Morgan's secret base. Xiao Ming suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. Since he knows that I'm with you, he must know that we've already guessed his plan. No wonder he doesn't want to meet with you. Besides, he's dealing with the management now, so he put us aside. When he's done with the matter at hand, he'll definitely turn around and deal with us. We have to leave the first floor as soon as possible. No, it's best to leave New Shanghai 0297. We can go to the Shengtang Morgan's headquarters to find my uncle and tell him what's happening here. Or we can try to solve the problem ourselves, said Zhang Heng lightly. I still have friends on the first floor. Once Shengtang Morgan's headquarters decides to intervene, not only will Mr. G suffer, but my friends will also be implicated. Also, do you know how Shengtang Morgan will deal with us in the future? Your friend? Is it that woman just now? But between you and Mr. G, she seems to be more willing to believe the latter. Haven't you already tried? Do you have any other way to convince her? Zhang Heng shook his head. I won't try to convince anyone else, so let's stick to my original plan. Original plan? Xiao Ming was a little confused. If Fengzi were here now, he would have probably understood what Zhang Heng meant. I'll kill Mr. G and help him turn the beautiful new world that he's been promoting into reality. Zhang Heng used the calmest tone to say these earth-shattering words. Are you crazy? Just the 2 of us? Here? How are we going to deal with Mr. G and his men? Xiao Ming suspected that something was wrong with his ears. We don't even know where he is right now. You said yourself that since he's using a drone to deliver goods, he doesn't want you to know his location. It's okay. I've installed a locator in the memory encoder's metal barrel, Zhang Heng said as he opened the electronic map on his wristband. Sure enough, he saw a red dot constantly changing its position, moving toward the east of the city. As for manpower and weapons, don't we have a ready-made helper? Xiao Ming looked in the direction of Zhang Heng's chin and saw the hunting robot standing quietly at the side. This robot was quite loyal to Qiuming. It followed the command of the SUV all the way here. You want to control this robot to fight for you? Why not? I've seen the structure of the same type of robot I killed before. The other structures and systems might be more complicated, but it's still quite easy to reprogram the signal receiver. However, I still need to find someone who can control it remotely. How am I doing? Qiuming queried. In the end, Zhang Heng only glanced at him and didn't say anything. All right. It seems that even after everything we've been through, the trust between us hasn't reached this level yet. Qiuming was still very self-aware. I already have a candidate for the operator. Let's go meet up with her first. Also, we need her help with the modification of this robot. Zhang Heng didn't drive the car that Supervisor Zheng left behind. Instead, he and Qiuming walked 2 streets to find another car. After that, they rushed to a small factory. Fengzi was already waiting there, poking her head out from the roadside. A sneaky look was on her face. Upon seeing the hunting robot, she immediately yelped in surprise. As if she had seen a beloved toy, she couldn't wait to surround it. However, because she was too close to it, the robot aimed the heavy machine gun on its left arm at her. Seeing this, Fengzi took 2 steps back, but there wasn't much fear on her face. Instead, she clicked her tongue in wonder. I used to draw my own designs when I had nothing better to do, so I did draw something similar. I didn't expect that Shengtang Morgan to have already mass-produced it. The technological prowess of a large corporation is certainly a lot more than what's on the surface. We're in a hurry. Have you found the thing? Zhang Heng interrupted her and asked straightforwardly. I found it. It's a tungsten steel plate, 5 centimeters thick. It's definitely not as good as the original, but it can still be used. Fengzi grinned. Well then, let's begin, shall we? Chapter 1061, Gearing Up for Battle. Zhang Heng found a secluded spot and waited for Fengzi and Qiuming to find a place to hide. Then, he pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist. This time, since he wasn't in his combat state right from the start, Zhang Heng had more time to prepare and adjust. He held the saber with both hands and slowly raised it above his head, forming a starting position. On the other side, Qiuming's eyes were wide open. He didn't want to miss Zhang Heng's attack like before. However, even though Qiuming focused all his attention, he still couldn't catch Zhang Heng's attack trajectory. All he saw was a blur. Then, sparks flew from the position of the Type 6 hunting robot's control center. A 20 cm long gash sliced open in the metal shell. This slash was also immensely powerful, instantly cutting halfway through the heavy shell of the robot. The Type 6 that had been attacked immediately switched to defensive mode. Its left arm moved to aim at Zhang Heng, and at the same time, the sickles on its 2 legs tried to slash at him. This time around, Zhang Heng didn't use the hidden scabbard to cut them off. He needed to maintain the robot's integrity as much as possible so it could unleash its full power in the upcoming battle. Accordingly, Zhang Heng chose to increase his movement speed, using the technique to dodge the 2 scythe-like legs. At the same time, he slashed out a second time before the heavy machine gun could aim at him. If Qiuming hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that a man's knife techniques could have reached such levels. The point of impact of Zhang Heng's high-speed swing perfectly and accurately coincided with the first cut. It was pinpoint precise as if measured with a ruler. Qiuming even wondered if this was just a coincidence in probability. As if to answer his question, Zhang Heng followed up with a third, then a fourth, each cut precisely administered at the perfect spot. Although the next few cuts weren't as strong as the first, little by little, they still cut through the robot's metal shell. And this time, Qiuming saw it clearly enough. He realized that the most troublesome self-healing function of the Type 6 had actually failed. The metal around the cuts Zhang Heng made had obviously changed, and for some unknown reason, was unable to heal. Zhang Heng's knife landed like a storm on the robot's metal shell. This time, he only used 5 slashes to completely cut through the metal shell. On the other side, the Type 6 had already put away the heavy machine gun in its left hand. The main thing was that Zhang Heng was right in front of it, the distance between the two now less than half a meter. At such close proximity, The artificial logic of the Type 6 would prioritize melee weapons, the giant sword in its right hand, and the 8 legs under its body attacked. Zhang Heng, however, did not give it another chance. On the 6th cut, Zhang Heng used the hidden scabbard to probe the 20 cm long wound, cutting off the main circuits next to the control center. Suddenly, the Type 6 seemed to hit a pause button the next moment, all of its movements freezing abruptly. One of its sickle legs was less than an inch away from Zhang Heng's chest, but in the end, it could no longer move forward. He then cut open the robot's chest with the hidden scabbard and took out its signal receiver from within. When all of that was done, Feng Zi and Xiao Ming walked out from behind the cover once more. "I'll go reprogram the signal receiver," Zhang Heng said to Feng Zi. "I'll leave this to you. Help change the circuits that I cut off, but don't hurry to reconnect them. Wait for me to put the signal receiver in before reconnecting it. It's the same as the last tungsten plate welding. Whatever you say, boss." Feng Zi removed the wrench from her waist and asked curiously, "How can you be so sure that I will stand on your side and not Mr. G's? After all, I was doing well in the military factory." Feng Zi blinked a couple of times, seeming as if she really wanted to hear someone say something tender and affectionate. After all, in most movies and novels, this was usually the most opportune moment for the male lead to express his deep love for the female lead before launching his fatal attack. Sweet words were usually uttered, for instance, "I know your heart will be with me," or "Love has given me the answer." However, Zhang Heng only said calmly, "Mr. G has pointed a gun at you. What saddens me the most is that I can't seem to refute you." Feng Zi said with a sigh, "I do like the new world he describes. I like the people working hard for this dream in the military factory. But I don't have a good impression of Mr. G himself. It doesn't matter to me whether he's in the future or not. Besides, I believe in you, and I'm willing to believe everything you say." "Thank you," Zhang Heng replied. "Actually, I can tell that the woman named F also believes in you." Feng Zi continued, "She just has too many things to carry on her shoulders. The gratitude Mr. G showed her for saving her life, the fate of her own kind, and the people who had fought alongside her. This makes it impossible for her to make a choice like mine." "I know," Zhang Heng said calmly. "It doesn't matter. I'll help her fix everything." Half an hour later, Feng Zi started to rewire the Type 6 that had been rewired with a signal receiver. Before that, Zhang Heng had already removed the shielding wristband from the Type 6's neck and waited for Feng Zi to connect the circuit. He also used his bracelet to order the robot in front of him to enter standby mode. Feng Zi then welded the tungsten plate to its chest. This could cover the 2 wounds on its body and protect the control center and the signal receiver behind it. Zhang Heng handed over control of the Type 6 to Feng Zi. The latter controlled her new toy, making it jump and roll. It made all sorts of movements and became a novelty of sorts. "Find a safe place to hide. It's good as long as you support us from a distance. Don't let Mr. G's people find you." After that, Zhang Heng turned to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming looked a little helpless. "I still prefer the suggestion I gave you, but from the looks of it, you've already made up your mind to kill Mr. G no matter what, so I don't seem to have a choice." If Xiao Ming had a choice, of course, he didn't want to take the risk with Zhang Heng. After all, he was quite happy that Mr. G and the management team were at a disadvantage, so it wouldn't hinder him from watching the show. He didn't forget his own situation as well, knowing he was still Zhang Heng's captive and had little power to decide. "Stop worrying so much. If you don't die this time, you might just get back your lost position," said Zhang Heng. "But you'll have to change your service provider." Chapter 1062, Signal Tower. Zhang Heng stepped on the accelerator and drove Qiu Ming to the red dot on the electronic map. That was the location of the locator, and it had been parked there for a long time. If everything had gone according to plan, Mr. G should be there. On the other side was Qiu Ming in the passenger seat. He fastened his seatbelt, grabbed the armrest, and leaned back. Initially hoping the operation would be exhilarating, he never expected it to be so exciting before the battle even began. As Zhang Heng drove the car onto the main road, however, Qiu Ming's attention finally shifted from the vehicle's speed to another place. Previously, because their police team had taken a slightly different route. Other than the group of people who had been scouting the police at the grocery store, they had only encountered 7 or 8 enemies behind them. As a result, it wasn't a very intense battle. Now, this street should be the area Mr. G's men had set up their defenses. With a sentry post every 100 meters, many armed forces had also been deployed to guard it in an attempt to stop anyone from passing through. Unfortunately, they could not stop anyone now. Even with Qiu Ming's mental endurance, he could not help but frown when he saw the scene along the way. The entire street was dead silent like a cemetery. Corpses were everywhere on the roadside, in the sentry posts, and in the nearby buildings. Not only were the rioters who followed Mr. G lying on the ground, there were even several unarmed civilians who had lost their breath. Only the bullet-riddled bunkers, broken glass windows, and the burning vehicles told the story of what happened here not long ago. I thought my heart was tough enough. After all, what I'm doing now is equivalent to erasing a person's soul. Compared to Mr. G, however, I'm still far from that. Qiu Ming lamented. For his own goal, he even sacrificed tens of thousands of people. Moreover, these people would probably still believe in him until the day they die. This is because they believe in the future that he's promised. You created him, Zhang Heng reminded. No, I only opened the door, so he saw the outside world. As for whether a demon or angel comes out from behind that door was never something I could control. Qiu Ming shrugged. At least now you have a chance to put the devil you released back into the box. I hope I live to see the end of this, Qiu Ming said as he checked the rifle in his hand. After driving only 2 blocks, Zhang Heng already saw the end of the trip through the car window. It was a white signal tower, about 400 meters tall. It provided the signal exchange service for the entire first-floor space. Since, according to the official records, the height of the entire first-floor space was only 486 meters, it meant this signal tower was already close to the foundation of the second floor. And now, right above the top of the tower, there was actually a huge thread probe that was about 20 meters in diameter. From top to bottom, it drilled through the projection screen that simulated the sky. Fuck! Upon seeing this, even Qiu Ming couldn't help but curse. Even this fucking works. As everyone knew, New Shanghai 0297 was divided into 5 layers of space, and the only thing that connected them was the central shuttle in the city center. However, Xingtang Morgan had long since suspended the central shuttle on the first floor, and it was only when police were transported to the first floor would a vehicle be authorized to pass through. At the same time, heavy troops were also deployed at the station on the first floor. In Qiu Ming's previous speculation, Mr. G used the riot to attract the Xingtang Morgan's Type 6 hunting robots to the first floor, thus creating the condition for a sneak attack on the base. However, even if his team of exoskeleton warriors really succeeded in capturing the management, it wouldn't be easy to take a captive back to the next level and encode the memory. But now, Mr. G had shown Mr. Qiu that his fears were misplaced. Mr. G's men did not choose to take the central shuttle back to the first floor. Instead, they directly drilled a hole in the second floor with the drilling machine, and it was facing the place where the memory was encoded. Whether it was from the perspective of imagination or the angle of operation, Qiu Ming was astounded. After the drill broke through the ground, it was pulled back up again. Then, 2 soft ladders hung down from above. Qiu Ming saw someone climbing down the ladder, but because of the distance, he could not see the person's face clearly. After that, he clearly felt the car speed up again. This time, even if he closed his eyes, he could feel his heart jumping out of his throat. At the same time, Zhang Heng lowered the window on the other side. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he stuck a gun out the window with the other before firing a salvo of rounds at the sentry post in the middle of the road ahead. The checkpoint had also been baptized by the Type 6 robot. The people who initially manned the checkpoint had already died, but Mr. G had probably sent another team to restore order in the surrounding area. Just as the group was setting up a new roadblock, who would have thought that a car would suddenly appear from the other end of the street? The car was speeding, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. Before they could determine if it were a friend or a foe, the people on top had already opened fire. Zhang Heng remained merciful. He had basically aimed at their lower bodies. Those who had been shot would not have died, but at least they would not be able to move now. Lying on the ground, groaning in pain, they could only watch as the car passed through the checkpoint and sped forward. Despite all that, however, they did not panic. They knew they were merely the first group of guards. There were other people behind them, and unlike them, having just arrived at the checkpoint, the roadblocks there had already been completely restored. If the car that had appeared out of nowhere tried to break through those, it would only end in destruction and death. Furthermore, when the car passed them by, they saw only two people. Heaving a sigh of relief, they quickly relayed the news to the people behind them. Zhang Heng didn't slow down at all after passing through the first checkpoint. 1 kilometer ahead, the people there had already gotten the news and had prepared in advance. They took cover and set up their guns. However, before they could see the target vehicle, another Azura-like demon was already there. A black figure with 8 legs and the shape of a human jumped down from the mall next door and landed behind them. Without saying a word, it swung the giant's sword in its hand at them. They were completely caught off guard. 2 unlucky men were sent flying on the spot by the giant's sword. Suffering several broken ribs, they rolled on the ground a good bit before losing consciousness. The rest of the guards did not care about the car anymore. They hastily turned their guns and pulled the trigger on the killer droid in front of them. However, when the bullets landed on the robot's body, other than sparks, they caused almost no damage to it. Chapter 1063, Decoy Trap. After Feng Zi ordered the Type 6 hunting robot to send everyone flying, she removed the obstacles in the middle of the road to allow Zhang Heng's car to pass by. Then, she charged the robot to move forward again. With the massive droid ahead of him, clearing the way like a snowplow, Zhang Heng rushed through 4 sentry posts in one go. Finally, he was getting closer and closer to the white signal tower. However, this was also the furthest he could go. After passing the 4th checkpoint, the excavator directly cut off the road in front of him. Zhang Heng stopped the car and alighted with all his equipment. A little further ahead, the Type 6 Feng Zi was controlling was already engaged in a battle with the guards. The sound of gunfire and the shouts of some people could be heard. Soon, nonetheless, everything returned to normal. Xiaoming followed closely behind with a gun in his hand. He got up and ran with Zhang Heng, ducking in and out and to the left and right through the road that had been dug out, keeping a lookout for their surroundings. So far, everything was going smoothly. With the modified Type 6, the two of them didn't encounter much trouble. All that said, the situation wouldn't be so optimistic in the future. In fact, Xiaoming had already seen a destroyed Type 6. In order to kill this robot, Mr. G's side had obviously invested a lot of money. They used an unknown amount of explosives to directly blow up a massive 10-meter crater into the ground. Other than the robot in the center being directly blown up, many human corpses were also strewn around the surroundings. It seemed that they were unlucky ones who didn't make it to safety in time, buried together with the machine. At this moment, the two heard the sound of an explosion in front of them. It wasn't that terrifying, though, and should indicate that the Type 6 Feng Zi was controlling had got hit by a rocket launcher or something. Fortunately, with the droid's defensive and self-healing abilities, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Sure enough, not long after that, the sound of the explosion quickly disappeared. Feng Zi, who was 30 kilometers away, was now in her complete bloodthirst mode. She sat cross-legged in an underground warehouse, surrounded by all kinds of cheap pirated dolls. Beside her feet was a bottle of Coke she bought from the vending machine, but because she had been fighting, she didn't have time to drink it. Admittedly, Feng Zi had been cautious when she first took over the robot. More than once, she would subconsciously give the order to dodge an attack, and as time passed, and she experienced more and more battles, she finally understood what Zhang Heng meant when he said, "Don't worry, just focus on the attack and not the defense." Because of the Type 6 hunting robot's exceeding robustness, Feng Zi realized that normal attacks would cause it to suffer little or no damage. Even if it took a rocket launcher hit, the deformed metal shell would quickly recover. Feng Zi couldn't be blamed for being overly cautious. She had seen Zhang Heng fight the Type 6 before, and from the looks of it, Zhang Heng had only used a knife to cut the robot into pieces. Thus, she had some doubts about the robot's strength in the beginning. She was, however, experiencing a completely different thing now. She felt like a brave warrior who had picked up a god's equipment in a game, gone from being a noob in the beginner village to a ruthless experience harvester. This excited her completely. The commands were becoming more and more unrestrained, and she had unknowingly pulled away from Zhang Heng and Xiaoming. As Feng Zi continued to drive the Type 6 hunting robot on a test run, Zhang Heng and Xiaoming finally encountered their first battle. As they walked, Zhang Heng suddenly opened his mouth and said to Xiaoming, "Squat." Although the latter did not know why Zhang Heng said that, Xiaoming, unlike Feng Zi, clearly understood Zhang Heng's strength. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Heng opened his mouth, he immediately squatted without hesitation. The next moment, a sniper round landed on the concrete road behind him. Sniper. Xiaoming had already found some cover and crawled into it without needing Zhang Heng to remind him. On the other side, Zhang Heng was also hiding behind a stone slab. "Do we need to recall the robot?" Xiaoming asked. "No need. We can solve this small problem ourselves." Zhang Heng shook his head. Then, he took out Lego blocks from his bag and spent 2 minutes assembling them into a sniper rifle. Upon inserting the infinite building block, he completed the last step of its materialization. Xiaoming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. He didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings anymore. He was already beyond shocked to see Mr. G's men drill a hole in the second floor, but at least he knew how the other party did it. Zhang Heng's building block, turning into a sniper, was the real wild card. He had no idea how it worked. With a gun in his hand, Zhang Heng immediately set a simple trap. He took off his coat, put it on the barrel of the gun, and pushed it out of his hiding spot. About 3 seconds later, a bullet pierced the coat and left a hole in it. Zhang Heng had roughly figured out the other party's position from the hole and the previous shot. He then gave Xiaoming a look, asking the latter to help him attract attention. Therefore, Xiaoming extended his gun-wielding hand out of cover and fired wildly in the direction of the bullets. This time, the sniper from afar did not fall for the decoy. He ignored Xiaoming, who was shooting away happily. Instead, he turned the muzzle to the area Zhang Heng was hiding and held his breath. In the end, his efforts paid off. In the next moment, he saw a figure jump out from behind the stone slab. "Got you." The sniper's eyes flashed with joy as he pulled the trigger in his hand. However, when the bullet from the gun's barrel hit the target, the sniper was shocked to realize that it was still just a coat. There was no one underneath it. For a moment there, he felt smug, thinking he had seen through Zhang Heng's tactic. He did not expect to trip over the same stone twice in the next moment. Furthermore, this trip would actually prove fatal. After the gunshot, Zhang Heng had already dashed out from the opposite direction. He spent a second and a half locking onto the target in the distance, and another half a second to adjust his posture and breathing. Then, he pulled the trigger. Zhang Heng aimed at the sniper's arm, but because of the terrifying kinetic energy the bullet generated, not only could the sniper not shoot again, but he could also lose his entire arm. If he was sent to the hospital late, he might even die from excessive blood loss. However, considering how he hadn't been polite with his previous 3 shots, Zhang Heng had already shown mercy on account of Miss F. Chapter 1064, Bullet Ring. After dealing with the sniper, Zhang Heng called out to Xiaoming. The two continued forward and encountered 2 more waves of ambushes. Although there were quite a number of them, they were not as good as the previous sniper, and in the end, they did not encounter any danger. As for the larger group of enemies, Feng Zi had dealt with them in advance with the Type 6 hunting robot. 10 minutes later, the two arrived outside the signal tower and met up with the robot again. Just as they were about to attack the east gate of the signal tower, the glass door opened automatically on both sides. Director Zhang, already changed into his combat uniform, walked out. When he saw Zhang Heng, he bowed politely before asking, "Is there something wrong with our previous deal?" "No, the deal went quite smoothly this time," Zhang Heng replied. "Are there any areas that we fared poorly during the transaction that might have offended you?" "No, I'm very grateful to Miss F for her timely assistance. I received a good amount of shellac records from you, and in addition, received Mr. G's compensation of $3 million. Manager Zheng nodded and continued. Then I don't understand. We've clearly shown enough sincerity from the beginning to the end. You fulfilled every request and didn't do anything wrong. Why did you turn around and start a massacre and chase us all the way here? Because I thought about everything that happened after I came here, and I suddenly understood a principle. What's that? My biggest weakness is that I'm too reasonable, Zhang Heng said calmly. So this time, I'm not going to be reasonable. My deal with Mr. G has been completed. What's going to happen next is just a personal grudge. Do you really realize what you're doing? If you insist on stepping through this door today, what will happen next will far exceed your personal grudge between Mr. G. Miss F is your friend, isn't she? Aren't you afraid of hurting her heart? And Miss Xiaofengzi, even though she has chosen to stand on your side, from what I know, she has been enjoying herself these past few days. She has made many friends too. Other than that, many more people you don't know look forward to living in the new world. Some of them have already sacrificed their lives, while others are still fighting for their ideals somewhere. Do you want to become their enemy too? It doesn't matter. I'm just a passerby anyway. I don't have time to earn any reputation, Zhang Heng said. Supervisor Zheng didn't know what he meant, but he saw Zhang Heng reach out his right hand to grab the knife's hilt. The latter was using his actions to express his position. That's really regrettable. Supervisor Zheng sighed, but then his temperament changed. He was no longer as polite as before, and his gaze turned extremely cold. Since you're not giving any room to be reasonable, we won't be polite to you anymore. With that, he snapped his fingers. In the next moment, every spot that could hide a man in the signal tower's hall popped out with guns. At least 50 guns simultaneously before finally converging into a flame and shattering the glass curtain wall. Swarms of bullets rained with a fury toward Zhang Heng and Xiao Ming. There was no cover where the two of them were standing, but there was no panic on their faces. They immediately jumped onto the Type 6 back and used its massive body almost twice the size of an ordinary person to block the rain of bullets. Meanwhile, Feng Zi controlled the Type 6, raising the heavy machine gun in its left hand before firing wildly at the hall. This time, she wasn't in the mood to show any mercy. The main reason for that was that there were simply too many enemies. Some people even carried rocket launchers. The grenades that were fired exploded on the robot's body, causing it to continuously retreat. Able to withstand the onslaught of such overwhelming firepower, the Type 6 was indeed worthy of being Shengtang Morgan's top-notch piece of tech. Moreover, once the heavy machine gun began to exert its power, the enemy would immediately be turned upside down. A 14.5mm machine gun bullet could easily punch through a steel plate, not to mention an ordinary bulletproof vest. Faced with the destructive power of a bullet of such a large caliber, the bulletproof vest on the enemy's body was rendered completely useless. Being hit basically meant certain death. On the other side, Zhang Heng and Xiao Ming took advantage of the retreating robot to roll into a flower bed at the side. Zhang Heng took out his sniper rifle from his back and started firing back. Although he didn't fire that frequently, a target would fall every time his finger touched the trigger. It was as precise as the call of death. Furthermore, Zhang Heng chose enemies with heavy weapons such as rocket launchers and heavy machine guns to attack first. In addition to the Type 6 that was on a killing spree, the enemy's firepower quickly weakened. It was then that Xiao Ming could stick his head out and start shooting. However, after Zhang Heng had dealt with the most threatening targets, he turned around and realized that Director Zheng had disappeared. Zhang Heng frowned. Director Zheng's attacks seemed to be quite fierce, but for Zhang Heng, who had the Type 6 robots to kill, it was actually not much of a threat. On the contrary, more than half the men he ambushed had died in the short span of 2 minutes. Although the remaining men were still fearless and did not back down, it was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. As someone who had personally fought the Type 6 and had just blown up one of them, Mr. G shouldn't have made such a mistake unless he had other plans from the very beginning. In the revolving restaurant on the middle floor of the signal tower, The projection screen was broadcasting the battle situation below. However, the person in charge was not Mr. G, but He, who had driven Zhang Heng's car before. He saw that his side had suffered heavy casualties. He was redirecting manpower from various places to continue the battle below. However, the situation was still not optimistic. The Type 6 wasn't something ordinary people could stop. Previously, they had used a large amount of explosives to kill one, but since they were below the signal tower this time, they naturally could not use explosives. Fortunately, after killing over 100 people, the heavy machine gun on the Type 6 finally ran out of bullets. There was still the huge sword in his right hand, though, making him invincible among the crowd. Black's forehead was covered in sweat. Obviously, he was under a lot of pressure after losing so many people. However, he still had a trump card in his hand. Previously, a team and a half of exoskeleton warriors had directly descended from the second level. Hence, Mr. G had also given him their assignments. Now, he had used up all his bullets to kill the Type 6. Whether or not he could really block that crazy robot would now be up to these exoskeleton warriors. Chapter 1065, Kitchenware and Weapons. Seeing on the screen that the Type 6 was out of bullets, Black turned to look at the Special Ops team repairing itself. Not long ago, they finished a fierce battle on the 5th floor and had lost half of their men. Every Special Ops team member was more or less wounded, and in the end, rested for less than 20 minutes before entering the heat of battle again. They did not complain, though, nor did they have any expression on their faces. The team leader nodded at Black and led his team members to the elevator. However, just as they were about to board, a voice came from behind. "Wait." Miss F stood up from the sofa. "I'll go with you." Black was a little surprised. "Aren't you and Zhang Heng friends?" "Mr. G has informed me that you can stay out of this. If he thinks that I'm someone who puts personal feelings above the organization's survival, then he doesn't know me that well yet," Miss F said calmly. "Besides, your Special Ops might be able to stop that robot, but they won't be able to stop Zhang Heng. You need me." After a pause, she added, "Also, never do anything like this again. If Mr. G wants me to take action, just give me an order. There's no need to use a dead person to provoke me." This time, Black's back was drenched in cold sweat. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, Miss F and the Special Ops team were already in the elevator. The battle below was nearing its end. Zhang Heng and Xiaoming had already dealt with 2 waves of reinforcements, while Feng Zi's Type 6 finally charged into the hall. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up and saw more than a dozen figures descending from the steel frame outside the signal tower. As they landed, they released the steel cables around their waists. They wore the exact attire as the 2 exoskeleton warriors Zhang Heng had met in the hotel corridor. Each of them was the military's latest generation exoskeleton equipment, and their movements were well coordinated. However, after the group landed, they completely ignored Zhang Heng. Most of them were focused on the Type 6 hunting robot in the lobby. Only one of them was focused on Xiaoming, who was on the other side. Zhang Heng did not move either because his gaze was completely focused on the other figure above him, Miss F. She didn't land on the ground with the others. Still standing on the steel frame, she held the steel beam beside her with one hand and her alloy sword with the other. Her figure was blurred by the smoke. Like Zhang Heng, she didn't pay attention to the battle elsewhere. Her eyes were fixed on him. The 2 of them stared at each other for about 2 seconds. Then, Zhang Heng saw Miss F switch the alloy sword to her normal hand. After doing that, she took a step forward and fell from the steel frame. There was no steel cable around her waist like the members of the Special Forces. In fact, she didn't have anything on her other than a sword. She simply jumped straight down from the steel frame. Her body continued to accelerate under the force of gravity. Other than one mechanical prosthetic limb, her other organs were still that of an ordinary human. She would definitely die if she jumped down like that. However, there was no fear on Miss F's face. Seeing that she was only 20 meters away from hitting the ground, she started to move, using her mechanical prosthetic limb to hold the outermost steel pillar. The next moment, sparks flew everywhere where her palm made contact with the steel pillar. However, At the same time, Miss F's did slow down. In the end, she bent her knees slightly to remove the remaining strength and finally stood before Zhang Heng safe and sound. It had been less than 2 hours since the last time the two of them met. At that time, Zhang Heng and Miss F were still working together to deal with a Type 6 that had gone berserk, but now, the two of them had become enemies. Miss F looked at Zhang Heng with a complicated gaze, but she quickly regained her composure. She did not ask Zhang Heng why he was here, nor did she ask him for an explanation. Instead, she only said 3 words: "Draw your knife." However, she did not expect Zhang Heng to shake his head. "This knife is not meant to be used against friends." After saying that, Zhang Heng inserted the hidden scabbard into the empty space beside his feet and said to Miss F, "Wait a moment." Miss F frowned, but she did not say anything. She just stood there and watched Zhang Heng walk into a restaurant that was already closed. 3 minutes later, Zhang Heng walked out again with a full bag of knives of different shapes. "This is a kitchen utensil, not a weapon," Miss F reminded a certain someone. "To me, this is a weapon," Zhang Heng replied. "I have a tungsten steel alloy sword. It's incredibly hard, and it's not something an ordinary weapon can withstand, not to mention the knives in your hands." "I know. That's why I took such a big bag." Zhang Heng wrapped the knives in cloth and hung them on both sides of his body. He first picked out 2 boning knives from inside and held them in his hands. Then, he gestured for Miss F to come over. The latter did not waste any more time, switching the tungsten steel sword back to the mechanical prosthesis. Then, her body started to move, and she slashed at Zhang Heng's right arm. Like her people, Miss F's swordsmanship was not fancy. It was purely a demonstration of speed. With the help of modern technology, her movements had already exceeded the limits of the human body. From drawing the sword to swinging it, it only took 0.1 seconds, where the whole set of movements was completed in one go. An ordinary person facing her attack might not even have time to blink before being hit by the sword. However, this time, her opponent was Zhang Heng. With a ding, Zhang Heng used the boning knife in his hand to block Miss F's lightning-fast sword. Then, Zhang Heng's body moved. The other boning knife drew a strange arc in his hand and stabbed towards Miss F's throat. However, the latter had already retracted her tungsten sword, and the 2 swords clashed again. After a short pause, it was time for an even fiercer attack. Miss F's tungsten sword had already turned into a ball of green light, and the clanging had also become denser. Finally, after blocking the attack about 4 times, the boning knife in Zhang Heng's left hand let out a mournful cry, and it completely broke. The boning knife in his right hand followed closely behind. He followed in the footsteps of his companion, but Zhang Heng was still unflustered. As he retreated, he reached into the bag and pulled out 2 more cooking knives to meet Miss F's sword once more. Chapter 1066. No room for negotiation. In the battle between Zhang Heng and Miss F, the person who felt the most heartache was probably the owner of the Western restaurant next door. This was because all his kitchen knives had practically been used by Zhang Heng, leaving behind an astounding trail of damage. In just 2 minutes, Zhang Heng had already used more than a dozen knives. Even though he had lots of knives with him, he couldn't withstand such a rate of scrappage. This also proved Miss F was not holding back. She had, after all, taken out a Type 6 hunting robot on her own before, though she was out of ammunition and the battle had not lasted long. But at least for that half a minute, Miss F still showed her strength. This was especially true for her mechanical prosthesis, a contraption made of obviously the most advanced technology. The exoskeleton warriors that Zhang Heng had fought before also used equipment to increase their strength and speed, but paled in comparison to Miss F's overpowering mechanical prosthetic. That said, Miss F wasn't someone who relied solely on her attributes to overpower others. She had clearly put in a lot of effort in her knife skills. Although her moves seemed very rudimentary, it was only because her fighting style looked like that. In actual combat, Zhang Heng realized that her prediction and reflexes were quite outstanding. These were not qualities a mechanical prosthesis could bestow upon her. They could only come from the hard work she had put in the day after tomorrow. She had gone from being the most popular female live streamer on the internet to her current strength. How much sweat she had put in during this period. Only she could have known how many setbacks she must have encountered. After the other 3 virtues saber in Zhang Heng's hand was cut off, there were only 3 sabers left on Zhang Heng's body. However, Miss F suddenly stopped what she was doing and said, "I can give you one last chance to pick up your own knife." To her surprise, Zhang Heng shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I said that the knife is too dangerous and is not used to deal with friends. But I'll never consider you a friend anymore." Miss F's eyes turned cold. "Our plan is about to succeed. Presently, I can't let Mr. G die in your hands no matter what. I know what you're doing," Zhang Heng said as he took out a small knife from his bag. "You used this riot to attract Shengtang Morgan's armed forces and then kidnap the management team. You plan to encode their memories so that they can help you realize the future you want. This is a brilliant move, and it won't attract the attention of Shengtang headquarters. This is also the only way to give clones the same rights and benefits as ordinary people." Miss F rebuked. "So, you should know how important this matter is to me, in New Shanghai 0297, at least." "I understand." Zhang Heng nodded. "We need Mr. G, not only because he has led us all the way here, but also because we still need his leadership after this. Even if management relents and is willing to grant the clones the same rights as ordinary New Shanghai 0297 people, this will not go smoothly. The people here are already used to the clones' existence and treating them as objects that can be arbitrarily altered rather than residents that share an equal relationship. It will not be easy to change their views, and this will be a very long process. Yes, but your new world deserves a better leader." "Who, you?" For the first time, Miss F looked at Zhang Heng with a hint of disappointment. Zhang Heng bothered to explain nothing. He simply said, "Your strength is not bad, but you're still a little lacking if you want to stop me. Is that so? Then let me see your true strength," grunted Miss F as she tightened her grip on the tungsten sword. The two closed the distance again. Miss F focused her attention like before and swung the tungsten sword. This time around, after paying the price of more than a dozen blades, Zhang Heng did not receive the sword head-on. Having had basically figured out Miss F's combat habits, he dodged the sword, then quickly took a big step forward to dash in front of Miss F. While Zhang Heng was studying her, Miss F was also trying to figure out Zhang Heng's combat style. The latter's knife skills were flexible. Even though nowhere as rapid as her mechanical prosthetic limbs, Zhang Heng was always able to rely on his excellent foresight and the initiative to reduce the range of his defense to block her attacks. Zhang Heng's main defense area was about a foot in front of him. Because there was enough space for him to defend, his blades would need to travel a shorter distance. To a certain extent, it made up for his disadvantage in terms of speed, and although the situation sometimes looked dangerous, he always turned the situation around. However, after fighting for so long, Miss F had a rough idea of Zhang Heng's speed and strength. She didn't know if she was imagining things, but when the two of them fought again, Miss F was surprised to find that Zhang Heng's speed was much higher than before. Miss F's first reaction was that Zhang Heng had hidden his strength, but she quickly realized the real reason. The large bag of knives that Zhang Heng had tied around his waist was also quite heavy. However, as the battle continued, more and more broken knives were thrown away by Zhang Heng, and the number of knives in the bag decreased. The weight on his body naturally became lighter, so his movement speed became faster. The next moment, the distance between Zhang Heng and Miss F was less than half a meter. At this time, the shorter knife in Zhang Heng's hand finally began to show its true power. On Miss F's side, because she had misjudged Zhang Heng's speed, she did not have time to react. By the time she realized what had happened, Zhang Heng was already close to her. Even though Miss F did not panic at all, she immediately withdrew the tungsten sword in her hand in an attempt to force Zhang Heng to retreat again. However, a hair's breadth had already separated the two. Other than speed, what surprised Miss F more was that Zhang Heng's fighting style had changed. No longer was he agile, and his moves were becoming more and more mysterious. In Miss F's opinion, this was almost impossible. The formation of a fighting style wasn't something that happened overnight. Everyone had their own fighting style that they were more familiar with and proficient in, and save for Zhang Heng, who had played in various training halls in the capital, probably no one else could so freely swap combat styles. Although Miss F was already trying her best to salvage the situation, making a mistake would be inevitable in the face of this huge contrast. When her next sword was taken by Zhang Heng, she knew that things were not going well. Sure enough, the knife in Zhang Heng's left hand was already aimed at her heart. At the last moment, Miss F had no choice but to drop the tungsten steel sword in her hand and reluctantly put her mechanical prosthesis back in front of her chest. However, the next moment, the knife in Zhang Heng's hand suddenly disappeared. Miss F felt a heavy blow to her head. Her vision darkened, and everything around her became black. Chapter 1067, Memory Coding Room. On the projection screen, Black witnessed the entire battle between Miss F and Zhang Heng. Even though he wasn't sure what transversed between the two, he could tell that Miss F hadn't held back. However, the final result was still a loss to Zhang Heng. Furthermore, it was under the circumstances where the weapon had the upper hand. After that, Black saw Zhang Heng pull out the hidden scabbard from the ground and walk towards the hall. Over there, the Type 6 hunting robot controlled by Feng Zi was engaged in a bitter skirmish. Though the 15 exoskeleton warriors of the enemy were no match for the Type 6 hunting robot in a one-on-one fight, their speed and strength were still above that of ordinary people. The exoskeletons they wore also provided them with decent defense, and with their outstanding coordination, they were finally able to suppress the Type 6 before them. However, the Type 6's terrifying self-healing ability gave them a headache too. Without using explosives, completely eliminating this enemy in front of them would prove a daunting task. Fortunately, they came prepared for this: alloy chains. Under the circumstances where they could not destroy the Type 6, the Special Ops team would take the second best option. They chose to use the chains to restrict the movements of the target. Of course, it was not easy to do this, especially considering that the Type 6 had 8 legs and was very flexible. However, after the team's tireless efforts, all but 3 legs of the Type 6 had been chained. A Special Ops team member sneaked to the back of the robot and was about to put a chain on his 4th leg when something cut his waist. He did not expect to be targeted first, but finally realized that he had been attacked. However, when he determined that the enemy's weapon was only a knife, he relaxed again. From what he knew, the defense of the exoskeleton equipment wasn't as good as the Type 6 robot, but it wasn't something a cold weapon could break. He probably wouldn't have thought so if he had watched the previous battle between Zhang Heng and the Type 6. He quickly paid the price for his carelessness. After being attacked, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to stick to his original plan. After binding one of the Type 5's legs with the chain, he wanted to turn around and deal with the attacker behind him, but he realized that he had lost control of his exoskeleton. He was completely unable to move. It was only then that he realized that his control center had been destroyed. Zhang Heng did not stand on ceremony. Facing his immobile opponent, he stabbed the hidden scabbard into his stunned eye. After pulling out the bloody blade, Zhang Heng started to search for his next prey. Black watched the members of the Special Ops team fall one by one. With Zhang Heng sharing the burden, the previously suppressed Type 6 robot finally regained its energy. A new lease of life invigorated Black. More and more cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then, before he could come up with a solution, the projection screen in front of him turned black. This was because the camera set up below had been found and destroyed by Zhang Heng. This time, Black completely lost control of the situation. Not caring any more about Mr. G's instructions that he was not to be disturbed, he hurriedly ran to the elevator at the side. Because he was too nervous, he even pressed the down when he was supposed to go up. Then, he quickly canceled the press again. As early as 2 months ago, Mr. G had completed the transformation of the signal tower. He used the top floor to build the memory coding room, but memory coding was very complicated and focused work. Mr. G had set strict rules that no one else was allowed to enter the memory coding room on the top floor without permission. Therefore, Black was also very nervous on the way up. He knew that he had technically disobeyed Mr. G's orders, but he had no choice but to come because he was afraid that he would be a little late due to the current situation. The people standing outside the door were Zhang Heng and his Type 6 robot. Black trotted out of the elevator and ran all the way to a metal door at the end of the corridor. Then, he pressed the doorbell in a panic. About half a minute later, Mr. G's face appeared on the security screen. "Didn't I tell you to lead the battle? Don't disturb me." He growled and frowned. "I'm afraid you have to know this," Black said anxiously. "I followed your plan, and Miss F finally agreed to take action. However, she and the special ops team were unable to stop Zhang Heng and the robot. The rest of them won't be able to hold out much longer. Perhaps in a few minutes, the enemy will arrive." There was no expression on Mr. G's face. "Is that all you have to say?" Black was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know what Mr. G meant. Zhang Heng was about to attack, and his first target was Mr. G, but when the latter received the news, he still seemed a little impatient. He seemed to think that Black was making too much of a fuss over such a trivial matter. "I understand." Mr. G saw through Hay's confusion and added, "You can continue with your work, but I don't seem to have anything else to do now." Black was both ashamed and afraid. The people Mr. G had entrusted him had all been killed. To make matters worse, in the end, they couldn't stop Zhang Heng. Besides, he didn't know what else he could do other than wait for his death. Behind the door, Mr. G seemed to ponder for half a second before saying, "Forget it, you can come in." After he said that, the metal door of the memory encoding room opened. Black took 2 steps back to make room for the door to open, and he walked in. This was the first time he had walked into a room Mr. G classified as top secret. However, as soon as he entered the room, he was shocked by the scene before him. He even temporarily forgot about the fear that Zhang Heng was going to attack him. He saw a large hall surrounded by countless screens, both large and small. Each played a video. Its main character, a middle-aged man in a suit, was played on one screen, while on the left-hand screens, he was sitting at a dining table and eating a steak. Then, on another side, he was having a meeting in a conference room. Black even saw a strange-looking base in a valley. It looked like a giant ship sailing in the wind. Countless overlapping sounds could be heard in the room: the honking of cars, the rustling of paper, chewing gum, and the sound of news broadcasts, all gathering to the point they were going to drown him out. Chapter 1068, half for each. Are all of these a person's memories? Black was stunned for half a minute before he asked. All of his memory? No, this is only a small part of it, Mr. G said. What you see is less than a week's worth at most. It's not easy to find the particular memory we need to modify. We need to constantly fish in the sea of memories. Most ordinary people do not have any patterns in their memory storage. Moreover, sometimes we have to distinguish between the target's imagination and reality. As Mr. G spoke, he pointed to a screen. There, Mr. G was kneeling at the feet of the middle-aged man, begging for the latter's forgiveness with tears in his eyes. See, this is his imagination. He's probably dreaming about this day. Unfortunately, he's now lying in my memory coding room. Black also noticed the 5 people lying on the ground nearby. He initially thought they were all corpses, but realized that they were merely unconscious when he walked in. In addition, on the screen was a single bed was in the middle of the room, where on it lay the middle-aged man. He was wearing a somewhat ridiculous helmet that almost covered his entire face. At the same time, a tube had been inserted at the back, connecting all the way to a peculiar oval-shaped 6-meter in diameter machine. There were 4 people in blue uniforms sitting around the machine. All 4 of them were wearing the same funny helmets. Black had heard of memory coding before, but this was the first time he witnessed the process. Needless to say, the 4 people in blue uniforms were the staff responsible for memory coding. Just as Black wanted to observe the machine more carefully, an electronic synthesizer buzzed. R9041. Memory. Research. Keywords. Board of Directors, Artificial Reproduction Plan. As a core member of Mr. G's organization, Black knew more about his plan than anyone else. He knew that to successfully realize New Shanghai 0297's uprising, he still needed to solve the problem from Shengtang Morgan's headquarters. It was also why Mr. G went to so much trouble to kidnap the management here. Through memory coding, branch management could be on their side from now, finding a reasonable excuse for the change of New Shanghai 0297 to deal with the board of directors at the headquarters. But he didn't know what the artificial reproduction plan thing meant. A second later, he noticed that the screens around him suddenly turned black, but after about 5 seconds, they lit up again. This time, the scene before black became a little difficult to understand. Everyone was looking for job opportunities in a city with an exploding population and extreme division of wealth, asking where the new city was built. In order to get a job, they were willing to accept memory coding. Shengtang Morgan's financial report, where the middle-aged man was, had been increasing year after year, repeatedly hitting a new high. The management team was celebrating the completion of the new project, New Shanghai 0297. Shengtang Morgan had touted this as a paradise, a place eager applicants could get multiple job opportunities. Not only would they be able to reside in this New Shanghai 0297, but if lucky, could reach the 3rd or 4th floor, directly living the life of an elite. Throngs rushed to sign up, racking their brains to enter New Shanghai 0297. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had also been sent here to work. This is also his imagination, right? Black couldn't fully fathom the content of the images, but he still felt a chill as if grasping at a life-saving straw. He could not wait to ask. However, the few words Mr. G uttered next were like a hammer hitting his chest. No, this is reality. What you are desperately trying to overthrow is exactly what the people outside are extremely envious of. How is this possible? Black found it hard to understand. Wait, have you already known about these things? That's right. Mr. G admitted bluntly. I know New Shanghai 0297 is just a city made of lies. Why then, are you still leading us to resist that unfairness? I used to be like you, a member of this city. I played my role conscientiously in the day-to-day cycle until someone above me, due to some kind of prank, woke me up from this long nightmare, allowing me to see the real way the world worked. However, at that time, I didn't have the ability to change everything. In order to let the current me live, I came to an agreement with Shengtang Morgan to play the role of Mr. G here and manage order for them. But now that I've seen the real world, I can't stay in this false paradise forever. Mr. G shook his head. What you're pursuing is still too small. Of course, it's not your fault because you can only see what's in front of you. But I have a bigger blueprint. New Shanghai 0297 is just my starting point. Since they can use memory coding to control ordinary people to work for them, I can also use it to make them work for me. Not only the management of the New Shanghai 0297, but also the board of directors, the entire Earth Federation, and in the process, I will also need some like-minded partners. Black was still trying to digest the news when he heard the last sentence. Are you inviting me to be your partner? No, he's talking to me. A voice came from the door. Black turned around and realized that Zhang Heng was standing behind him. He was shocked. Previously, he had been so absorbed by the images on the screen that he had forgotten about the battle downstairs. Even though the outcome was already set in stone, Zhang Heng's arrival still surprised him. As if knowing what he was thinking, Zhang Heng explained. The battle downstairs is not over yet, but since the rest should be able to deal with the Type 6, I took the liberty to come up. Mr. G nodded. I'm very cautious myself in choosing my partners. As the only two people who've broken into Shengtang Morgan's secret base in New Shanghai 0297 since its establishment, you've proven your ability to be my partner. Moreover, since you already know the truth about this city, you should also know the meaning of my actions. We don't need to dwell on past grudges because the real new era still awaits us. You have quite the bold idea, said Zhang Heng. Before this, I only knew that you had other plans, but I didn't expect you to have such a big goal. You even wanted to use the memory encoder to control all of Shengtang Morgan's top management. The riot this time definitely can't be hidden. The top management will send people to investigate this matter. At that time, with the help of branch management, we can easily encode their memories and make them listen to us. When they return, we can trick more top management to come here, said Mr. G. As long as we do it discreetly, we have a good chance of winning. As far as I know, in addition to New Shanghai 0297, There are 15 new cities under Shengtang Morgan management. We can split them 50 to 50. Chapter 1069, It's Getting Late. It could be said that Mr. G's offer of cooperation sounded very sincere. Even Black couldn't help but be moved by his gesture. He had initially found it difficult to accept Mr. G's deception. Still, after hearing the latter's broader picture of the future and looking back at what had happened in New Shanghai 0297, his initial feelings didn't matter that much anymore. New Shanghai 0297 was a city built on lies, and Mr. G had only added one more. If what he saw on the screen was true, then even if they had followed the original plan, they would still be living another lie. Mr. G had now, however, provided a real way out of this city of lies. Then, after leaving, instead of living like most ordinary people on the screen, he could control his own fate and even the fate of thousands of people. The mere thought of such power was already an exciting prospect. This was perhaps why Mr. G wasn't worried about Zhang Heng from beginning to end. He was simply confident enough that he could convince the latter to join his cause. To Black's surprise, Zhang Heng shook his head. Sorry. Not interested. Why? Mr. G was also stunned. You've been to Shengtang Morgan's secret base yourself, so you should know the situation. Are you willing to live a lie the rest of your life? It doesn't matter. I won't be staying here long anyway. Zhang Heng shrugged. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. After your unremitting efforts, you provided me with 50 shellac records in the shortest time possible. My goal here has been accomplished, so whatever happens next is purely my personal preference. Mr. G's biggest mistake was to treat Zhang Heng as an average person from the beginning. At first, he treated Zhang Heng as one of the thousands of residents who diligently played their role in the city. After that, he placed Zhang Heng in the same position as himself. Hence, he really could not think of any reason for Zhang Heng to reject him. However, Zhang Heng was different from anyone he had ever met. If New Shanghai 0297 was just a fabricated lie in the eyes of Mr. G and Shengtang Morgan, then in Zhang Heng's eyes, everything from Shengtang Morgan to the so-called outside world was just a dungeon. Therefore, to him, there was no essential difference between here and the outside world. He had obtained 50 shellac records from Mr. G and 16 from Old Man Gum. He had already obtained 660 points from this dungeon, enough to advance to the next round of the game. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, he could smoothly enter the top 50 and receive the small gift the bartender mentioned. Naturally, there was no need for Zhang Heng to risk it and open up a new map. Moreover, even though Mr. G said it was easy, it was, in reality, nowhere near that. In the era of memory coding, the board of directors would not be helpless against such a crisis. Mr. G's move might work in New Shanghai 0297, but it might not in the face of a higher existence. Even if he succeeded, it would be useless for Zhang Heng to be assigned to 8 new cities. After all, he would still leave when the game time was up. Mr. G obviously could not understand Zhang Heng's obsession with shellac records, just as he could not understand how a person lacked any thought whatsoever about power. Nevertheless, he still did not give up trying to convince Zhang Heng. Before he could open his mouth again, however, Zhang Heng had already waved his hand to stop him from continuing. It's getting late. After this matter is settled, I still plan to take a good look around the city. Zhang Heng held the hidden scabbard in his hand and smiled at Mr. G. Next, please try not to get hit by me. Miss F didn't know how long she had been unconscious. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the signal tower not far away had become a sea of fire. The people below were busy putting out the blaze, but since the elevator had been burned to a crisp, they were unable to find any other way to get up, leaving most of them anxious. You're awake? Black saw Miss F open her eyes and said happily. The first thing Miss F said after she woke up was, "Where is he? Mr. G is still up there." He did not escape. Black thought Miss F was asking about her fiancé, and his eyes dimmed. I'm not talking about him. Miss F paused. Wait, you said Mr. G is still up there. Is he dead? Although I too hope for a miracle, the possibility of him surviving the fire is indeed close to zero. In order to avoid Miss F's excessive grief, Black tried to put it more tactfully. Were you there as well? What exactly happened up there? Miss F asked. Everything was going according to plan. Mr. G was almost done coding the management's memory, but Zhang Heng barged in at that moment. There was a big fight between the two of them. Mr. G told me to take the management and leave first. He blocked Zhang Heng, but when I sent him to a safe place, this place would have turned into a sea of fire. Even though Black's words were reasonable, Miss F still felt that something was wrong. However, when she looked into Black's eyes when he spoke, she could not find any signs of him lying. In other words, everything he said was true. At least, he believed that everything he said was true. Where is Zhang Heng now? Miss F asked again. I don't know. I haven't seen him since I came back. He should have left already, right? Black looked a little lost. You've finally woken up. What should we do now? He didn't know whether the uprising was a success or not. They had kidnapped the management team according to the original plan and coded the latter's memory. Although a success, their leader, Mr. G, had unfortunately perished in the fire. They had no idea what happened after that. Black said to Miss F, Everyone is waiting for you to make a decision. Wait for me to make a decision? Miss F frowned. Why? Where is Chief Zheng? Chief Zheng's body was just found in the sewer across the street. We suffered heavy losses this time. The rest of the people have already discussed it and hope that you can lead us. Not only is your prestige now at its highest, but you are also Mr. G's fiancé. He has been guiding us all this time and has finally given his life for our cause. No one can replace his position in our hearts. Therefore, no one other than you can inherit the legacy he left behind. Black paused for a moment, probably worried that Miss F had just woken up from her coma and was still in a daze, so he reminded her again. The most important thing now is how to get the police to rescue the management team in a reasonable manner. Also, we need to take revenge for Mr. G. Please issue an open-ended death warrant for Zhang Heng. The initial reward will be set at 5 million, and it will be increased by 1 million credits every month. Although we are not his match, New Shanghai 0297 is so vast. In it lurk crouching tigers and hidden dragons. As long as the reward is high enough, there will naturally be people who can deal with him. Miss F fell silent. She had always felt that there was something wrong with him, but she simply couldn't put her finger on it. Finally, after a long silence, she nodded. Let's do it. Chapter 1070, Bodyguard End. In a small hotel on the second floor, Feng Zi's wristband vibrated twice. It showed that she had received an email. After seeing the title, she instantly jumped up from the bed, bending to pick up the clothes that had been thrown everywhere. The man on the other side also opened his eyes and saw Feng Zi's back that had not the slightest tripe of fat and the beautiful curves that followed. He, however, couldn't appreciate it for long. The latter had already put on her pants and shirt and tidied up her hair. What time is it now? 6 o'clock. Feng Zi replied as she poured 2 glasses of water, one for himself and the other for the man on the bed. Why so early? On the surface, I'm swamped this morning. I just received a big order, and I have a flower arrangement class at 10 o'clock. Flower arrangement class? Are you serious? What's wrong? Can't I learn how to arrange flowers with my wrench hand? You know that's not what I meant. The man took the cup. By the way, how's your machine repair shop business coming? It's okay. SOSO. Last week, I beat up 2 shifty-eyed guys that asked us to fix their partner's robot doll. If you don't want to fix it, then don't fix it. Why did you have to beat them up? Because they thought I was an idiot and couldn't see that they were actually coming for you. Feng Zi sneered. They thought I would really treat them like little white rabbits just because I brought a companion doll. Also, the real reason why I had to leave at 6 in the morning was that I didn't want to see a few burly bounty hunters rush to my bed again. That was an accident, and didn't I kill them all? The man took out the pistol under his pillow and shook it twice. I killed all the people who saw you naked, not a single one. Heh. Feng Zi snorted coldly. What? I remember you loved looking for thrills. That was because I could only live according to the established path, and every day was boring. Feng Zi said. But now, Xingtang Morgan has announced a series of new regulations, allowing the clones to enjoy the same rights and interests as ordinary people. They have completely removed the restrictions on the first and fourth floors, raised the minimum wage and basic living security, reduced advertising, and tried to limit the expansion of large enterprises and protect the rights and interests of small and medium-sized enterprises. Everyone has found a new direction of life. Sounds good. The man said. What about you? Are you really not going to see her before you leave? See who? Miss F. You know she's been waiting for you, right? Fengzi said. Why are you still unwilling to tell her all the truth and explain what happened on the top floor of the signal tower that day? At first, you said you were worried she'd just taken over Mr. G's position and was still unstable. You had to put up a bounty to kill you to show your attitude and get the people below to accept her. But now, she's in a stable enough position, right? Why are you still not going to see her? I didn't tell anyone the truth, the man said calmly. And I said that since Mr. G kept saying that he wanted to create a new world, I'd help him. Isn't he doing well now? Everyone who has a new life is remembering him. Now, he can replace Baudrillard and become the most popular and respected person in this city. Last week, I went to buy a mug with his face on it. You'll never reach the truth. All you'll get is a set of carefully designed narratives. Fengzi put on her clothes, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat back on the man's body and wrapped her arms around his neck. I was delighted when I slept with you for the first time, but sleeping too much seems to be the same thing. But I'll probably still miss you after you leave. In that case, why don't you just close the shop today? The man asked. Good idea, but I don't think you can last that long. Fengzi raised her eyebrows. An hour later, Fengzi still left the small hotel, and the man was no longer sleepy. He got up, took a shower, made a phone call, and went downstairs for breakfast. He then drove around the city with a trunk full of shellac records in the trunk. After making a few turns, he drove to Grand Central Station, bought a ticket to the first floor, and checked all the shellac records in the trunk. 10 minutes later, the man walked out of the station. He hadn't been here since he killed Mr. G, the main reason not wanting to cause trouble for himself. After all, Mr. G had always been a totem-like figure on the first floor. He was even more powerful after he died. Many young people who idolized him even chose to tattoo his head on their bodies to show their nostalgia and longing for him. He was now completely portrayed as a revolutionary pioneer who exuded idealism and humanistic care. Reality is always more absurd than literary works. When the man walked to a coffee shop, a voice sounded behind him. Xiao Ming, wearing a windbreaker, handed the 2 cones in his hands to the man opposite him. Try it. It's Mr. G's 44th birthday special. Unfortunately, the number is not very auspicious. The man took the ice cream, but he did not eat it. Instead, he directly threw it into the trash can at the side. As expected, you still don't trust me at all. How heartless. I have already helped you with so many things. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly. I've been keeping an eye on the management team for you, and the people sent by headquarters were also sent by me. I thought you already regarded me as a friend. Forget about friends. You'll be thankful if you don't cause any trouble after I leave. The man said. I wouldn't dare. You're the famous Zhang Heng. Even Mr. G died at your hands. Furthermore, in the next year or so, not a single bounty hunter was able to kill you and receive a bounty. This is the first time I've seen someone who can single-handedly kill a Type 6 robot. If I screwed up, who knows where you'll come from to kill me? Xiao Ming said with a shrug. Besides, no one gave me a commemorative ice cream after my death. After I leave, you'll be the only one who knows the truth behind New Shanghai 0297, said Zhang Heng. That's not true. There's also Egoat and Su Qian. Xiao Ming paused. To be honest, I didn't expect you to make such a choice in the end. They have already sacrificed enough and deserve the future they look forward to, regardless if this future is based on lies. As for whether someone will break into the secret base of Shengtang Morgan, it's none of my business, Zhang Heng said. Also, remember, you'll never reach the truth. All you'll get is a set of meticulously designed narratives. Xiao Ming opened his mouth, a confused expression on his face. However, Zhang Heng did not explain further. Instead, he walked into the cafe, followed by Xiao Ming. Zhang Heng picked a table by the window and sat down, just in time to see the movie theater outside. A figure wearing a qipao and a mechanical prosthesis on her left arm walked out about 20 minutes later. She was talking to the person next to her, but her footsteps suddenly stopped. She seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the coffee shop across the street, only to see a man with a stunned face, staring at the empty seat in front of him with his eyes wide open. Chapter 1071, Lunatic Leaderboard. There were less than 24 hours left before the first round of the Proxy War dungeon officially ended. The enthusiasm of the players was also at an unprecedented high. Some, having nothing better to do, even checked the official website every 2 minutes to see if there were any changes in the rankings. After that, they took a screenshot and posted it on the forum. However, as the deadline was approaching, the rankings, especially those at the top, had gradually stabilized. The first place was still the guild leader of Arc of Light, February Siege, with 2,892 points. Second place, however, was surpassed by a player called Tchaikovsky from the second front. Garnering a score of only 65 points lower than February Siege's, his appearance also broke Arc of Light's monopoly on the top 3. However, other than Tchaikovsky's sudden appearance, there were no other changes to the top 10. Silver Wing's guild leader, Pegasus, initially ranked 10th, had been pushed out of the top 10. He was ranked 11th with 2,240 points. Although the rewards for the top 50 were the same, for a large guild like Silver Wing, not being able to enter the top 10 was a failure in itself. It would bring a series of adverse effects. For example, there were already people gloating over Silver Wing's misfortune on the forums, arguing they had actually fallen behind Arc of Light and Second Front ever since the previous guild leader's death. Falling into the second tier, it was suggested that Silver Wing be expelled from the big 3 guilds. However, very soon, a few Silver Wing members had come out and refuted the suggestion. The two sides began to engage in a war of words. The exchange was lively, and gradually, the topic was diverted. They began to turn to the boring question of how many Pegasus would be needed to fight February Siege. However, it was then that a respawn party suddenly discovered that the top 10 on the leaderboard had been refreshed again. Everyone, including February Siege, had lost 1 place. The first place had now been replaced by a player called Beta. This was an earth-shattering moment. After everyone realized that the 3 major guilds had collectively remained silent on this matter, none made a sound. It could only mean that this player named Beta did not belong to any guild. Independent player? That's strong. Although the internet did not have any memories, it had only been a short while. Very quickly, someone remembered that this Beta was one of the only 2 players who had scored more than 1,000 points in the first Proxy War dungeon. There was also another player named Simon. He had obtained the highest score of 1,475 points in the first battle. Up until now, nobody actually knew how he did it. They could only lament that he must have used a cheat. But after that, Simon's score was forever fixed at 1,475 points, and as time passed, more and more believed that he must have met with an in-game accident. Thus, no one paid attention to him anymore. As for Beta, everyone only realized that his ranking had changed a few hours ago, and he had quietly reached 37th place. Then, half a minute ago, he had jumped to the top of the rankings again. Just who was this guy? And he even completed 2 dungeons back-to-back without a break? The people on the forum could not help but ask about this player named Beta. Unfortunately, no one could tell his background. In fact, after the first game had ended, when his score exceeded 1,000 points, he attracted the attention of many. Just like his score, he was also famous for his mysteriousness. This guy named Beta seemed to have jumped out of a rock. No player had ever met him in real life or in the game, and naturally, no one could gather any information about him. However, just as everyone was lamenting that the first place in the first round of the Proxy War dungeon had actually been taken by some extremely mysterious independent player, no one expected the top 10 positions on the ranking list to be refreshed once again. That mysterious player named Beta had only stayed in first place for less than 15 hours before he was replaced by another player. At first, everyone thought that the 3 great guilds had come up with some sort of ultimate move. However, when they saw the name of the player in fifth place, everyone was stunned. This was because the person who was currently ranked first was actually a familiar ID. Simon, 3,025 points. Additionally, due to Beta's sudden appearance, some bored people had also looked up Simon's ranking. They could prove that just a few minutes ago, Simon's score was still stuck at 1,475 points in the first round. In other words, this guy who had only played 2 proxy war dungeons so far had already bumped his ranking to first place. Moreover, he was the only player with more than 3,000 points, which was 27 points higher than Beta, in second place. If the onlookers were still amazed by the sudden rise of Beta, they didn't know what to say about Simon's sudden appearance. This TM is a stone hammer, isn't it? Spokesperson, merry-go-round. If he really got 1,475 points in the first game, it wouldn't be surprising if he gets 1,550 points in the second game. More precisely, he couldn't get such a high score in the second game, which was why the stone hammer cheated him. Spokesperson, Madrid is incredible. You joking, buddy? Isn't this cheating? Try to fucking get more than 1,000 points in one match for me to see. Spokesperson, Monkey Sealy, just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't. Didn't that guy called B also get more than 1,000 points in one match? And the president of the Ark of Light, February Siege, also got close to 1,000 points in one match. Spokesperson, Madrid is incredible, but isn't his 3,000 points for 2 games a little too exaggerated? Are we really playing the same game? Spokesperson, Xiongwu spreads his wings. As more and more people noticed the long-lost name at the top of the leaderboard, the forum was completely blown up. The main thing was that this guy named Simon had completely exceeded their range of common sense. If the 1,400 points in the first game could be explained by chance, then the 1,500 points in the second game had proven that this wasn't a chance at all. However, the problem was that no one knew how he did it. Not to mention that mysterious Beta, even February Siege, was now recognized as a top expert by all the players. Moreover, the entire Ark of Light guild served him well, where the average score for each of the 3 rounds did not exceed 1,000 points, especially for those who participated in the game. Everyone knew that the further into the game, the harder it was to earn points. Simon was 500 points ahead of February Siege in every round. This was a little too much. Very soon, a post popped up on the forum on whether players can achieve an average of 1,500 points per round, was bumped up to the most popular spot. There were all kinds of whimsical comments below, but no one could come up with a convincing plan. The reason for that, however, was actually very simple. After all, Zhang Heng had stayed in the previous dungeon for 270 days. Even though he did not collect any more shellac records in the later stages, because of the previous agreement with the gold diggers, he would continue providing him with shellac records. This was especially the case when the dungeon time had been dragged long enough. The number of shellac records that he had accumulated became very substantial. Therefore, when Zhang Heng left the dungeon, he realized that he had unknowingly returned to the top of the list. Chapter 1072, Instant Noodles and Fruit Juice. Zhang Heng wasn't really struggling with the rankings. His goal was to be in the top 50, and unlike other players, had only played 2 proxy war dungeons. However, the points from these 2 games allowed him to return to the top of the leaderboard. As soon as Zhang Heng left the lounge on the bar's second floor, he received several messages. Most of them were congratulatory in nature. The first was from Black Swan, and it was full of hints as usual. I've opened a bottle of red wine for you at home, handsome. Would you like to join me for a drink? The second message was from Rabbit. Haha. I really want to see the faces of the people from the besieged city in February. Are you for real? Aren't you a little too strong? You've only played 2 games in the first round of the proxy war dungeon, and you've already surpassed everyone? Also, do you know the origin of that Beta below you? He looks mighty too. I can't take it anymore. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Those Ark of Light guys also have this day. I have to order a midnight snack behind my mother's back. I also have to tell this good news to that guy, Li Bai. Considering the conflict between the Union and Ark of Light, Rabbit was obviously not unhappy without reason. The third message was from D4 of fortune building, and only one sentence was written. Brother, you're amazing. We have a new batch of props. I'll send you the introductions later and see if there's anything you need. Other than that, there was also a message from Shin Cc. Its contents much more Spartan. She merely congratulated Zhang Hong. In the end, however, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's one thing to get 3,000 points in the first round, but how did you manage to get a 3.9 GPA at the same time? Zhang Hong scrolled downwards and found a message from Chun Huadong, which surprised him a little. He had thought that Chun Huadong already knew about it, but in the end, the contents only said, when you come back tomorrow morning, pass the overpass next to the school and bring me a pancake and fruit, plus a sausage. After that, Zhang Hong pulled up the information list to 2 days ago, but he still didn't find any information about Fan Meinan. In addition, she didn't appear on the list. Even though everyone had entered their ID, countless very bored people had already scoured the list over the past few days. Other than extremely mysterious people who didn't reveal any information like Beta, the rest could already be identified. Fan Meinan, however, wasn't one of them. Considering the latter's identity as Loki's agent, there was no reason for her not to participate in this proxy war. There were two possibilities. Either Fan Meinan didn't make it into the top 500, which seemed a bit impossible. Fan Meinan's strength might be unknown, but with her superb deception, there was no reason for her to be eliminated in the first round. Furthermore, the one standing behind her was Loki, the foremost evil god in Norse mythology. And thanks to Manwë, everyone now knew the names of him and Thor, his brother. From this standpoint, this Beta that appeared out of nowhere must very likely be related to Loki. But if Beta was Fan Meinan, then there was no reason for her to not contact him after the first round of the game. Zhang Hong recalled that the last he met Fan Meinan was about 2 months ago. Since then, she had never contacted him again. Thus, Zhang Hong was more inclined to think that Fan Meinan was in some kind of trouble. To put it more accurately, Fan Meinan had been in trouble since early that morning. This was also why she had left home and traveled thousands of miles to live alone in this city. Even during the new year, she never returned home. Thanks to the influence of the woman in sunglasses, Fan Meinan was still on the bounty list of the 3 major guilds. Thus, she had to be careful in her daily affairs. Her whereabouts kept a tight secret. Previously, Zhang Hong had been in contact with her through phone and WeChat. Now that those 2 channels were unavailable, Zhang Hong did not know how to find Fan Meinan for the time being. At that moment, Zhang Hong's phone vibrated again, indicating that he had received a message. Unlike the previous messages he received, there was nothing except a location. Zhang Hong looked at the number, but that too was a number he did not recognize. However, after seeing the address, Zhang Hong raised his eyebrows as though something crossed his mind. After putting on her clothes, Fan Meinan walked through the dark corridor outside the door. Tiptoeing all the way to the stairs, she tried her best not to disturb those who were sleeping on the side of the corridor. She turned around to make sure that no one had noticed her before she slipped down the stairs with ease. After passing through a small garden and parking lot, Fan Meinan saw the back door, which meant she was very close to her destination. Knowing she might get spotted, Fan Meinan pulled down the hood of her coat to cover her face. She walked past the security guard on night duty in the on-duty room, turned a corner, and finally saw the lights of the 24-hour convenience store. She pushed the door open and walked in. It was 4 in the morning, and there was no one else in the convenience store except for a salesperson. Fan Meinan walked around the shelves, first picking a packet of shrimp and fish-flavored instant noodles before grabbing a packet of spicy sticks. After hesitating for half a minute, she sighed and returned the spicy sticks back on the shelves. She changed that with a juice bottle and picked a packet of 5-flavor fish and tofu along the way before finally heading to the cashier to pay the bill. She also requested the cashier to get her some hot water for the instant noodles. Fan Meinan took the instant noodles to the dining corner. While waiting for it to be cooked, she opened the packet of fish and tofu and ate 2 slices. A few seconds later, she opened the lid of the steaming noodles and took a whiff, letting out a satisfied sigh. Feeling thirsty, She tried to open the fruit juice again, not expecting that the bottle wouldn't open despite twisting the lid. Unable to believe her eyes, she brought the fruit juice in front of her and tried again. However, she still failed to open it. At that point, the cashier seemed to have noticed the situation and offered her help. "Miss, do you need help?" "I'm good. I can handle this small problem," Fan Meinan grunted almost subconsciously. She wrapped the bottle cap with her clothes and tried a third time. Yet, the bottle cap still did not budge. Fan Meinan felt a little awkward at this moment. She realized that she really couldn't open the bottle. However, she had just rejected the cashier's help. The latter had already sat down and was playing with her phone. Now, Fan Meinan was too embarrassed to ask for the cashier's help again, so she could only put the bottle back on the table. After the incident, she suddenly lost her appetite for the noodles in front of her, surrounded by an unprecedented sense of loss and powerlessness. She did not expect that she had lost so much strength, to the point she couldn't open a bottle of juice. If this went on for a week, she wouldn't even be able to sneak out for a bowl of instant noodles. Fan Meinan lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. But in the next moment, a pair of hands picked up the juice in front of her, twisted the bottle cap open, and placed it back in front of her. "How long do you plan to hide from me?" Chapter 1073, The Test. Fan Meinan raised her head and was shocked to see Zhang Heng standing in front of her. "Why are you here?" "I went to your room earlier, but you weren't there," Zhang Heng said. He grabbed a bottle of Coke from the shelf beside him and walked over to the counter to pay. "I came in from the front door and came out the back door to look for you. I'm not asking how you found this convenience store, but how you knew I was here." Zhang Heng didn't answer the question. He opened the Coke can and took a sip. Then he pulled the chair next to Fan Meinan and sat down. "How serious is it?" he asked as he looked into her eyes. "How serious is what?" Fan Meinan looked a little guilty. "I just came here for minor surgery. I don't want everyone to know about it, especially when I think about how I might have to accept your hypocritical greetings later. You must have been sick for a long time. The second time we met, I carried you on the run to hide from Xavier. At that time, I realized that you were much lighter than a normal person. This is also why you always wear baggy clothes. Later, to save Han Lu, you tried to telepathically find your sister. You took off your shirt in the bathroom, and I noticed that your body was indeed much smaller than a normal person's. Also, the last time we met at McDonald's, you didn't look well. Your condition must have progressed again. You have a band-aid on the back of your hand. You don't want me to find the needle marks left on the back of your hand, right?" Zhang Heng paused for a moment. "Actually, I should have realized this earlier. I went back to your house with you when you were in Lego. You were clearly different from your sister, and there was nothing wrong with your relationship with your parents. However, in the real world, you still chose to leave home alone and run to another city thousands of miles away. You didn't return even during the new year because you didn't want your parents to see you like this. You don't know anything." Fan Meinan interrupted Zhang Heng coldly. "You came here late at night without sleeping. You sat in front of me, acting like a famous Detective Conan, humming in my ear, showing off your observation skills, and peeling at other people's scars as if everything was under your control. Why can't you just mind your own business? Aren't you still participating in that proxy war? My score is currently at the top," Zhang Heng said calmly. "Then go find something else to do. Go find that rich investor of yours or that cherry blossom girl of yours. They might even be willing to throw a party for you to celebrate your victory. Perhaps even Shun Cece can do it too. I think she probably likes a self-righteous guy like you." Fan Meinan snapped. "One of you represents justice, and the other represents arrogance. You two are a perfect match. You can even play that sweet trick of yours and help a girl unscrew the cap. I bet on the surface, she's calm, but on the inside, she's happy. This isn't my first time meeting you. I know you can be quite mean sometimes, but today, you've broken your own meanness record." Those words really left a deep impression on me. Zhang Heng didn't get angry and took another sip of his Coke. "But I don't think I've offended you recently." "Of course not. You're right, handsome. I'm just a vicious and mean little liar. Unlike a decent person like you, I spend every day figuring out how to trick the next person. So, can you please do me a favor and stop disturbing my work?" It wasn't easy for me to get into this hospital. I'm brewing some kind of shocking conspiracy, and I'm planning to show off my skills. If you want to know what's happening next, wait to browse the forums like everyone else, waiting to admire my heroism. Okay. Zhang Heng's straightforward answer startled Fan Meinan. However, she waited for half a minute, but the man still showed no sign of getting up, so she pulled a long face. Interesting. I don't remember the chairs covered in glue. I'll be leaving soon, Zhang Heng said, as long as you answer one question honestly. Why didn't you participate in the first round of the proxy war? Zhang Heng glanced at his starfish mechanical watch as he spoke. You should know that the first round of the game will end in less than 18 hours, right? Did that temperamental boss of yours fire you? Hee hee. I just realized that you're really good at pissing people off. Fan Meinan was a little distracted by the sudden appearance of a certain someone, so she put down her fork and turned to look at Zhang Heng. Sure, if you want to know the reason, I'll tell you the reason. That would be great. Loki is different from any other god. If you've read Norse mythology, you should know that he has always been a very special existence. As the son of a giant, he has lived with Protoss, but he has never been very sociable and has always been outside the rules. This is also why he has two agents, me and my sister. However, according to the rules of the organizing committee, a god can only choose one agent to participate in the proxy war. At first, we didn't take this rule seriously. We thought that he would come up with a way for both of us to get in, but when the game started, Loki told us that only one of us could participate in the proxy war. Then what will the other person do? Zhang Heng asked. He will be eliminated. Fan Meinan explained. He said that to be fair, he will give each of us a test. The first person to pass the test will be officially chosen as his agent, and the other person will no longer have anything to do with him from then on. The power he gave us previously will also be taken back. So you're the one who failed the test. That's right. Fan Meinan smiled self-deprecatingly. Aren't you curious about what my test was? Even if you don't tell me, I can guess a little. You're not stupid. I told you to come to me for help if you needed anything, but you never came to me this time. Instead, you deliberately stayed away from me. It seems that your test is most likely related to me. Zhang Heng said. I'm just a little curious. Why is Loki suddenly so interested in killing me? He's the god of tricks. He likes to see his target's ugly behavior when he's fooled. No one could ever really guess what went on in his mind. Fan Meinan said. Anyway, this kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. I lost, and my sister won. It's that simple. Chapter 1074, Magic. It was 4:37 a.m. There weren't many cars on the street, and there weren't many pedestrians. Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were the only two customers in the convenience store. Meanwhile, the mail shop assistant had put on his headphones and was gaming on his mobile. The whole city fell silent as if fallen into a deep sleep. What about your illness? Zhang Heng finished the Coke in his hand and put the empty aluminum can aside. You want to become Rocky's agent because you hope he can cure you, right? I have a very rare illness. Back then, just to find out the cause, my parents took me all over the country and spent almost all of my family's savings. During that time, every time I opened my eyes, I could see my father's serious face and my mother secretly wiping away tears. You always look unhappy, #oh. This must be the origin of your WeChat handle, right? Zhang Heng thought of something and raised his eyebrows. That's right. After the diagnosis, I found out that my illness could not be cured with current medical technology. Furthermore, subsequent treatment would be very high on the expenses. In addition, my brother is still in school, so there are many things for my family to spend money on. I don't want to become a burden to my family and drag down the people I care about the most. Therefore, I ran away from home with this thought in mind. At that time, I had not yet come into contact with the world we are in now, so I did not have any extravagant hopes for treatment. Fan Meinan said, I just wanted to like as far as I could from the city where I could live as freely possible and spend the rest of my days alone in peace. I also bought the ticket casually, so it was purely a coincidence that I came here. Moreover, I almost ran out of money a few days after I came here, but my luck was not bad. Before my last penny was spent, I happened to find a job in a restaurant that provided food and accommodation. I was mainly responsible for the cashier and the invoice. From then on, my life gradually stabilized. Of course, I didn't have the money to continue the treatment. Sometimes, I would lie in the dormitory and wonder if I would die quietly in a strange city alone or if there was a worse situation. Before that, I would gradually lose the ability to move and be unable to work to support myself. To prevent getting sent to the hospital for resuscitation and someone contacting my family, I made a decision. If it really came to this, I would end myself first. However, making up my mind to die and facing death head-on are two completely different things. Even if I had prepared everything and imagined the worst-case scenario, I still couldn't completely accept the fact that I was going to die. That feeling was like someone had placed a clock in my body, and a countdown clock was continuously ticking. I knew that it would one day return to zero, but I didn't know when that would happen. It just kept on ticking away. As time passed, I couldn't get used to nor accept it. Instead, I became even more afraid. There was a time when I was in a poor mental state, and I couldn't sleep at night. Occasionally, I would have nightmares when I fell asleep. As a result, my working condition during the day became worse. I made a few miscalculations, got verbal warnings from the boss, and even lost my salary. That's when she found me. Your sister who was taken away from you when you were a child? Yes, I remember you saying about the telepathic connection you have had between you since young. Zhang Heng said. That's right. One day, she came to find me. However, at that time, I didn't know her identity. I even thought that my illness had affected my brain and that I was hallucinating. She walked into the restaurant where I worked and booked the largest private room for herself. Then, she ordered every single dish on the menu. The boss was alarmed and suspected that she was here to cause trouble. However, she immediately took out her credit card and paid for all the meals in advance. The boss immediately put on a different expression and urged the kitchen to cook for her. She even pushed back the dishes for the other guests. Then, she went up to her and asked if she had any additional instructions. In the end, she pointed at me and asked me to eat with her. I wanted to say that I was just a cashier, but the boss quickly pushed me into her private room. After everyone left, she told me that she would perform a magic trick for me next. I asked her what the trick was, but she didn't want to continue. She just gave me an address and told me to go there after work. She also told me that she knew that I was already on death's list, and that once I was on that list, I wouldn't be able to come down again. But she also said that there was a great existence in the world that could fool everyone, even death. After saying that, she didn't answer any of my questions. She only told me that we had about 20 minutes to eat. After 20 minutes, she used the excuse of going to the bathroom and never came back. After another 10 minutes, the boss realized that something was wrong. He searched the entire restaurant but couldn't find her. After that, the boss realized that the money he had received for the meal was also missing. He was outraged and immediately called the police. I also went to make a statement, but I hid the address that she gave me. Did you see him after that? Who? My sister? No, I'm talking about Loki. I don't know. According to Norse mythology, he can transform into anything. I've never seen his true face. The day we first met, I saw a Scottish fold. It didn't speak, mainly because my sister spoke. After that, it gave me a contract for a trial period and a night to think it over. But considering my situation at the time, I didn't have much room to think. As long as there was a way to cheat death, no matter how slim the chance was, I had to try. So I accepted the contract and became his agent like my sister. But now, I've ruined everything. Fan Mainan drank a mouthful of juice and looked out the window at the street. A little black cat had just entered the green belt. Actually, I knew from the beginning that I wouldn't be a match for my sister. She's more like Loki. She's as cunning and cold as he is, and she can manipulate her target without realizing it. Loki will undoubtedly admire her more. After becoming Loki's agent, she did a lot of big things, especially during the auction. She fooled the 3 major guilds and the Chamber of Commerce that participated in the auction. In comparison, everything I've done can only be considered a small matter. I've also taken a lot of blame for some unknown reason. So, this time, I can be considered to have lost wholeheartedly. There's nothing to complain about. You don't have to feel guilty or touched. Even if I had made up my mind to grit my teeth and kill you, I probably wouldn't have been a match for you. Moreover, my sister's side might have already completed the test long ago. Now that I think about it, I don't have much of a chance of winning from the start. Chapter 1075, Sky-High Transaction Price. Zhang Heng quietly listened to Fan Mainan's story and made no comments. Instead, he asked, "How much time do you have left?" "What do you mean?" "My condition? It's deteriorated to stage for about 2 months ago. If I'm fast, it'll only be 2 to 3 months. Optimistically, I probably still have another 6 months." Fan Mainan said, "Why? Do you still want to come to my funeral?" "I've been busy with some things recently, so I don't think I'll be able to find the time." Zhang Heng threw the empty Coke can into the trash can and pulled out his phone. He typed something on it, and as soon as the first email was sent out, he wrote a second one. Fan Mainan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly continued. "Then forget it. Initially, I wanted to ask you to help me take care of some of my belongings. I also prepared a few game props as payment, but I don't think you'll like them. After all, you're already at the top of the list for the proxy war, so I'll go find someone else. Besides me, do you have any other friends here?" Zhang Heng asked. "I can post a reward on the forum. Then, when the person you hired saw your current state, they probably snatched your props away." Zhang Heng didn't raise his head. "Why don't you push back time and wait till I'm free to die? Do you think I don't want to live?" Fan Mainan slammed the plastic fork in her hand. "But I've already been abandoned by Loki. I've lost all my abilities. I can't use plasticine to make anything, and I can't participate in this proxy war because the organizing committee has banned me from even entering normal dungeons. How can you, the #1 person on the list, possibly understand me? I'm no longer a person from your world. Other than the few items left, I'm no different from a normal person. Even the money I spent on the hospital was scammed from the past, and I'm almost out of it. Just like Cinderella, once the clock strikes 12, my crystal shoes, pumpkin carriage, and prom dress will all disappear. I'll return to the normal girl who sleeps in the restaurant dormitory and can only watch as death slowly creeps up on me." "I don't think all of your things have disappeared," Zhang Heng said. "Don't you still have me? Since supernatural powers do really exist, there must be a cure for your illness. Do you think I haven't thought of that? I've contacted hundreds of chambers of commerces, but they don't have the items I need. It's the same at the auction. On the first day of the game forum, I posted a request for items in the tool trading zone, but until now, no one has contacted me. Have you ever considered that you didn't offer them enough chips? Also, your ID doesn't have any credibility. If such items really do exist, they must be very valuable. Most people would keep them for themselves. No one knows when they, or their important family and friends will need them. Even if they were to sell them, they wouldn't contact a stranger on the forum." Zhang Heng checked the items he had written, then pressed the send button. "That's not important anymore. I can't afford this thing anyway." Fan Mainan sighed. "My disguise is no longer effective." "Good news. It turns out I can." The moment Zhang Heng said that, his phone lit up, indicating he had received an email. The sender was D4, and there was only one sentence in it. "Is this true?" The 5 exclamation marks behind it fully displayed the shock in his heart. Zhang Heng replied, "That's right. Send it according to this." Then, D4 replied almost instantly, "No problem. According to the request, if had someone else entrusted us, we would have to check the goods first. We, however, can fully trust Mr. Simon's words. You just have to come to our headquarters in 2 weeks. This is also a wonderful advertising opportunity for us. Thank you for the great effort." After Zhang Heng sent the message, he put away his phone and turned to Fan Mainan. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Fan Mainan appeared a little lost. "To talk to your former employer," replied Zhang Heng calmly. At the same time, the players' forums on the other side were once again in an uproar. There was a fierce battle on the leaderboard tonight, and the turn of events was even more exciting than the TV series. First, Beta single-handedly suppressed the 3 major guilds and ranked first on the leaderboard. In the end, it was not long before Simon overtook them. Moreover, someone quickly dug up the shocking news that Simon had only played 2 rounds in the first round of the proxy war, causing the players to quarrel over whether Simon had any cheats. The traffic on the forums tonight had already set a record. Many of the usual diving parties had also been blown out. And at this time, the official account of Fulan, which had been verified by the forum, actually posted another post. It made Simon. He had already been the subject of the curiosity of hundreds and hot discussion, once again stood at the forefront of the storm. Requesting to purchase a healing-type item or solution, must be able to cure a late-stage rare disease. Payment, 200,000 points. The customer currently does not have enough points. According to the rules, a B-grade item will be used as a guarantee. If the payment cannot be completed, the B-grade item will be used to complete the transaction. 200,000 points as a reward for the transaction and a B-grade item as a guarantee. The entire forum was in an uproar. One had to know that a normal dungeon could only earn a few dozen points at a time. 200,000 points was an astronomical figure for any player, not to mention a B-grade item. Up till now, only 2 A-grade items had appeared. Considering how one of them had disappeared very quickly, a B-grade item was basically the strongest item a player could obtain. Additionally, B-grade items were also pitifully small in number. There were almost no V-grade items in circulation on the market. Dreamland of Death's appearance at the auction earlier was completely unexpected. The 3 large guilds could not decide who would possess it, so they had no choice but to choose the method of public auction. Moreover, it was almost inevitable that Dreamland of Death would fall into the pockets of one of the guilds. It was just that they did not expect to be cheated by the woman in sunglasses. Simon obviously did not have 200,000 points on him, which meant that he would probably use that B-grade item to pay for it. This was also the first time that a player had traded a B-grade item publicly, and the person who traded it was the current #1 player on the leaderboard, Simon. Very soon, the traffic record that the forum had just set was broken once again. More and more posts began discussing this matter. Icy Shrimp. Simon wants to buy a healing item. Could it be that he has a terminal illness? Ball Lightning. Not necessarily. It could be a relative or friend. After all, it was a bit unrealistic to have such a fierce terminal illness. Tiny Tail, willing to take out a B-grade item. This person must be very important to him. Slay the Youth. As expected of the #1 player on the leaderboard, he was too bold. Although everyone had guessed that he had a B-grade item on him, this was equivalent to him admitting that he had a B-grade item on him. He did not belong to any guild as well. Was he not afraid of being targeted? Little Tail. Could anyone in this world really dares to have a beef with Simon? Revolver. In theory, no. After all, no one would complain about their own long life. It was a B-grade item, after all, and Simon was only one person. At most, there was no lack of people in this world who wanted to gamble with his teammates. Chapter 1076. She was in her room. Fan Mainan noticed that the huge transaction reward post on the forum was because her post suddenly had lots of replies a few months ago. After Fan Mainan received the reminder, she went to the forum and opened her post. She thought that someone had contacted her, but in the end, she found that there was a group of archaeologists watching the post. Not only did they not offer any help, but they also did not help. Instead, they kept asking her about her relationship with Simon. After Fan Mainan exited her post, she saw the post that was currently buzzing with activity. She also saw the amount of money and the transaction collateral. Are you crazy? Fan Mainan raised her head and looked at Zhang Heng. 200,000 points is a very reasonable price. Zhang Heng explained. If someone really owns such a tool, the chances are that it's a B-grade item. Even though we only borrowed it once, the owner wouldn't be interested in anything lower than this. But where do we get 200,000 points? Or are you really going to give away a B-grade item instead? That's none of your business. Zhang Heng said. The transaction reward itself is only a backup option. Our priority right now is to find Loki. If he can cure you, then I can ask Fowler to withdraw the transaction. Do you know where we can find him? I don't know. Fan Mainan shook her head. Loki has many enemies. The Nordic gods don't like him very much, and he seems to have caused other trouble. Many Greek and Roman gods are looking for him, so his whereabouts have always been mysterious. In addition, he is very good at disguising himself, especially when he turns into various animals. Unless he comes to find you himself, it is almost impossible for you to find him. In fact, the few times I have met him, he was the one who took the initiative to appear in front of my son. But now he has chosen a representative. If he wants to continue playing this game, he has to make sure his representative lives as long as possible. Zhang Heng said. Are you talking about my sister? Fan Meinan looked troubled. The relationship between us sisters has always been very ordinary. Back then, thanks to Han Lu's incident, we caught her once. After that, our relationship worsened, and we never contacted each other again. But no matter what, she is my biological sister. If possible, I don't want to hurt her anymore. Don't worry, our target this time isn't her, but Loki. If possible, we can talk to her first. After all, you're her sister. How's your health? Can you lead me to her again? I'll give it a try. Fan Meinan hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Zhang Heng's suggestion. As she had said, even though she was prepared to accept her fate, she could only watch as death befell her. All her efforts were in vain, and she was still unwilling to accept it. After that, Zhang Heng brought Fan Meinan to a hotel and opened a couple's room with a bathtub. Like last time, Zhang Heng first filled the bathtub with half of the hot water, then added cold water to the normal temperature. After testing it with his hands, he said to Fan Meinan, "It's done." The latter started to take off her clothes with her back, facing Zhang Heng. This wasn't the first time Fan Meinan had done something like this. Compared to when she was in Han Lu's bathroom, her movements were much faster. The atmosphere, however, was still a little awkward. Fan Meinan quickly took off her coat, leaving only a tight vest behind. Then, she sat down in the tub. She looked thinner than the last time, and there was almost no blood under her skin. Fan Meinan did not seem to want Zhang Heng to see her current weak and ugly appearance, but all she could do was hug her arms around herself in shame. Thankfully, Zhang Heng's gaze did not linger on her for long. He asked, "So, are you ready?" Fan Meinan nodded. In contrast to diving, she tried her best to exhale all the air from her lungs before burying her entire body in the water. Soon, she started to struggle due to the lack of oxygen. The survival instincts of a living creature kicking in, she tried to poke her head out of the water. On the other hand, Zhang Heng pushed her back down until her struggles became weaker and weaker. When Fan Meinan fell into a coma, Zhang Heng immediately carried her out of the bathtub and placed her on the towel. He then stared at the time in his hands. Fan Meinan's condition was already horrible. This time, he did not wait 4 minutes to start CPR. Instead, he started pumping her hard in 2.5 minutes. However, Fan Meinan's body only started to respond after a full minute. Her pulse gradually returned to normal, and after another half a minute, she spat out a mouthful of water. Finally, she opened her eyes again and breathed in large mouthfuls of air. Her face filled with fear, she screamed, "She's in the room. She's in the room. Calm down." Zhang Heng draped a towel over Fan Meinan and comforted her. "I've always been by your side. There's no one else in the room." "No, I'm not talking about the room here. She's in the hospital where I was previously. She has a knife on her. I don't know what she's up to." Fan Meinan gripped Zhang Heng's arm tightly. "How did she know which hospital I'm in? Wait, did she use our telepathy as well? Is she trying to kill me? Why? All right, I've got the situation under control. The worst part is over. You can rest for a while and leave the rest to me." Zhang Heng said. "No, I want to go with her. I need to know why she killed me. I don't understand. She has already won, so why is she still trying to kill me?" Fan Meinan said excitedly. "Are you sure? Your body." "My body isn't that weak." Fan Meinan interrupted Zhang Heng and said firmly, "All right, you can change first. It's fine. There's still time. This place is very close to your hospital, so you'll be there in 10 minutes. Since she's coming for you, she won't leave until you return to the ward." Zhang Heng said. "She won't be able to escape this time." 15 minutes later, Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan stood in front of the latter's room again. Fan Meinan's expression was complicated. She glanced at Zhang Heng and pushed open the door. The first thing that came into her sight was the fruit knife inserted into the bedside table. It made her shudder, but there was no one else in the room other than the woman who was still sleeping soundly on the bed next door. Zhang Heng roughly checked his surroundings and said, "She just left. She should still be able to catch up. What does she mean by doing this? Is she warning us?" Fan Meinan looked at the fruit knife on the bedside table and asked in confusion. Only she herself can answer this question card. Chapter 1077, The The chase. In the hospital ward, a woman in a black tennis suit threw her gloves and mask into the trash can downstairs. Then, she looked up at Fan Mainon's room window and turned to walk into the night. 2 minutes after she left, Zhang Heng and Fan Mainan arrived at the door of the ward and walked up. However, the woman in the black tennis suit had already reached the back door. 5 minutes later, Zhang Heng ran over and asked the security guard on duty, "Master, did you see a woman just now?" "A woman?" The security guard looked at Zhang Heng suspiciously. "Oh, she's my girlfriend. We just fought her medical fees." The security guard was enlightened. He had worked as a security guard at the hospital and had seen many similar incidents. Hearing that, he relaxed his guard. "The woman in the tennis uniform is your girlfriend, right? She came out from here before. Did you see where she went? Was she heading east along the street? I don't know where she went after that. You can call her and ask. Women rely on coaxing." "Thank you. She blocked my number." After thanking him, Zhang Heng bowed farewell to the security guard at the hospital's back door and went running along the street. Tonight, Fan Mainon's sister came to kill her. However, no matter what transportation she chose, she would definitely not stop near the hospital because it might cause her trouble after the incident. This was also why Zhang Heng felt that he could still catch up to her. At this time, the woman in the black tennis attire had almost reached the intersection at the end of the street. Instead of crossing into the street after that, she turned into an old-fashioned residential area on her left. 3 minutes later, she came riding out of the neighborhood on a red electric scooter. Then, looking behind and ensuring nobody suspicious was in the vicinity, she turned into another street. The sky had begun to brighten up, but there were still very few pedestrians on the road. The street seemed empty. The woman in the black tennis uniform rode for about 500 meters, and just as she was starting to relax, she suddenly saw a Polo in the rearview mirror. Although it was not time to go to work yet, some cars would occasionally run by on the road. Strictly speaking, that Polo was no different from other cars, neither fast nor slow. Based on its current speed, it would pass by her in approximately 10 seconds. However, the woman in a black tennis uniform somehow had a feeling that the other party was coming for her. So the next moment, when the Polo was less than 30 meters away, the woman made a prompt decision. She maneuvered the electric bike and turned onto the sidewalk at the side. She saw that the Polo didn't slow down, driving past her. Was it a false alarm? The woman breathed a sigh of relief, and she did not look at the driver in the car. The driver's face was concealed by a baseball cap. The Polo didn't look like it was coming for her since it drove straight through the intersection and turned onto another road. Hence, the woman in the black tennis attire also got off the sidewalk on her electric bike. She was about to continue her journey home, but when she arrived at the next intersection, she saw that the Polo she suspected had actually turned back. This time around, she did not hide her intentions. She sped up and rushed toward the car. She could already hear the droning of the engine, leaving her no time to ride the e-bike onto the sidewalk. Thus, she made a prompt decision. She jumped off the moment the Polo was about to hit her. Rolling around on the ground, she got up immediately and ran. As she looked back, she hoped that the Polo would slow down after it hit the e-bike and that it would cause another traffic accident. The last thing she expected was the Polo avoiding the bike at the last moment, then continue driving toward her unscathed. It was then that she finally saw the driver clearly, the man who had worked together with Fan Mainan to capture her last time. The woman in the black tennis uniform felt her heart tighten. No one except her knew how powerful Zhang Heng really was. After that, she did not follow Zhang Heng's advice and tried to contact the horsemen of the apocalypse again, only to find that the latter had completely disappeared. Not long after that, the news started reporting the disappearance of A. Director Kwong. The woman in the black tennis uniform had no choice but to accept the reality that Pestilence, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, might have really been killed by Zhang Heng. In the best-case scenario, he would have been seriously injured. To injure a god with the power of a mortal. Not to mention that it wasn't one of those weak ancient gods that had retired from history's stage. It was the Pestilence, a god well known by everyone. The woman had no idea how Zhang Heng did it, but it was clear that this was enough to put him in danger. The woman cursed silently in her heart. She didn't expect to meet this demon god again. After getting up, she immediately climbed onto the sidewalk and ran toward the shopping mall next door. However, when she was at the shopping mall entrance, She realized that it was still locked because it was not yet opening time. For her, though, it didn't seem that difficult. She took out a key from her pocket. Not caring if the key matched the hole, she directly stabbed it in. A magical scene then happened. When the key came into contact with the keyhole, it adjusted its shape according to the grooves, allowing the woman to unlock the door seamlessly. Then, she plunged into the shopping mall. Zhang Heng's polo soon stopped outside the mall. He followed in close pursuit, rushing into the shopping mall, where soon, he thought he saw the target running along the second-floor escalator. The results of his long hours of fitness training and long-distance running were clearly displayed. In addition to the natural advantage of gender, the distance between the two parties was shrinking. When Zhang Heng rushed to the second floor, he could still see the back of the target 1 second ago. A second later, however, the target vanished. The woman in the black tennis uniform seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Just when nobody else seemed to be on the second floor, the woman in the black tennis uniform appeared behind a jewelry counter on the first floor. She picked up a magnet that she had thrown on the floor and put it back into her pocket. However, instead of moving immediately, she picked up her ears and listened carefully to the movements upstairs. Chapter 1078. A Misunderstanding. Just as Zhang Heng was looking around the second floor for the woman in the black tennis uniform, the latter reappeared behind the counters. As she reached out to pick up a black magnet from the floor and placed it back into her pocket, she allowed it to be sucked into another white magnet. She then squatted down and tried her best to make no sound as she walked along the counter. First, she saw the bathroom sign. When she walked in, however, she realized that there was only one exhaust fan connected to the outside. The woman in the black tennis uniform moved a trash can and stepped on it. She looked outside and found that it was an open parking lot. Under such circumstances, the parking lot would have a passage leading directly into the mall. In other words, as long as she found this passage, she could quickly leave the parking lot. This was not difficult for the woman. In fact, when she came out of the washroom, she walked to 6 more shops, and on her right was a fire escape that led to the parking lot. The woman in the black tennis uniform hastened her pace, knowing that she had little time left. As long as Zhang Heng was not stupid, he should be able to find the surveillance room of the mall soon. From there, he could easily get situational awareness of the mall. Clearly, she needed to leave before that happened. The fire escape was also locked, but it wasn't a problem for the woman. She took out the key from before, and the results were similar to the main entrance. The key in her hand started to automatically adjust its shape when it was inserted into the lock, easily opening the door in front of her and enabling her direct exit into the parking lot. She then calculated the time. Zhang Heng had probably just discovered the location of the surveillance room and was on his way there. As long as she ran past the last 50 meters, she would be able to leave the parking lot. However, to the woman's surprise, Zhang Heng didn't even bother looking for the surveillance room. Instead, he climbed up to the rooftop of the shopping mall. At that moment, he was standing on the rooftop and looking down. Almost all shopping malls had doors and passageways connected to the outside, making it difficult to tell which door the target would leave by once she was lost. Furthermore, game items still existed globally, and Zhang Heng had an item that could melt the walls in his hands. Hence, he didn't try to guess where the woman in the black tennis uniform would leave. After all, no matter where she left from, she would have to come out the mall's main exit, and he could clearly see her from the rooftop. Of course, even so, most people wouldn't choose to climb up to the rooftop at this time. After all, it would take a long time to catch up to her, then descend from the roof. Then, once he left the mall, the target would probably have already run off somewhere. This was, however, a non-existent problem for Zhang Heng. He saw the woman in the black tennis uniform crossing the parking lot. The next moment, he jumped down from the rooftop. As his body fell, a pair of shadowy black wings on his back spread out. The woman in the black tennis uniform only felt a black shadow pass over her head. When she looked up, however, she saw nothing strange in the air. She thought that she was too nervous and must be hallucinating. By the end, just as she ran out of the parking lot, she bumped into someone. The woman in the black tennis uniform took a few steps back. When she regained her balance, she realized that the person she had bumped into was none other than Zhang Heng. However, she could not understand why Zhang Heng would magically appear in front of her half a minute ago when he was still in the mall, not to mention that she had been very careful along the way and had paid extra attention to her whereabouts. She wasn't exposed until she walked out of the parking lot. Actually, you don't have to worry. I just have something to ask you, Zhang Heng said. What is it? The woman in the black tennis uniform asked warily. I know that you and your sister are currently in a competition, and you should be aware of her physical condition. Yes, that's right. I know that she doesn't have much time left to live, so what do you think? As her sister, should I give in to her? The woman in the black tennis uniform raised the corners of her lips, and a mocking smile appeared on her face. In response, however, Zhang Heng shook his head. You should have your own reasons for wanting to become Loki's agent, so there's no reason for you to give in for your sister. I'm not here for the competition between the two of you. The reason I'm here is to ask you for a small favor. Tell me where Loki is, or if there's any way to contact him. The woman in the black tennis uniform had a strange expression on her face. You're asking me where Loki is? You're his agent, so of course I have to ask you this. Are you making fun of me? Oh, I see. No wonder you men are always the idiots who get fooled. Is that what my dear sister told you? That I won the competition? What do you mean? Zhang Heng frowned. If you didn't fall so hard for my sister's charms, someone who has nobody at all, why didn't you use your brain and think about why I went to the hospital to look for her tonight? Was it to consolidate the fruits of my victory? Or was it to make some kind of declaration in front of her as the winner? The woman in the black tennis uniform sneered. Are you saying that she's actually the winner of this competition? But you used your supernatural power to get rid of me in the mall just now, right? What else? As for my supernatural power, about a week ago, Loki had already taken back the power he gave me. Those tricks in the supermarket were only thanks to the items I had. The woman in the black tennis uniform said as she took out a key and 2 magnets from her pocket. She waved her hand in front of Zhang Heng before continuing. The 3 major guilds haven't been able to do anything to me before. If I still had my ability to disguise myself, how could you have caught me so easily? What do you think? Are you starting to think that my sister isn't as innocent as she appears to be? If you want to hear more about her, I can tell you more of her story. I guarantee you'll be shocked. No one in this world understands her better than I do. After all, the two of us have a telepathic connection. However, Zhang Heng, who was standing across from the woman in the black tennis uniform, remained unmoved after hearing her words. He only uttered a few simple words. I believe her. After a pause, Zhang Heng continued. I've known your sister for quite some time now, so I know what kind of person she is. Therefore, you'd better put away that little trick of yours to sow discord. However, from the looks of it, some misunderstanding might have really broken out between the two of you this time. Chapter 1079, Truth and Lies. 20 minutes later, Zhang Heng returned to the hospital. Fan Meinan was warded. He parked his car in the parking lot and led the woman in the black tennis uniform into the hospital building. He met the nurse on duty at the station this time, not expecting visitors to arrive so early. According to the rules, Zhang Heng and the woman in the black tennis uniform had to register before being allowed in. Fan Meinan was clearly a little scared when she saw the woman in the black tennis uniform entering her ward. In particular, she was probably reminded of the knife that was stuck on the bedside table not long ago. She took half a step back, but still called out softly, Sis, don't. I don't deserve that. You and your little boyfriend have already caught me twice. The woman in black tennis uniform said calmly, I'm just tonic for your love life. When you're in a bad mood, you catch me to play with. It's not like that. Fan Meinan explained. We just want to ask you for a favor. What? At this point, are you still going to keep up your act? The woman in the black tennis uniform sneered. Then, Zhang Heng suddenly chimed in. It seems it's going to be difficult for you two to trust each other in such a short time. If this goes on, it will be difficult for you to make any substantial progress in the conversation. Do you have any suggestions then? The woman in the black tennis uniform asked. Zhang Heng took out the vow rings and a piece of parchment from his pocket. This is an item. Next, all you have to do is cut your finger to fuse the blood together and write an oath on this parchment that you will not lie. After that, you will each wear a ring. Once the other party lies, the ring on your finger will heat up. Oh, I believe I have played this game before. The woman in the black tennis uniform said as she took one of the copper rings and slipped it on her finger. I have no objections. Me either, Fan Meinan said as she put on the other ring. After the two wrote down their vows on the parchment according to Zhang Heng's instructions, they each handed the hand with the ring on it to Zhang Heng, the adjudicator. You can first ask a question that you know the answer to. Then I'll go first, Fan Meinan said and asked the woman in the black tennis uniform opposite her. What's your name? Cheng Sahan. No problem, Zhang Heng said. He could feel that Fan Meinan's ring remained cool, which meant that Cheng Sahan was indeed the woman's real name in the black tennis uniform. Next, it was Cheng Sahan's turn to ask a question. However, a hint of malice flashed in her eyes as she said, It's not a coincidence that you met Zhang Heng for the first time. Fan Meinan's pupils constricted. After a moment of silence, she nodded. Yes, the truth. Zhang Heng's expression did not change. You've successfully passed the test. You can now ask your own questions. However, Cheng Sahan did not change the topic to the competition. Instead, she continued. You approached Zhang Heng because of Loki. Fan Meinan was silent for half a minute. Yes, she replied with a little difficulty. The truth. Are you finding it hard to answer, my dear sister? I was just getting started, Cheng Sahan said with a smile. It's such a rare opportunity for everyone to be so honest. I can expose all your dirt to your boyfriend. It was Fan Meinan's turn to ask the question. She tried to calm herself down so that she wouldn't be influenced by her sister. She then asked, Why did you kill me? I don't like you, Cheng Sahan said with a shrug. That's a lie. Zhang Heng could feel the heat coming from Fan Meinan's ring, so he reminded Cheng Sahan. You'd better tell the truth. Okay. Loki asked me to do that, Cheng Sahan said. The truth. Cheng Sahan continued to ask. Have you been jealous of Loki's favor on me all this time? You want to replace me, even though I'm your guide. Back then, I saw how pitiful you were and recommended you to Loki. I didn't. Fan Meinan shook her head. But I do envy you because you did everything that Loki asked you to do well. He only asked me to do one thing, and I didn't do it well. The truth. Cheng Sahan was surprised. But soon, Fan Meinan asked again. Why did Loki ask you to kill me? Because this is my test. Although it's a little late, if I pass this test, Rocky won't have any other choice but to choose me as his agent. Cheng Sahan replied calmly. She then finally became a little more serious. Not wanting to expose Fan Meinan's dirty secrets, she thought for a moment and asked, Why did you catch me this time? To find out Loki's whereabouts. Fan Meinan looked very surprised. Wait, did you not pass Loki's test? What else? If I passed his test, would you still be standing here talking to me? Cheng Sahan sneered. If my ability hadn't disappeared, you would have caught me so easily. She paused and continued. If you want to know where Loki is, why don't you ask him directly? Because I've lost contact with him for a long time. He took back the power he gave me. Fan Meinan said. The truth. At that moment, Cheng Sahan's expression changed. She had even forgotten that one person, one question rule. Did you also fail your test? She asked. Fan Meinan nodded. Your test was to kill me, and my test was to kill Zhang Heng. It seems we've both made our choices. It seems you really like him. For the first time, Fan Meinan didn't answer. After a moment, she asked, I wanted to become Loki's agent to cheat death, but you never told me how you became Loki's agent. The same reason as yours, but I did it to save my foster father. Cheng Sahan said calmly. He has terminal cancer, and he doesn't have much time left. Then why did you give up halfway? Now that I've lost my ability to disguise, I don't feel confident that I can handle the police investigation. The risk is too great. I thought about it and decided to let go. Cheng Sahan said casually. Liar. There are only a dozen hours left until the end of the first round of the proxy war. If we don't pass the test, what will Loki do? Isn't he worried that he wouldn't have a proxy? Fan Meinan asked, confused. Or does he want to quit the game? Loki loves excitement so much that it's impossible for him to quit the game. Cheng Sahan's face turned grave. This guy probably fooled us from the beginning to the end. Could he have already chosen his own agent outside of us? Chapter 1080, Blood Oath. Compared to Fan Meinan, Cheng Sahan had been with Loki longer, so she knew more about the latter. As the god of mischief and lies in Norse mythology, Loki was the most freewheeling Norse god. He did not have an obvious concept of good and evil, and he did things purely based on his personal preferences. At the same time, he had great power, in a sense, was like a naughty child holding a rocket launcher. Whether good or evil, they came without reason. Chung Sahan had experienced this countless times. In Fan Mainon's eyes, Chung Sahan was Loki's most favored follower, and the two had a lot in common. Chung Sahan, on the other hand, knew very well that she might inherit part of Loki's power, but she would never inherit his inherent cruelty and naivety. Fan Mainan and Chung Sahan, for instance, had been tortured by the so-called test, constantly interrogating their own souls, before finally making a painful choice. They quickly realized how everything was just a cruel joke, especially after it turned out that the two had never been on Loki's list of consideration from the very beginning. Chung Sahan could already imagine how happy Loki, who was hiding at the side, would be. But at the thought of this, she suddenly thought of something and said to Zhang Heng, "Did you really kill the plague horseman of the apocalypse by yourself?" Zhang Heng nodded. The process at that time was actually quite complicated, but in terms of the result, it was like this. Chung Sahan looked conflicted when she heard that. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "I mean, if I'm willing to help you find Loki, can you ask him to fulfill one of my requirements then? You want to save your foster father?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "That sounds fair." "No, you have no idea how dangerous this is," Chung Sahan said. "Even if you'd killed Pestilence, Loki is our opponent this time. In a direct confrontation, Loki might not be much stronger than the Horseman, but there aren't many who are a match for Loki in terms of trickery. So there's a high chance that we'll end up with nothing and even offend Loki. Believe me, you definitely don't want to be remembered by Loki, so a verbal promise isn't quite enough to ask for my help. I still need a guarantee." "How do you want my guarantee?" Zhang Heng asked. "Give me your blood." "Not too much, just 5 milliliters. I have a tool that can make a binding blood oath. Once you break your oath, your blood will boil for a whole minute," Chung Sahan said. Zhang Heng shook his head. "Just like how you don't trust me, it's hard for me to trust you. I don't know if the tool on your body has any other effects, so I won't give you my blood. You can ask me directly if this tool has any other effects." Chung Sahan waved the ring on her finger. "I'm still wearing the small tool on your hand. I'm sorry, such a strange blood oath is not within the scope of my guarantee," Zhang Heng said. However, just as the two were in a stalemate, Fan Mainan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up again. Can I take the oath? This matter started because of me, and Zhang Heng's involvement is also because of me. If he breaks the oath, then the consequences should be borne by me." Fan Mainan paused, looked into Chung Sahan's eyes, and continued. "I believe in him, and I'm willing to vouch for him with my life. You're my sister, and I trust in you. I believe that there are no other problems with your blood oath, so I am the most appropriate to take it." Chung Sahan frowned after hearing this. She had hoped that Zhang Heng would personally take the oath, but Fan Mainan's words left her unable to refute her. Indeed, if it weren't for Fan Mainan, Zhang Heng would have had no reason to get involved in this matter. If that was the case, then there was no reason for Fan Mainan to break his promise. Now that Zhang Heng's attitude was firm, it was clear that he wouldn't make any blood oath, so Chung Sahan had no choice but to back down. "Fine, you can do it too." Fan Mainan saw that Chung Sahan had nodded in agreement, so she picked up the knife on the bedside table and cut open his index finger. However, it wasn't easy to collect 5 milliliters of blood, so Fan Mainan spent a lot of time on it, filling up the case of the silver pocket watch that Chung Sahan took out. Her forehead covered in sweat, she looked even paler now. Chung Sahan closed the pocket watch, picked up the pocket watch band, and roasted the silver pocket watch on the lighter for a whole minute and a half until the blood inside began to boil. Then she handed the silver pocket watch back to Fan Mainan. "Swear it. Just say that if Loki cures your illness, he'll cure my foster father's cancer as well. Then press your thumb in the middle of the case. Remember, if you can't do it, your blood will boil." "I understand." Fan Mainan took the pocket watch and swore word for word according to Chung Sahan's instructions. She pressed her thumb down again, and the red-hot case instantly scalded her finger. Zhang Heng instinctively felt that this blood oath was a bit inappropriate, but he looked into Fan Mainan's eyes and knew that she had made up her mind. When Fan Mainan finished everything, and Chung Sahan took the watch back, her expression finally eased up a little, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she took out her phone, opened the memo, and typed a line of words. Loki should be nearby. After that, seemingly worried that Zhang Heng and Fan Mainan wouldn't understand, she added, based on my understanding of him, he definitely wouldn't miss an opportune moment to witness the despair and pain he made us feel. It's like a painter admiring his newly completed work. No one can resist such temptation. After Chung Sahan typed this sentence, she raised her head to look at Zhang Heng and Fan Mainan. Then, the three of them shifted their gaze to the fourth person in the room. Yes, that's right. Fan Mainan was staying in a double ward. There were 2 beds in total. Other than her, there was also a 70-year-old woman staying in the hospital bed by the window. At this age, her body was actually not bad, just a little deaf. She was hospitalized because there was a benign tumor on her stomach that required surgery to remove. Now that the surgery had been successfully completed and she was recovering well, he was expected to be discharged soon. Fan Mainan had never doubted her before because her behavior was really too normal, no different from other elderly people who were hospitalized. She had a son who was working, so he should be a small leader or something. He was swamped every day. However, he would come to visit her after work. Other than that, he also found an escort. Now, he was sleeping in the corridor outside the ward. The Annie was still in a deep sleep. Because the 3 of them had lowered their voices before, and because of her deaf ears, she was not affected at all. Chapter 1081, Sudden Change. Zhang Heng glanced at the room card in front of the other window and saw the woman's name on it. Wang Lirong. Just like her, this was a common name. She had been admitted to the hospital after Fan Mainan. According to Fan Mainan, the original patient on the bed was a female teacher who had been discharged from the hospital almost 2 weeks after Fan Mainan got admitted. After that, it was Wang Lirong who had moved in. As she was still on the wanted list of the 3 large guilds, Fan Meirong remained vigilant even when treating her illness. She would pay special attention to the people around her and even took the time to investigate Wang Lirong's background. With Wang Lirong's age, it was impossible for her to be a player. Moreover, after Fan Meirong's investigation and probing, she also ruled out the nurse and her son she had come into contact with having the possibility of being players. Hence, Fan Meirong was completely relieved. In addition, Wang Lirong had a good temperament. Seeing that Fan Mainan didn't have many people to visit her, they would often share the fruits and milk that her son brought. Eventually, the 2 of them shared a very harmonious relationship. Meanwhile, since Wang Lirong was a little hard of hearing, she didn't know that Fan Mainan had usually pulled off some neat tricks, such as sneaking out to have instant noodles in the middle of the night. He could be said to be the perfect roommate. Consequently, Chung Sahan suspected Wang Lirong. Fan Mainan found it hard to believe, but she also knew how good Loki's disguise was. Back then, even the gods had been fooled by Loki. Thus, although Chung Sahan had only obtained a small portion of Loki's power, she could already fool the 3 guilds. Therefore, Wang Lirong, who looked normal on the surface, could really just be Loki's disguise. It wasn't impossible. But now, there was a problem. Even if they suspected that Wang Lirong was Loki's disguise, they didn't seem to have any means to prove it. Zhang Heng's observation, which he had always been proud of, might not be of much use this time. In terms of skill levels, Loki's disguising skill would probably be LV5. Standing beside the real person, even if the target's own son were standing there, he probably wouldn't be able to tell the real and fake one apart. Although Zhang Heng still had the oath ring on him that could detect lies, it was only an F-grade item after all. Of course, it was effective to ordinary people, but against a god of Loki's stature, it might simply be insufficient. Loki was the god of lies and pranks, after all, an expert at manipulating lies. As for the oath rings, it was an item probably from an ancient god with loyalty affixes. Even if it hadn't been forgotten, it wouldn't be in a good situation. It would be difficult for Zhang Heng to confront Loki head-on. Zhang Heng turned to Chung Sahan as if asking with his gaze how confident she was. 30%. Chung Sahan thought about what to type for a good half-minute. Definitely not the best display of confidence, typing for half a minute. But considering Loki was her opponent, 30% confidence didn't seem that bad. However, the trouble was that with Loki's vigilance, the three probably only had one chance. If they picked the wrong person and Loki found out, apprehending him again would be very difficult. Do you have any other suspects? Typed Zhang as he took Chung Sahan's phone and typed. Yes. The young nurse who asked us to register when we came in, the head nurse on this floor, and my sister's attending physician. Chung Sahan listed the three people who were the easiest to get in touch with Fan Mainan. How are you so sure he's in the hospital? Fan Mainan couldn't help but ask. Not necessarily. Nothing is certain when it comes to Loki, but the probability of him being in the hospital is indeed the greatest because this is the best place for him to watch the show. He can observe your emotional changes every day while you're here, and it was up to you to decide if you complete his test or not. In addition, the test he gave me was to kill you. So if I wanted to complete my test, I had to come to the hospital. With his personality, he would definitely save a seat for himself at the first opportunity. Whether I kill you at the end, or the two of us realizing that we had been deceived, it would all be very interesting for him. There's one more person left on your list of suspects, Zhang Heng said. Who? She's been staying by Fan Mainan's side as an escort for Wang Lirong. In addition, compared to Wang Lirong, she was more easily overlooked because of her status as an escort. This significantly expands the range of choices. I'll give you two sisters some time to finish what you need to say, then we'll go look for Loki. After saying that, he walked out of the ward, leaving only Chung Sahan and Fan Mainan and Wang Lirong, whose true identity was unknown, in the room. The atmosphere became a little uncomfortable. Fan Mainan still had to cooperate with Zhang Heng to continue the act, so after a while, she asked Chung Sahan, "Do you want something to drink?" "I have water and milk here." "Water, please," said Chung Sahan absent-mindedly. Her attention was on Wang Lirong, who was sleeping soundly by her side. Therefore, Fan Mainan turned around and walked to the bed counter. She opened the cabinet and found a disposable plastic cup inside. Then, she bent down to pick up the thermos flask on the floor. At that moment, something strange happened. Chung Sahan retracted her gaze from Wang Lirong and quietly walked behind her sister. She picked up the fruit knife that she had left on the counter earlier before she called out softly, "Handsome." Fan Mainan turned around and asked curiously, "What is it?" Chapter 1082, Senior Sister. All of this happened too quickly. Having no time to dodge, and before Fan Mainan could react, the sharp pain in her chest transmitted from her nerves to her brain. Her eyes bulged wide, and her pupils filled with shock and confusion. Her lips moved, seeming as though trying to spew something out. In the next moment, however, her vision turned black, and her body fell backward. First, she hit the table, knocking over the kettle and cup. Then, leaning against the table, she slid down bit by bit. Finally, her head tilted to one side, and she became motionless. Blood gradually dyed her pullovers red, and her eyes completely lost their luster. Chung Sahan stood in front of her sister as she looked down at the lifeless body on the ground with a complex expression. Wang Lirong, who was lying on the other bed, was finally awakened by the sound of the kettle falling to the ground. She opened her eyes and turned her head, but the sight that greeted her was a dead Fan Mainan with her eyes wide open. Shocked to the core, she asked Chung Sahan, "Eldest daughter, what happened?" "I killed her," Chung Sahan confessed calmly. "I completed the test." "What test?" Wang Lirong looked at Chung Sahan with gripping panic, never expecting such degree of ruthlessness to come out from someone so gorgeous. Instead of running away after stabbing someone to death, she just stood there, looking as fearless as the first time they met. Wang Lirong wanted to call for help, but she was afraid Chung Sahan would get mad and attack her before any assistance could arrive. "I've completed the test you gave me to kill my sister," Chung Sahan said. "Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise." "I asked you to kill your sister?" Wang Lirong looked completely confused by Chung Sahan. "Do you still plan to continue acting at this point?" Chung Sahan asked. "What act could I have possibly pulled?" Wang Lirong was getting more terrified by the second. She could see that the girl in front of her was not in her right mind. She had actually killed her sister and even wanted to push the blame on her. "Isn't it you?" Chung Sahan frowned. Then, she opened the door of the ward. "Well, you're just in time to call someone. Call your escort in." This should be something that Wang Lirong wished for. No one wanted to be in a cramped room with a murderer who had just killed her own sister. Not to mention that Wang Lirong and Fan Meinan had been patients for a long time, and they had developed a healthy friendship over that period. Fan Meinan's body, on the other hand, was not far away from her now. When Chung Sahan opened the door, however, she did not hear Wang Lirong's screams. Half a minute later, Chung Sahan closed the door of the ward again and slowly turned around. She found that the expression on Wang Lirong's face had changed. She no longer looked as panicked and scared as before. She blinked, and the crystal tears faded away. All that was left was cunningness. Wang Lirong waved her hand and stopped Chung Sahan from bowing. "I'm not him." Chung Sahan was a little surprised. "But I know you, and your sister, of course." Wang Lirong stole a glance toward Fan Meinan's corpse on the ground. "I know you've been together for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. I should call you senior sister, but now it seems that I only have one senior sister left. Are you the agent Loki chose?" Chung Sahan's expression changed. "I know you're not convinced, but I still have to say that he has good taste." Wang Lirong said, "My score in the first proxy war dungeon currently ranks second among all players, second only to the handsome guy who just came downstairs. Your beta? Yours truly. But weren't you still in the game recently?" Chung Sahan asked. "And Wang Lirong stayed with my sister for 2 whole weeks. Wait, the person in the hospital was really Wang Lirong. You simply replaced the real Wang Lirong with yourself. It was why my sister found no problem with Wang Lirong after her investigation. Bingo. As expected of senior sister. You guessed it right." Beta commended. "I just came to the hospital not long ago, and to be honest, I had no time to study Wang Lirong. Fortunately, it's not difficult to pretend to sleep. Did Loki send you? Why didn't he come himself? Isn't he supposed to fancy incidents like this where we sisters fight each other?" Chung Sahan asked. "You really know him well. You know his bad taste," Beta said with a smile. "Unfortunately, tonight is not a good time. He has other things to do, so he sent me here. Of course, my goal is different from his. I came here tonight to meet my biggest competitor, Simon, or rather, Zhang Hong. My teacher seems to be very interested in him. Although I have never seen him so interested in anyone, honestly, he has disappointed me." Beta paused for a moment before continuing. "I knew that Fan Meinan was no match for your sister, so I helped her find a powerful helper. I was the one who sent Zhang Hong a message to rush here, but I didn't expect you to kill Fan Meinan right under his nose. His status as the #1 player didn't seem to live up to his name. Rumor has it that the White Rider, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, also fell to his hands. Could it be that he was strength type? But in terms of strength, he shouldn't be as strong as Pestilence. Nevertheless, senior sister, your ruthlessness and decisiveness have indeed exceeded my expectations. I pity your bad luck to have met me." Chung Sahan was unmoved when she heard this. She could only quietly look at Beta. The latter continued, "Without me, teacher should have chosen you to be his representative. Unfortunately, because of my existence, no matter how hard you try, there's no point. It's impressive that you managed to kill Fan Meinan right under Zhang Heng's nose, but that doesn't change anything. I thought you would understand this simple logic. The first round of the proxy war will end in a dozen hours. Even if teacher has a way to get you into the game, there's a high chance that you won't be able to challenge him 3 times in a row, let alone surpass me." Chung Sahan refused to comment. All she said was, "Take me to see him." "And then?" Beta asked. "I won the test he gave me. Now it's his turn to fulfill his promise." Wu Sahan repeated. "Interesting. We all know that our teacher has many virtues, but keeping his promise is definitely not one of them. That's something for him to answer. Who do you think you are?" Chung Sahan snapped coldly. Chapter 1083, Tracking. Beta did not get angry when she heard that. She glanced at Fan Meinan, who was no longer angry, then shifted her gaze to Chung Sahan in front of her. Then, she said slowly, I can understand how you feel and your despair and anger, but I'm actually doing this for your own good. There's no way to change things. If you go to see teacher again in your current state, not only will you be unable to save your foster father, but if you offend teacher, you'll also have to suffer. This is my business and is not for you to worry. What you need to do is take me to see him. Chung Sahan interrupted Beta rudely. Stop stalling. Zhang Heng went back to the car to retrieve his weapon, and he'll be back soon. When he sees Fan Mainon's body, will he think that one of us is the murderer? As expected of senior sister. Planned to frame me before you killed him? Beta raised her eyebrows, and her eyes lit up. That's more like it. At least I won't be so bored this morning. Fine, I can take you to see teacher. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't play any tricks on the road. When I started lying, you were still sucking on milk. The one who starts the race may not necessarily reach the finish line first, Beta said. She shrugged. But I accept your warning. However, she didn't move immediately after she said that. Instead, she took out her phone and waved it in front of Chung Sahan's face. Before you leave, do you mind if I take a few photos as evidence for you to complete the test? Do as you wish, Chung Sahan said without a single modicum of expression. In response, Beta switched on the camera mode and selected a few different angles to photograph the bloody murder scene. That was a clean cut. Is this my sister's final act of gentleness? She sighed with a click of the tongue. When she finished taking the picture and put away her phone, she was about to poke the corpse's eyes when Chung Sahan, who was waiting impatiently, spoke up again. Had enough fun yet? Did you really think that Zhang Heng relied solely on luck to get rid of pestilence? If we don't leave now and wait for him, none of us will be leaving. All right, since the picture is already taken, there's really no need for putting ourselves in danger anymore. Beta immediately stood up and said. Chung Sahan, on the other hand, did not look at Fan Mainon's corpse from the beginning to the end. It was as if the one lying there was not her own sister, but a bag of trash. Just as the two of them left the ward, Zhang Heng had already brought the pestilence bone bow and hidden scabbard to the entrance of the inpatient department. Zhang Heng, however, didn't enter the room immediately. If anyone saw the equipment he was wearing, they would definitely call security. The security guards at the hospital were definitely no match for Zhang Heng, but since he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, he climbed down the drainage pipe to Fan Mainon's room. As he climbed through the window and entered the room, he saw Fan Mainon lying in a pool of blood and the fruit knife sticking out of her chest. However, Zhang Heng's expression didn't change, showing no sign of sadness or despair. He only looked at the time in his hand. 10 seconds later, Fan Mainon's body and the blood on the ground disappeared. Only the fruit knife fell from the sky. At the same time, another Fan Mainon, who was hiding in the bathroom, also walked out. Death illusion. This was a prop that Zhang Heng had obtained from 1810. Its purpose was to create an illusion that mimicked an actual object and lasted 15 minutes. During that time, it could not be touched, or it would lose its effect. Before leaving the ward, Zhang Heng had given this prop to Fan Mainon when he hugged her. This plan had been agreed upon by the three of them since they couldn't determine Loki's identity in the hospital. Even the most suspicious person, Wang Lirong, Chung Sahan, only had a 30% chance of success. Zhang Heng did not like this kind of pure gamble, so he came up with another plan. Chung Sahan would kill Fan Mainon using death illusion and complete the test to attract Loki to reveal himself. Compared to the F-grade vow rings, death illusion was a C-grade item. Even Loki wouldn't be able to see through it so easily. And even if he did, it didn't matter. According to Chung Sahan's understanding of Loki, if he really saw through the trick created by death illusion, he would have probably jumped out and exposed everything. However, neither Chung Sahan nor Zhang Heng expected that Loki wouldn't be in the hospital tonight. Instead, Beta, his agent, had appeared in his place. The good news was that Beta's eyes couldn't see through the illusion created by death illusion, but the bad news was that the three of them were unable to find Loki immediately. Fan Mainon came out of the bathroom and told Zhang Heng what had happened in the room. My sister wants to use Beta to find Loki, but I have a feeling that Beta isn't going to be so honest. It doesn't matter. Your sister has already initiated a location sharing. We can follow her. If we really can't find Loki, we can still take down Beta, his agent. Unless Loki can find a new agent in such a short time and let him participate in the Agent War dungeon, he definitely can't give up on Beta, Zhang Heng said. After that, the two split up. Zhang Heng climbed out of the window while Fan Meinan left the building through the safe passage. 5 minutes later, the two met up in a parking lot and sat back in Zhang Heng's Polo. Zhang Heng placed his phone on the car stand. The dot that represented Chung Sahan was currently moving northeast. She wasn't moving very fast, probably on foot. Zhang Heng noticed that there was a subway station 500 meters away from her. It seemed that she and Beta were planning to take the subway next. Therefore, Zhang Heng also found a map of the subway line. When Chung Sahan started moving faster, he circled the subway line that the two were on. However, probably because the signal in the subway wasn't very good, the information about Chung Sahan's location started to become intermittent. Fortunately, with the map, Zhang Heng didn't follow the wrong direction. About 20 minutes later, Chung Sahan's signal returned to normal. She had probably gotten off the subway and had started moving again on the street. In the end, she stopped moving. However, when Zhang Heng drove to the place, he couldn't help but frown because it was actually a mobile phone repair shop. Zhang Heng got off the car and walked into the mobile phone shop with Fan Meinan. In the end, he saw a shifty-eyed man bargaining with the repair shop owner, and the phone in his hand was Chung Sahan's phone. Chapter 1084, The Difference. What do you mean? In the subway car, Chung Sahan looked at Beta's outstretched hand and asked, "There are other communication devices on the phone. For now, allow me to take care of it," Beta said with a smile. "It's not just you. You should know that teacher has always been very cautious. Many people are looking for him now. Not only you and your sister, but some other guys, including those guys in Greek and Roman mythology. It's always good to be careful." Chung Sahan frowned, but she still reached out her hand from her pocket and handed over her phone after a moment. "Don't lose it. I still have a lot of important things on my phone." "Of course," Beta promised, but after she took the phone, she held it for less than 10 seconds before conveniently stuffed it into the backpack of a sneaky-looking man next to her. The man was standing next to an office worker. He sneaked his hand into the office worker's pocket and took out the latter's wallet. After he got it, he immediately moved to the car door. It seemed that he was going to get off the car and take another subway. Chung Sahan's eyebrows twitched, and a murderous look flashed in her eyes. "Do you have another electronic device that can record the location or communicate with the outside world?" Beta asked with a smile. "No." Chung Sahan tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart. "What about the game items?" "No." "Do you mind if I search your body?" "You'd better not be too greedy." Chung Sahan's gaze darkened. Beta shrugged, looking very innocent. "It won't happen again." Half a minute later, Chung Sahan still chose to give in. She stood up straight and signaled Beta to start. In the end, the latter walked up to her, but did not immediately put her hand into her pocket and bag. Instead, she circled around her first. At the same time, she clicked her tongue and praised. "Senior sister, your figure is really good. I really envy your boyfriend. Are you testing my limits?" No. "I'll start working now." As Beta spoke, she finally began to inspect Chung Sahan's personal belongings. However, her hands didn't behave honestly. They randomly move around Chung Sahan's body from time to time, groping places that should not be touched. At first, Chung Sahan's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, but soon, the anger in her eyes disappeared. She regained her calm and allowed Beta to touch her body. She just watched coldly from the side. Beta also noticed the change in Wu Sahan's mood. Her eyes showed some appreciation, and her hands finally began to restrain themselves. She took out 2 magnets from Chung Sahan's bag, looked at them, and then took out the silver pocket watch. "Is this the blood oath item?" she asked with intrigue. "I'm actually quite curious. If the person who swore the blood oath is already dead, will the blood of the corpse still boil after breaking the oath? If you want to know, you can try taking an oath yourself," Chung Sahan said indifferently. "And then you'll kill me to verify it?" Beta smiled sweetly, but her smile, coupled with Wang Lirong's wrinkled face, looked indescribably awkward. I don't mind helping you with this, Chung Sahan said. Unfortunately, I'm not your sister. Seeing Chung Sahan remain silent, Beta seemed to be very happy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up your sad matter. But on the bright side, at least you'll be able to see your teacher again. If I were you, I'd think about how to persuade your teacher to save your foster father, or you can choose to forget about this matter and ask for some other reward from your teacher. Do you always talk so much? It's a long journey. I thought you'd like someone to talk with to relieve your boredom or something. I prefer to travel with a mute person. What a strange habit, but I guess you'll miss me soon. The train announced that they had arrived at Jupan Station. When the doors to the car opened on both sides, the shifty-eyed man got off the subway with the other passengers. Then, a new batch of passengers got on the train. Chung Sahan saw an extra seat, so she sat in front of a little ghost. Then, she looked at the depressed little ghost proudly. Childish. Chung Sahan snorted. I'm just used to finding some random entertainment. Beta made a face at the little ghost. In the end, the little ghost was so angry that he cried and buried his face in his mother's thigh. Meanwhile, his mother was still seriously lecturing him that the subway should give priority to the elderly. But at this time, the culprit had turned his gaze back to Chung Sahan. Senior sister, do you know why teacher chose me instead of you? Didn't you just get second place in the first round of the proxy war? Are you going to keep bragging about it, or are you waiting for me to give you an award? Chung Sahan mocked. It's not just because of your strength. Beta shook her head. Of course, since you mentioned this, I will reluctantly accept your praise. But then again, do you really not know the reason why your teacher abandoned you? Tell me. You were too obsessed with saving your foster father. Beta said. That's why you accepted the teacher's invitation and became his agent, right? For so long, you've been trying your best to imitate the teacher, learning his ability for disguise and deceit, his brutality and ruthlessness. You've tried your best to see and make choices from his point of view in every aspect. You've worked together with Seth and caused chaos in the 3 big guilds. You've done an excellent job. However, it's not because you really want to do it, but because you think that you can win teacher's favor. However, as far as I know, teacher didn't praise you in the end. You were like a pug wagging its tail in front of its master, trying everything but getting nothing. Chung Sahan did not speak, but clenched her fists. So, your problem is that you didn't really get satisfaction and happiness from the pranks and tricks. It's just like a top student. Even if he gets first place in an exam, it's all based on knowledge and not a bit of his own soul. This is the biggest difference between us. You're the most stupid and pitiful part in the teacher's eyes. Of course, at least you're not as hopeless as your sister. This is also the reason why the teacher sent me to the hospital tonight. If you can give up the idea of saving your foster father and devote yourself to it, enjoying the happiness brought by cheating, you can still become one of us. Chapter 1085, Platform. Chung Sahan was silent for an exceptionally long time this time. Her body was shaking slightly along with the subway car. The billboard outside the wall flashed brightly, as if playing a silent film. If I give up the idea of saving my foster father, will I be able to see Loki and regain my ability? Of course. Beta nodded. Although the game organizing committee stipulates that the gods can only choose one agent. You know, teacher. He has never taken those rules seriously. Okay, then I'll give up on saving my foster father. Chung Sahan said calmly. I knew you would say that. Beta said with a smile. Come with me. Beta stood up, and the subway train arrived at the station again, and the doors opened. She got off the train, but she did not take Chung Sahan to the exit, nor did she take the elevator to the train change platform. Instead, she walked to the end of the platform and waited for the train to leave before she jumped off the platform. When the staff was not paying attention, he flashed into the tunnel at the side. Chung Sahan hesitated for a moment before she jumped down with him. Then, Beta hopped forward. At the same time, she did not forget to remind Chung Sahan, who was behind him. Be careful of your feet. Chung Sahan snorted and quickly followed. The two of them did not walk far before they heard the vibration of the tracks, which was getting louder and louder. Chung Sahan's heart tightened. The train is here, she reminded. I know. Beta smiled, but she did not have any intention of dodging. Instead, She stood in the middle of the tracks with one foot and closed her eyes. After about 10 seconds, a speeding train emerged from the dark and brushed past her body, flinging her hair a little. The whole scene was thrilling but not dangerous. Beta opened her eyes and blinked. Look, it's the car from next door. You can't be so lucky every time, Chung Sahan said coldly. It's not luck. Our car just passed, so I know it's definitely the train from next door, Beta said. She then grinned and added, but this time, it's our train. Then, she jumped off the track and leaned against the wall behind her. Chung Sahan followed her example and leaned against the wall of the tunnel. The next moment, the train shook violently again. Another train drove out of the darkness. Beta was right. This time, the train was from their side. The high-speed train whizzed past Chung Sahan's ears, and the airflow in the middle made her face hurt slightly. When the subway drove past, Chung Sahan spoke again, her tone cold. I asked you to take me to see Loki, not to play some train-guessing game here. Don't worry, Beta said. We'll reach our destination soon. After walking for about 2 minutes, Beta finally stopped and pointed at an iron door on the wall in front of them. That's it. As she spoke, she walked to the iron door and took out an iron key from her pocket to open the lock on it. Then, she took the lead and climbed down the ladder. Although the iron door that suddenly appeared in the tunnel looked suspicious, Chung Sahan had no other choice since the next train was about to arrive. So she could only grit her teeth and climb down the rusty iron ladder. Chung Sahan was a little surprised by the scene that greeted her below. No one had expected that there would be a platform under the subway tunnel. However, it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, or, more precisely, had never been put into use. There was a lot of construction waste inside. The dust under their feet had accumulated to an unknown depth. Beta switched his phone to flashlight mode and looked around. There was originally a subway line in the original plans, but that changed halfway through construction, and this line was abandoned. I think I've heard similar stories. I thought it was just an urban legend, but it turned out to be true. Chung Sahan frowned. Well, many rumors have a source, Beta said, but not many can find it. Has Loki been hiding here recently? No. Teacher doesn't like this kind of dark and abandoned place. He's just here to visit a friend. I told you that he didn't see you tonight because he had other things to do. In fact, if you hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have brought you here. Who did he come all the way here to visit? Who would live in such a place? Chung Sahan asked in bewilderment. To be honest, I don't know and don't care. Beta shrugged. You asked me to bring you to him, so I brought you here. I have already fulfilled our agreement, so you have to walk the rest of the way on your own. However, Chung Sahan didn't seem to want to let her go at all. Instead, she took out a small knife from her body and held it in her hand. Beta was a little surprised because she didn't find the knife when she searched Chung Sahan's body. Chung Sahan said calmly, I thought about what you said on the subway and found that what you said made sense. I do like someone to talk with me to relieve my boredom, and you like to talk so much. It's perfect, but I've already said what I should have said tonight, and I'm a little thirsty now, so I'm in a hurry to buy some water. Beta spread her hands. It's okay. You won't die even if you drink a little less water, Chung Sahan said as she moved toward Beta. However, in the next moment, Beta turned off the flashlight function of his phone, and the entire platform fell into darkness again. Only a tiny bit of light from the billboard above the iron gate was visible. Chung Sahan used this bit of light to see Beta jump off the platform and run toward the tunnel ahead. Without hesitation, she chased after her. However, after about 20 meters, it became darker and darker, and she could barely see the road in front of her. Chung Sahan didn't want to go deeper into the darkness because she instinctively felt a sense of danger. However, she might lose Beta if she stopped. She knew Zhang Heng's plan very well. If she couldn't find Loki, his agent Beta would be the best bargaining chip to lure Loki out. Therefore, Chung Sahan only hesitated for a moment before continuing her chase. At this time, she couldn't see anything, and she was stumbling. Fortunately, Beta's situation wasn't optimistic either, so neither of them could increase their speed. Thus, they chased each other in the darkness and were thrown about 200 meters away. Chung Sahan was about to catch up with Beta in front, but the next moment, the sound of Beta's footsteps suddenly disappeared. Chapter 1086, The Tunnel. In the dark and deep tunnel, only the sound of Chung Sahan's heavy breathing could be heard. With only silence around her, it was as if she had been abandoned at the end of the world. However, Chung Sahan did not panic. The sound of Beta's footsteps had disappeared. She had very likely stopped moving. If nothing untoward happened, she shouldn't have gone too far. She should be somewhere nearby. It was only at this moment that Chung Sahan realized Beta wanted her to hand over her phone and search her body. Not only was it to prevent her from getting help and exposing her location, but to ensure that there was no light source on her body. In other words, she had been preparing for this moment for a long time. However, if this was how she wanted to escape, she would be underestimating Chung Sahan. Since Chung Sahan could hide a knife on her when she was not paying attention, she could also hide something else. In the next moment, Chung Sahan took out a phone from her bag. This phone was not hers. It belonged to a female high school student in the car. There was a cute cat's head hanging from it. Chung Sahan had seen her gossiping about celebrities with her phone and memorized her password. Then, when she put the phone back into her pocket and was about to get out of the car, she stole her phone. Of course, all of this happened after Beta finished searching her body. Chung Sahan had used the phone to send a location message to Fan Mainan before Beta left the Iron Gate. However, when Chung Sahan turned on the phone's flashlight function, she couldn't help but frown. Unlike what she had imagined, she couldn't see Beta anywhere near her. It was as if Beta had really disappeared into thin air. Chung Sahan raised the phone to her face and rechecked the surroundings, but she didn't find any hidden passageways or exits nearby. At the moment, she was in an abandoned tunnel with thick concrete walls on both sides. Beta's disappearance was like a magic trick. However, for Chung Sahan and her world, such a thing was not impossible. Chung Sahan had played a similar trick in front of Zhang Heng not long ago. Beta was, after all, the second-ranked player in the first round of the proxy war, and since she was also Loki's personal agent, it would be strange if she did not have any trump cards to escape. However, Chung Sahan couldn't understand why Beta did not use it when she was in the hospital and on the road. She had to wait until here to use it. Perhaps, the items she was carrying could only be used here? Or was it purely to bring her here? Also, were some of the words she said on the subway true or false? Chung Sahan looked at the seemingly endless tunnel ahead, then at the phone in her hand. Perhaps she was too deep underground that the phone had no signal, and she couldn't communicate with the outside world. Chung Sahan hesitated for a moment and decided to go back the same way she came. She would wait for Zhang Heng and Fan Mainan to come over and discuss what to do next. Fortunately, she didn't go too far ahead. According to Chung Sahan's calculations, she had only run for about 4 to 5 minutes in the dark, and since she couldn't see the road beneath her feet, she wouldn't be moving that fast. Thus, as a result, it should only take her 2 to 3 minutes to turn on the flashlight and go back. However, Chung Sahan walked for a full 6 to 7 minutes, but she still couldn't find the platform she came from. What was even stranger was, this time, Chung Sahan paid extra attention to her surroundings, and in the end, found no difference between this place and the tunnel that was in use. Additionally, there were no forks in the middle, ruling out the possibility that she had taken the wrong path when she returned from the original path. Chung Sahan didn't overthink when she pursued Beta, but now that she was gone, she was the only one left in the tunnel. Her heart sank. At the same time, the light from her phone cast her shadow on the tunnel's walls. Warped and elongated, it looking abnormally strange. The darkness before and behind her was bottomless, leaving only her lonely figure in the tunnel. On the other side, Fan Mainan had also received a message from Chung Sahan. She rushed to the subway station with Zhang Heng, but they ran into a bit of trouble when they passed the security check. Zhang Heng's equipment, whether the hidden scabbard or pestilence bone bow, were too eye-catching. Thus, he had no choice but to find an extra-large travel bag to pack them all up. At the same time, he also managed to create a minor disturbance at the entrance, attracting the attention of 2 security guards not far away. After that, he and Fan Mainan swiped their cards through the gate, walked down the stairs, and arrived at the platform. Fan Meinan looked around, but there was no sign of Chung Sahan or Beta, so he said, "This is the last place my sister sent me. What do you think she means? Does she want us to take the subway here? It doesn't look like it. This is the subway line that we first tracked. However, your sister's phone somehow ended up on that thief's body. She changed subway lines in the middle, but your sister and Beta should still be on the tracks at that time, so they should have gotten off here instead of getting on the train. However, if they were just leaving the station, your sister wouldn't have taken the risk to send a message. Also, when they reach the platform, there's a high chance that they're still here. I'll go take a look in the toilet," Fan Meinan said. "Okay, then I'll try to find a way to adjust the surveillance cameras." Zhang Heng raised his head to look at the few cameras on the wall. These cameras basically covered the entire platform. If he could find the video, he should find out what was going on here. However, Fan Meinan was a little worried. Unlike the security guards at the gate, the people in charge of monitoring in the surveillance room would normally stay inside no matter what happened. Furthermore, there were more than 1 or 2 people in the surveillance room. Of course, these people combined would be no match for Zhang Heng, but if he really used violent methods to get his hands on the video, it would cause quite a stir. This was, after all, the real world and not a pocket dimension. Logically speaking, this should have been the time for her to make her move. If she still had the ability to disguise herself, she could have pretended to be the leader of the subway station and swaggered in to watch the video. That ability had now disappeared, and even though Zhang Heng's makeup skills were good, they were not good enough to disguise himself as another person without being recognized by his friends and subordinates. Nonetheless, Zhang Heng wasn't too concerned about this. Fan Meinan spent less than 5 minutes watching the toilet. She then headed upstairs to the surveillance room. Chapter 1087, Surveillance Room. Fan Meinan hesitated for a moment before reaching out to knock on the door of the surveillance room. "What's the matter?" An unfamiliar male voice came from inside the room, leaving Fan Meinan surprised. She believed Zhang Heng had already taken care of everyone inside, but instead, the employee in charge of the surveillance camera was still there. Fan Meinan almost thought that Zhang Heng was no longer inside. However, she soon heard Zhang Heng's voice. "He's okay. He's a friend of mine." After waiting for another 5 seconds, the door in front of Fan Meinan opened. A slightly chubby employee wearing glasses popped his head out from inside and greeted Fan Meinan warmly. "Come in quickly." "Ah, okay." Fan Meinan was stunned for a moment before walking in. He saw Zhang Heng looking up at the video on the monitor and saw Beta jumping off the platform on the screen. Chung Sahan hesitated for a moment before she took out her phone and quickly typed a few words before jumping off as well. The bespectacled staff member was also stunned by this. This lasted for a long time before he suddenly snapped back to reality. He grabbed the phone at the side as fast as he could, trying to sound the alarm, but his hand was quickly pressed down by Zhang Heng. The bespectacled worker was taken aback. "Leave this matter to us," Zhang Heng said. "We're here to handle this. Don't worry, we won't let you be responsible." However, the bespectacled worker was obviously not at ease. After all, if something really happened, he would be severely punished for not reporting it. Zhang Heng added, "This happened 25 minutes ago. If something did really happen, it would have happened a long time ago. Have there been any accidents on the trains recently? Now that you mention it, I remember. Previously, a driver reported that he saw someone on the tracks next door. However, after that, he said that he didn't see anyone, so everyone thought that the driver was mistaken," the bespectacled worker said. However, he quickly added, "But we can't just leave this matter alone, or it'll be all over if someone loses their life." "I know. I'll take care of it," Zhang Heng reassured the guard. "You wouldn't have noticed anything if I didn't check the surveillance anyway, so just pretend that I didn't come." "Well?" The bespectacled worker looked troubled. Then, after a moment, he said, "You're the person Inspector Han recommended. Of course, we're willing to cooperate with Inspector Han, but we have our own rules and regulations here, so it'll be very difficult for me if I deal with you like this." Zhang Heng didn't force the bespectacled worker. Instead, he asked, "How do you usually deal with it, then?" "This matter has to be reported to the leader. We'll wait for the leader's instructions, and under normal circumstances, The subway on this line has to stop, the bespectacled worker said. Okay, then we'll do as you say, Zhang Heng said as he released his grip. Then, he left the surveillance room with Fan Meinan. After closing the door, Fan Meinan finally asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. How did you convince him to let you watch the video? And who is this Superintendent Han? I found a friend to help me contact the local police station, Zhang Heng said. He had found the person through Han Lu's connections, but he never expected Chung Sahan and Beta to jump off the platform. According to the bespectacled worker, the two of them must have found a way to leave the tunnel. No driver would have seen them otherwise. We need to take a look at that tunnel, Zhang Heng said. I'll make another call. Even if we can't go down alone, at least we can go with the subway company when they stop the line for inspection. Zhang Heng didn't know how Han Lu did it. 10 minutes later, the subway really stopped running. Then, the company called in the inspection team most familiar with the tunnel. Their routine work usually started late at night. After the last train arrived at the last station, it was their turn. They would ride a trolley loaded with cranes, maintenance tools, and materials along the track to inspect the bolts along the way. Thus, they became the ones responsible for the search this time. The patrol team's leader, a man from the northwest, named Ma Lu, found Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan. He looked like he was in his early 40s. He spoke little and had that very calm look on his face. Are you guys coming too? Yes. Zhang Heng nodded. Okay, then follow me. Ma Lu wasted no time and said directly. Then he handed Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan a flashlight. Zhang Heng carried the large travel bag and followed the patrol team down the tunnel. Other than the road, there were two other young men. Of course, they weren't the only ones in the entire subway patrol team. It just so happened that they were on the night shift, a time where the others were still sleeping at home. It was only one station's distance to the next station, so they had more than enough men. Without needing instructions, the two young men had already spread out to check the tracks. For the time being, they found nothing wrong. Very soon, they arrived at the iron door. The young man in front shone a flashlight on it, and it flashed past quickly. But at that moment, Zhang Heng noticed something. Wait, what's wrong? Ma Lu stopped in his tracks. Is the lock on this door usually open? Zhang Heng asked Ma Lu. The latter moved the flashlight to an escape door and was stunned. Here? It's been locked since I came to work here. Is that so? Zhang Heng looked at the dust on the door. It had indeed accumulated for a long time, but not long ago, traces of it being opened and fingerprints had been left on it. If nothing went wrong, Chung Sahan and Beta were the ones who opened the door. So Zhang Heng continued to ask, what's down here? The two younger inspectors looked at each other in confusion, but Ma Lu, who had worked the job the longest among the group, knew something. Actually, I've never been down there before, but I heard from some of the older workers that there's a subway line down there. A subway line? I've taken the subway a lot, but I've never heard of it. It doesn't appear on the map either, Fan Meinan said. That's because the subway line has been abandoned before it's actually built. The higher-ups apparently changed the construction plan, Ma Lu said. He then turned to look at Zhang Heng. Do you think they've gone down there? Very likely, from the looks of it, Zhang Heng said. But I don't suggest you go down there. You can continue to check other places along this road. Just let us search the rest of the place. That way, you can resume your operations as soon as possible. However, Ma Lu was clearly a responsible person. I'll go down with you. Where responsible lit hesitation. Chapter 1088, Rescue. Ma Lu insisted on going down, but Zhang Heng could not find a suitable reason to refuse. He also knew that without his own people following the subway company, there was a high chance that they would not be allowed to run around in the tunnel. Therefore, Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan looked at each other and agreed to Ma Lu's request. After that, Ma Lu asked the other two inspectors to continue searching along the tunnel while he took the lead and climbed down the iron ladder. The trio stepped on the rusted iron rails that creaked as it flexed, breaking the peace of the underground world below. When he first saw the abandoned platform, Ma Lu actually had the same feelings as Chung Sahan. Although he had worked for the subway company for 20 years and had heard some sporadic rumors during that time, this was also his first time seeing this abandoned subway line. After landing, He turned on the flashlight in his hand and looked around carefully. This platform looked very similar to the platforms on the serviceable lines, but upon careful inspection, there was still a difference. It made sense. To meet the increasing passenger volume and modern travel needs, the platform above had undergone several upgrades throughout its lifespan. However, probably because of the sudden construction halt, this platform had perfectly retained its original appearance, retaining many features of a time gone by. While Ma Lu was looking at the buildings around him, Zhang Heng observed the footprints on the ground. Because no one had been here for a long time, a thick layer of dust had settled on the platform. An observation as such might appeal to those obsessed with cleanliness, but for Zhang Heng, it was because of the very presence of the dust that he was able to record Sahan and Beta's movements perfectly. Zhang Heng could even infer from the footprints the two of them were standing and their movement speed. Following the footprints left by the dust, Zhang Heng turned his flashlight toward the tunnel entrance not far away. Did they run there? Ma Lu also noticed the footprints on the ground. One chased and one fled, yes, Zhang Heng said. And there are no footprints nearby, so they either left on another platform through this tunnel, or they are still in the tunnel. Great. Then let's go find them quickly. Ma Lu's face lit up with joy. However, Zhang Heng was not as relaxed as Ma Lu. Instead, he frowned slightly. What's wrong? Fan Meinan noticed Zhang Heng's serious expression. As far as she remembered, Zhang Heng was calm most of the time. A man with little expression on his face, he seemed to find a solution no matter how dangerous and harsh the environment was. This was her first time seeing Zhang Heng's face produce such an expression. Did you sense Loki nearby? I don't know, Zhang Heng said. I just vaguely sensed that there was something in this tunnel. As for if it was Loki or someone else, I'm not sure. Zhang Heng noticed that Ma Lu had already rushed into the tunnel, so he said to Fan Meinan, let's go. Your sister and Beta have already gone in. No matter what's inside, we have to go for a while. Leader of the patrol team, no one was more familiar with the tunnel than Ma Lu was. A regular person might be a little afraid and hesitant to enter that dark tunnel expanse in front of them, but all he could feel was a sense of familiarity. So, without hesitation, he stepped into the tunnel. As he walked, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Is anyone there? I'm here to get you out." The only response he got was echoes of his own voice. Despite the circumstances, however, Ma Lu wasn't too discouraged. It had been almost 40 minutes since the two girls had jumped off the platform, and if the two of them had walked along the tunnel, they would have already been way ahead. Hence, he strode forward, calling out to them constantly. Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were about 2 meters behind him. Under such circumstances, it was best for the three of them to remain silent. Since they did not know what danger lay ahead, it was a bad idea to expose themselves too early. However, just like how difficult it was to stop Ma Lu from descending, Zhang Heng also found it hard to stop Ma Lu from yelling. After all, if this was a normal search and rescue operation, Ma Lu's actions were more logical. On the other hand, Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan, who did not say a word, seemed rather inexperienced. Despite the ineptness of his companions, Ma Lu did not complain about the two of them. In fact, he did not know who they were since the higher-ups had asked for their participation in this rescue operation. Initially, Ma Lu was a little worried that Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were the bossy kinds that liked to give orders blindly. Fortunately, the two of them had been very cooperative throughout the entire journey. They let him organize the work, but he followed quietly behind them. He did not interrupt them much, and he even reminded him to notice the locks and footprints on the iron door. Up until now, the rescue work had been going smoothly, even exceeding Ma Lu's expectations. Next, they only needed to find the two girls who had jumped off the platform in this tunnel, and they would be able to complete the mission successfully. Thus, Ma Lu cared little about the details, like Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan would follow him and shout. Fan Meinan showed Zhang Heng her phone, indicating that there was no signal. This also explained why Fan Meinan did not respond when she sent a message to Chung Sahan. The three of them walked for about 40 minutes before Ma Lu suddenly stopped and muttered, "Strange." "What's strange?" Fan Meinan asked. She had been paying attention to her surroundings along the way. It had to be said that this tunnel gave people a rather gloomy feeling. Perhaps it was because it had been abandoned for too long that there was no sign of life at all. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that she did not even see a rat after walking for so long. Considering that there was no food or water for rats to live by, it was the most plausible explanation. However, this was the most annoying thing. At least until now, Fan Manen hadn't seen anything special or noteworthy, but the scenery along the way was a little monotonous. We have walked a long distance, but why haven't we seen the next platform? Malu asked with a puzzled look. He was a subway employee and patrolled the line every day. Therefore, he was naturally more familiar with the platform-to-platform distance than the average person. The subway was originally built as a mass public transport tool to facilitate travel. Except for some special lines like the airport line, the distance between the stations wouldn't be too great. They had, however, already walked for a full 40 minutes. Logically, they should have arrived at the next platform long ago. Chapter 1089, Subway and Rumors. This shouldn't be an airport line either. Whether it's the old or new airport, they're not in this direction. Malu muttered. What were the designers of this line thinking? Why did they make this section so long? After he spoke, he turned to look at Zhang Heng and Fan Manen behind him and apologized profusely. I didn't expect the two stations to be so far from each other, and I didn't bring any water. If you're thirsty and tired, you can head back first. While you're at that, might as well help me inform the higher-ups about the situation here and ask them to send a couple more people down. Zhang Heng, however, shook his head. We're not heading back until we find the missing people. Malu was stunned. He saw that Zhang Heng and Fan Manen had been following silently the entire time, and they showed no signs of anxiety. He thought that they didn't have much to do with the missing people, or at least weren't relatives or friends. However, for some reason, he had no choice but to join them in the search. Thus, Malu kindly suggested that the two of them go back. The main reason was that they had been gone for so long, and there was no cell connection down there. Hence, contacting the higher-ups was necessary, thus making it a win-win situation. He never expected Zhang Heng to reject it. After that, he heard Zhang Heng continue. I think you should go back. You've been shouting for so long, and you're starting to sound a little hoarse. You need some water to rest. I'll be fine. Malu shook his head. The sooner we find the two missing girls, the sooner we can be at peace. After that, he saw that Zhang Heng and Fan Manen had no intention of leaving, so he raised his flashlight and continued forward. However, Zhang Heng was right. Malu had been shouting for 40 minutes, and his mouth was getting dry. He stopped shouting after they left. The three of them walked forward silently. After about 5 minutes, Zhang Heng spoke again. Master Ma, you've worked for the subway company for quite some time, right? How much do you know about this line? This is my first time here. In fact, I don't think anyone from the company has been here before. Malu explained. Construction here stopped before this place was completed, so it was never handed over to the subway company. I don't know its length, direction, and its number of platforms. To be honest, I didn't even expect this tunnel to be so long. In fact, this section is basically completed. The construction materials seem fine, too. It's a pity they just abandoned it like this. What about the rumors? What? Malu thought he had misheard Zhang Heng's question. I remember you mentioning something about this place in the past. Could you tell us about it? Now. You want to hear about the rumors now? Is there anything inconvenient about it? Zhang Heng asked. Well, because most of the rumors are ridiculous, and we happen to be in this tunnel right now. Even though I'm not superstitious, there are things that we should avoid. Yes, but we have nothing to do now. Zhang Heng said. After walking for so long, everyone should be a little tired. Chatting eases the fatigue a little. Malu glanced at Fan Manen, who was standing beside him. He realized that the skinny girl didn't show any fear, so he nodded. Okay, where do you want to start? Why don't we talk about why this subway line was abandoned? Fan Manen began. The official story is that a change in administrative planning caused this line to become obsolete, so they stopped the project completely. But in reality, no one knows the actual situation. Malu said. But when I first entered the company, I did hear some old employees saying that the real reason this line was abandoned was that none of their workers were willing to continue work. From the construction of the project to the remaining third of the place, people began to fall gravely ill. In the beginning, no one paid too much attention to it, though, thinking that it must be the workers themselves. At that time, machinery and equipment weren't that advanced, and work was very labor-intensive. It was not uncommon that these workers usually suffered health problems. Typically, they would just recuperate for a while. But soon, when a second person fell ill, and then the third, the construction company began to pay attention. They reduced the labor intensity and increased ventilation in the tunnel. They even went as far as to change the cooks at the construction site, but it was no use. More and more people kept falling ill. At this time, the diagnosis report of the first person who got sent to the hospital was also out. It turned out that it was not possible to find out the cause of the illness from routine examinations. His body functions were normal, but he showed signs of severe weakness, memory decline, and even developed cognitive impairment. Not only him, but several workers who were sent to the hospital later also showed similar symptoms to varying degrees, completely ruling out the possibility of a genetic disease. The report did nothing to dispel the workers' doubts and worries. Moreover, as the number of ill increased, the rest of the workers would start to panic one day. In the end, under the leadership of a few leaders, they went on strike together and were unwilling to continue work. The construction company had no choice but to transfer teams from other places to replace the workers who went on strike. In addition, they even found experts to conduct inspections. The experts stayed here for 2 weeks, but unfortunately, found nothing. Eventually, they took some samples and left. Fortunately, there was a new batch of workers, and the project could finally continue. The good times didn't last long, though. About half a month later, another worker fell ill, and the symptoms were the same as the previous batch of workers. Moreover, this batch found out about the previous batch of workers from God knows where. Furious that the construction company hid the actual situation from them, they too went on strike after that. What's worse was that this matter gradually spread among the workers. It wasn't long before the construction company couldn't find any workers who were willing to continue construction. At the same time, this matter had also alerted the higher-ups. After some research, they finally decided to abandon the railway completely. Ma Lu sighed. What about the sick workers? What happened to them after that? Zhang Heng asked. I don't know. There are no more rumors about them. Ma Lu replied. After a pause, he added, but it said that this wasn't the only thing that happened during the construction. Before the first worker fell ill, there were already workers who had gone missing. Chapter 1090, Unsolved Case. Missing? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Yes. It is said that the last time a worker saw the missing person, it was around 2 a.m. He sat up from his bed and muttered a few words. Then he put on his clothes, got up, and walked out of the room. At that time, his roommates thought that he had just gone out to use the toilet. They never expected him not to return. Later, the construction company gathered people to look for him. Only then did they find his hard hat and wallet in the half-built tunnel. However, they were unable to find him. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. This incident also caused a small riot because the subway tunnel they were building did not have any forks. The end was also a dead end. No one could think of where to hide him. Ma Lu hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's because our city has been regarded as the dynasty's capital for the past few centuries. At that time, there was a rumor circulating in the construction team that this subway line had destroyed the underground dragon vein. The disappearance of that worker was a warning. This rumor became more and more popular after more and more people fell ill for no reason. However, the management of the construction company was more inclined to the idea that the missing person had actually been killed by the enemy. The safety helmet and wallet in the tunnel were just a trap set up by the murderer. As for why no one was found alive or dead, the murderer threw the body into the blender and mixed it with the concrete. A speculation of this sort is indeed more realistic, especially since the missing person had an emotional dispute with another worker on his team. The two happened to be from the same village, and the suspect liked a girl from there. The dowry was originally agreed upon, but the missing person interfered and added 30,000 yuan to the dowry. As a result, the two became enemies, and the suspect had a credible motive for murder. Later, the police conducted an investigation, but perhaps due to outdated testing at that time, they were unable to find any substantial evidence and had no choice but to release the suspect. Zhang Heng nodded. Do you know what the missing person said before he left the house? The worker who lived with him didn't hear it clearly because he was half asleep. He said that he only heard one sentence, something that sounded like the water was a little cold. The water was a little cold? It was quite strange because it was summer at the time. It hadn't rained for a few days, and there weren't many lakes and rivers nearby. Perhaps he dreamed of his hometown while he was sleeping. He didn't really believe in such things, though, and usually only heard it in casual chats after dinner. But as he had said, the three were now in this subway tunnel, and they hadn't seen the next platform even after walking for so long. Combined with the rumors he had heard, Ma Lu couldn't help but shudder, no matter how big he was. However, the culprit that caused all of this didn't seem to have much of a reaction. Furthermore, to Ma Lu's surprise, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, I'm close to understanding what happened to the missing worker. Ma Lu was stunned when he heard that. After a moment, he said, What? What are you saying? That's just a legend. Furthermore, it's been so long since we were at the scene that night. The police at that time were unable to investigate the matter. So how do you know what happened? It's simple. Because we're experiencing the very thing that's happened to him, Zhang Heng said calmly. His words seemed to have caused the temperature in the tunnel to drop by a few degrees. Ma Lu's heart turned cold, and he forced a smile. Now is not a good time to joke around. Indeed, Zhang Heng admitted. Unfortunately, I'm not joking around. As he spoke, he stopped and picked up a coin from the ground in front of him. I dropped this coin 30 minutes ago. What do you mean? Ma Lu was a little confused. It means we're going in a circle, Zhang Heng said. How is that possible? Ma Lu's eyes widened. There are no forks in this tunnel, and we haven't turned back. We've been walking in one direction. Even if we did go in a circle unknowingly, we should have seen the platform we came from. Logically speaking, yes, Zhang Heng said. But the situation we're facing now cannot be explained by common sense. My friend, have you gotten too engrossed in the story I told you earlier? Ma Lu smiled bitterly. He turned his gaze to Fan Meinan, hoping to get some support from him. However, Fan Meinan's face showed that he had completely accepted Zhang Heng's explanation. After that, he asked with a serious expression, Did you find anything else? Time is still ticking. Zhang Heng compared the starfish on his wrist to the time on his phone, and he found that the timing was the same. Even though the starfish watch was a birthday present from Zhang Heng's parents, it had a lot to do with the old man. Whether it was in the pocket dimension or the real world, its speed remained the same. Therefore, as long as it was compared to the phone, it was easy to see a problem with the time. In addition, Zhang Heng was also keeping an eye on his physiological condition. Up until now, at least, his metabolism had remained at a normal level. In other words, what they were facing now was not a problem similar to a time loop, more like someone had unwittingly picked out a section of the tunnel from the beginning and connected it to the end, forming a closed loop. Was it Loki's doing? It sure sounded like his style, but combined with the story before this. Zhang Heng didn't think it was Loki's doing, or at least it wasn't to deal with them. This had, after all, happened more than 50 years ago when the subway line had just been built. If nothing went wrong, the missing worker had been trapped in this tunnel with no exit or entrance. However, the other party was different from them. He seemed to have been summoned to enter the tunnel. Before he left, he mentioned water, which should be a key information point. However, the scope was too wide, so Zhang Heng didn't have any leads at the moment. So, is this a hallucination? Fan Meinan asked as she reached out to touch the wall. The feeling on her fingertips was extremely real. She could even clearly feel the roughness and coldness of the stone wall. Then, Fan Meinan picked up a small stone and threw it on the other side of the stone wall. It bounced off and did not pass through the wall. Chapter 1091, The Endless Tunnel. Seeing Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan's reaction, Ma Lu became a little shaken himself. However, he still found it hard to accept these surreal things. The concept of an endless tunnel sounded utter ridiculous. However, he did see Zhang Heng pick up the $1 coin from the ground. Logically speaking, no one had entered this tunnel since it was abandoned 50 years ago, and at that time, this $1 coin hadn't even been designed yet. This indicated that the coin had been tossed not too long ago. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was the two people who had jumped off the platform earlier. Thinking of this, Ma Lu's eyes lit up again. He felt that he had found the only possible explanation. He, however, did not understand why Zhang Heng would lie about this matter. After contacting the other party, he insisted on listening to him talk about the rumors here. Zhang Heng appeared to be deliberately turning the atmosphere into a scary one. It was only then that Ma Lu remembered that he actually did not know the identities of Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan. Previously, he did not care much about this matter. After all, as long as one was not a newcomer in the workplace, they would know that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were arranged by the higher-ups to participate in the rescue operation, and Ma Lu had always been very polite to the two of them. But now, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan's true identities. They had been behaving from the start, and their focus was different from that of ordinary people. What surprised him more was what happened next. Ma Lu saw Zhang Heng put the large backpack he had been carrying on the ground. He opened the zipper on the top and took out a longbow from inside. Although the bow was wrapped in white cloth, Ma Lu instinctively felt a chill. When Zhang Heng untied the white cloth and revealed the authentic appearance of the bow, Ma Lu inhaled sharply. It was the first time he had seen such a cool-looking longbow. The body of the bow looked like it was made of bones. It had a pale white luster that was unique to bone stubble. Coupled with its ferocious appearance, it reeked of ominous tellings. Since he already had a bow, it was impossible he didn't have arrows. Ma Lu then saw Zhang Heng pull out an arrow pouch from his bag. He took out an antique-looking arrow from it and placed it on the white bone bow. When the arrow was pointed at Ma Lu, he felt all his blood rushing to the top of his head. For some reason, he felt like he had nowhere to hide. Fortunately, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and asked politely, "Ma Lu, can you give me some space?" "Move aside, please." Ma Lu was frozen solid for a good half-minute before he finally reacted and hurriedly moved away. Zhang Heng actually didn't know if this method would work. Now that the three of them were trapped in this endless tunnel, they couldn't communicate with the outside world and couldn't use their navigation. If they continued to walk like this, the end result would be similar to the fate suffered by those who disappeared more than 50 years ago. Therefore, Zhang Heng had no choice but to do something about it. He studied the items on his body and realized that the most likely one to come in handy in this situation was the Paris arrow. This arrow featured a capability of automatically hitting the target's weakness after it left the bow. On the surface, this characteristic did not seem to help the three of them in their current predicament. However, during the battle against Zavilcha, Zhang Heng had used the Paris arrow to find out the real body of the monster. It was also at that time that he discovered that the pre-arrow also had a certain navigation bonus. Of course, this bonus wasn't that easy to activate. Previously, when Zhang Heng used the Paris arrow, the target must be within his line of sight, or at least within his line of sight before the arrow left the bow. In other words, if Zhang Heng could not see the enemy, he could not use the arrow to track them. However, there were exceptions. When he was dealing with Zavilcha, for instance, Zhang Heng had aimed at the melted wall. The Paris arrow, however, led him to Zavilcha's real body in the library. In other words, whether ventriloquist or puppet, it would be recognized as a part of the real body, which triggered its weakness attribute. However, Zhang Heng was not sure how great its range was. He wasn't even sure if what they were experiencing was an illusion or something else. Zhang Heng only decided to use the Paris arrow to try out its effects here. If it didn't work, he would consider other options. In order to observe the landing point and direction of the Paris arrow, Zhang Heng didn't fully draw the bow. When he released his finger, the arrow left the bowstring and flew forward without hesitation. Fan Meinan observed the trajectory of the arrow with her flashlight nervously. In the end, he realized that the Paris arrow was flying straight forward. There was nothing out of the ordinary about its trajectory, Then, and when its kinetic energy was exhausted, it was pulled down to the ground by gravity. Did it fail? Zhang Heng walked to the spot where the arrow had landed and picked up the Paris arrow from the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he did not put it back into his travel bag. Instead, he put it back on the pestilence bone bough and raised it. This time, Zhang Heng did not point the darkness in front of him, but aimed directly at the wall to his right. Ma Lu blinked. He had no idea what Zhang Heng was trying to do. It was already strange enough that he had shot an arrow into the darkness for no apparent reason, but now he was targeting the wall of the tunnel. Perhaps he hoped that this arrow could make a hole in the wall and lead everyone out of here. Just as these thoughts ran through Ma Lu's mind, Zhang Heng loosened his grip on the arrow. The arrow on the white bone bough flew out again, but then Ma Lu saw something that almost made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Just before the arrow was about to hit the wall, it suddenly turned around for no reason and continued to fly forward, landing about 30 meters away. What the heck was that? This time, Ma Lu was genuinely shocked. If the $1 coin from before could be explained, he really couldn't explain what was happening before him. This arrow that completely defied physics caused his back to be soaked by streams of cold sweat. Zhang Heng, too, was a little surprised, never expecting the Paris arrow to have really worked. Before it flew forward, it was because the target was really in front of it. After that, Zhang Heng changed direction, and the Paris arrow automatically corrected its trajectory. Zhang Heng continued to work hard, repeating the action of shooting and picking up the arrows. He paid special attention to keeping the arrow in his field of vision every time. In the end, after about 15 minutes, the three of them actually walked out of the tunnel and saw another platform. Chapter 1092, The Strange Sound of the Station. Ma Lu finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the platform. The main thing was that what had taken place tonight was indeed a little too bizarre. Whether it was the two people that jumped off the platform and disappeared, the ridiculously long tunnel, the dollar coin Zhang Heng picked up along the way, or the extremely retro equipment that he was wearing now, all were unheard of by Ma Lu. Coupled with Zhang Heng's conclusion that he had fallen into a loop, even an atheist like Ma Lu couldn't help but feel a little shaken. It was not until he saw the platform that his heart rate, which had been rising, gradually slowed down. This time, Ma Lu was careful. He first looked at the platform in front of him. He was sure that this platform was not the same as the one they had come down from, even though the shape and appearance of the two were almost identical, but upon careful inspection, he could still see some differences. First of all, there was no iron ladder above this platform that could go to the tunnel above their heads. Secondly, there was no pile of construction waste on the platform this time, which made it seem mainly empty. Moreover, miraculously, there was no dust on the ground. Instead, it was shining as if something was constantly rubbing against it. However, Ma Lu was disappointed that he did not see the two missing people on the platform. He glanced at the dark tunnel entrance not far away and hesitated, which was rare. It was mainly because the previous stretch of road was too long, and Ma Lu did not know if the tunnel would be as long as the previous one. When he led the search team, he never expected the missing person to come here. He was not well prepared, and he did not bring any food or water. After shouting for so long, he was thirsty, and even if they did find the missing person, they would still have to walk a long way before they could return. After some thought, Ma Lu had no choice but to adjust his original plan. He suggested it to Zhang Heng and Han Lu. The situation seems a little out of our control. Let's go back and tell the higher-ups about what's happened here. However, to his surprise, Zhang Heng shook his head and insisted that they would not leave until they found the missing person. Then, Zhang Heng looked at him and added, "I advise you not to turn back." Why? Ma Lu was confused. However, Zhang Heng found it to explain. The tunnel they walked through was obviously problematic, and all who entered would fall into a certain repeating loop. Zhang Heng did not know if Chung Sahan and Beta were also trapped in this cycle. Although he could use the Paris arrow to get out, it was impossible for him to return to the platform he had just arrived at. No matter what caused the anomaly, it was at this end of the tunnel and not the first platform. The Paris arrow could lead him here, but not to his starting point. In other words, Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan had no other choice. Whether they wanted to find the missing Chung Sahan or return to the surface, they had to find the owner of this place first. Hearing no explanation from Zhang Heng, Ma Lu pursued the matter no further. No matter how slow he was, he could still sense that something was wrong with the situation here. Although he still did not quite believe in this loop idea, he also felt that it was better not to act alone at a time like this. Should we continue forward like this then? Ma Lu illuminated the tunnel ahead with his long flashlight. It was still dark there, and it was impossible to see where it led to. No. Zhang Heng pointed at the platform beside him. Let's go up. The last Paris arrow landed in the direction of the platform, which meant that the thing should be hidden in this station and not the tunnel ahead. As Zhang Heng spoke, he climbed up the platform easily and retrieved the Paris arrow. Then, he reached out to Fan Meinan, wanting to pull her up as well. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound came from above his head. It sounded like thunder, shaking the entire station to its core. Is it an earthquake? Ma Lu's heart tightened. However, the tremors only happened once, but then there was an even stranger noise. It was as if something was dragging a train across the ground. Just hearing the sound made Ma Lu instinctively fearful. Fortunately, the sound quickly disappeared, and after about half a minute, the station returned to normal. Having just come back to his senses, Ma Lu realized that Zhang Heng had pulled back his pestilence bone bow. He knelt with one knee on the ground and aimed at the stairway. What was that thing just now? Ma Lu's heart rate rose again. He had believed that after witnessing so many strange things, nothing could scare him anymore. He now realized that he was still too optimistic. I don't know, Zhang Heng said, but it's obviously a big thing. He paused and added, let's go. We'd better follow it. Are you serious? Ma Lu was shocked by Zhang Heng's next plan. His voice was already so scary, but Zhang Heng still wanted to see the real thing? For the first time, Ma Lu began to doubt whether it was a wise decision to follow the two of them down here. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, was very considerate. He even said, if you're worried, you can stay on this platform and wait for us to come back. Just don't wander off. Before Ma Lu could reply, he heard a rustling sound again, but it was a very soft one this time, like something brushing against a piece of paper. If it hadn't been for the silence in this godforsaken place, Ma Lu might not have been able to hear it. He could barely tell that the sound came from the tunnel ahead. Therefore, Ma Lu turned his flashlight over and saw a black figure crawling out of the tunnel entrance. With the light from the flashlight, Ma Lu could tell that it was a small snake. It was probably a very common brocade snake. It was not poisonous and was about a meter long. It slithered swiftly with its forked tongue constantly probing the air in front of it. When the flashlight shone on it, its body stiffened, it stopped moving. Ma Lu did not usually like snakes, but looking at this tiny one, he felt that it was somewhat delicate and pretty. The main reason was that he really did not know how things would turn out based on the strange atmosphere tonight. Terrified that something unknown would crawl out of the tunnel, his heart could bear no more stimulation. This was also the first other creature they had seen in this seemingly forgotten world. Ma Lu could not help but feel a sense of familiarity in his heart. However, the small silk snake opposite him did not seem to think so. It did not stay stiff for long before it coiled up and put on a vigilant look. Chapter 1093, Colossus. The small snake tried its best to straighten its neck, attempting to give itself a more menacing countenance. This was also the most common posture of serpent-like creatures when encountering an enemy. However, because it wasn't that large and wasn't poisonous, it was just a bluff no matter how much it changed its posture. From the expression on Ma Lu's face, it could be seen that he did not take the small snake's threat seriously. However, his ease only lasted for a few seconds, and then he heard a rustling sound. If the rustling sound before was like someone shaking a piece of white paper, now it was like tens of thousands of pieces of white paper being shaken together. The sound was not loud, but when it gathered together, it made one's hair stand on end. Ma Lu felt all the blood in his body freeze, especially when he saw the scene in the tunnel through the light of the flashlight. He saw that the walls and the ground of the tunnel were now crawling with densely packed snakes. Not only were they snakes, but they were pit vipers, pythons, cobras, water snakes. Ma Lu had never seen so many snakes in his entire life. It was as if he had walked into a snake museum. Moreover, many of these snakes had different habitats and living environments. He did not know how they gathered in this abandoned subway line from all over the world. And how would they hunt and obtain food when so many snakes lived together? But this was obviously not the time for this, because those snakes were already scrambling toward the tunnel entrance as if supporting the small snake. Moreover, they did not stop after crawling out of the tunnel. Very soon, they crept towards the three of them again. What do we do now? Ma Lu was so anxious that his forehead was covered in a cold sweat. He didn't really care if it was a single serpent, but there was clearly a wave of snakes in front of him. There was no lack of venomous snakes either, not to mention the larger pythons. As long as they were bitten by the former, considering the length of the tunnel, Ma Lu didn't think that he would be able to walk to the surface to receive treatment. As for pythons, they were even scarier. These snakes could even swallow water buffaloes. They either gorged on their prey until they overate or died from overeating. It had always been the rule for pythons to hunt. Zhang Heng didn't immediately answer Ma Lu's question. Instead, he reached out to pull Fan Meinan up the platform. He then said to Ma Lu, "Looks like you have no choice but to follow us upstairs." Ma Lu instinctively resisted when he thought about the loud rumbling and the dragging sound that followed. Reason told him that it was better to stay away from that thing, but compared to the snake tide that was right in front of him, the unknown threat was still further away. It might be dangerous to go up, but staying here was definitely a dead end. Therefore, Ma Lu didn't need to hesitate to know what to do. He buried his head in Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan's heels and ran up the stairs. The three moved as fast as they could. Since the platform itself was of a certain height, the first batch of snakes couldn't climb up for the time being, and the three of them had already reached the stairs. However, Ma Lu didn't expect Zhang Heng to stop after running a few steps. Ma Lu wanted to ask what had happened, but he soon saw the situation in front of him. Something was blocking the exit of the stairs. It was huge, and it had gray skin. Looking like an elephant lying on the ground, it had to be some sort of creature. Ma Lu thought there must be something wrong with his eyes. He was looking at an elephant in a subway station that had been abandoned for 50 years. Typically, he would have tried to figure out what was going on, but he hadn't forgotten that he was running for his life. Without saying anything, Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan turned around and ran toward another staircase. However, unlike this staircase, the other staircase was closer to the snake tide. Now that some of the snakes had climbed onto the platform, the three of them had no choice but to speed up. Ma Lu was originally at the back of the group, but he turned around and ran in front. Of course, if Zhang Heng really released his maximum speed, he would surpass Ma Lu very quickly. However, to ensure the well-being of Fan Meinan beside him, not only did he not move faster, but he deliberately slowed down. Even so, Fan Meinan still found it very difficult to keep up with him. Compared to the last time they met, she was in a way worse condition. Having walked through a very long tunnel, Fan Meinan had used up quite a bit of her energy, and she was panting heavily after just 2 steps. Zhang Heng simply took off his pestilence bone bow and squatted down in front of her. "Get on my back." Fan Meinan knew that this was not the time to be unreasonable. Without hesitation, she climbed onto Zhang Heng's back and took the pestilence bone bow from Zhang Heng's Han without hesitations. With this delay, Ma Lu had pulled the two of them about 20 meters away. He took the lead and rushed up another flight of stairs right before the sea of snakes converged completely. He ran toward the second floor, but when he turned around, he realized that Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were no longer behind him. Ma Lu's heart sank. He thought that he had been abandoned, but he soon saw Zhang Heng running toward them with Fan Meinan on his back. However, there were already a lot of snakes climbing up the stairs in front of them and were about to lose their footing. Therefore, Ma Lu started to worry about the two of them again. However, he could only stare at them from above. There was nothing he could do. On the other hand, Zhang Heng's face showed no signs of panic. Zhang Heng held the travel bag in one hand and used the other hand to pull out the hidden scabbard from his waist. With a flash of a knife, a soldering iron head in front of him was cut into 2 pieces. Zhang Heng stepped on the body of the soldering iron head and ran up the stairs. The hidden scabbard in his hand did not stop. Soon, he cut off another tiger snake that tried to attack him. At the same time, Zhang Heng found the second landing spot and stepped on it with his sneakers. The surrounding snakes started to move, but before they could do anything, they were already cut into two. Zhang Heng then danced the hidden scabbard into a light screen to protect himself and Fan Meinan. He blocked the snakes that were about to attack them while clearing the path for himself. In Ma Lu's eyes, Zhang Heng was like a meat grinder. He had killed countless snakes along the way, and no snakes could get close to him and Fan Meinan. Even the snakes that tried to attack him from behind were easily decapitated by him. Finally, Zhang Heng carried Fan Meinan on his back and met up with Ma Lu again. The three of them arrived at the second floor of the station and saw the thing blocking another staircase. However, they realized that it was not an elephant at all. It was a humongous sperm whale. Chapter 1094, Desperate Snake Tide. The only thing more ridiculous than an elephant appearing in a station was a sperm whale. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Ma Lu would have never believed that such a massive beast that thrived in the vast oceans would be stranded in an abandoned underground railway station. The sperm whale in front of him was actually still alive, probably a little dispirited after leaving the ocean. Lying on the ground, it had little strength to struggle anymore. Ma Lu recalled the rumbling sound he had heard earlier, as well as the earthquake that disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. Now, it seemed that it wasn't an earthquake, but something else that had thrown this huge whale here. Weighing in at over 60 tons, the colossal mammal fell to the ground, causing the entire station to tremble. The size and weight of a whale far exceeded that of any other land creature. Ma Lu didn't dare to think about how big the thing that had dragged it here should be. Zhang Heng also noticed the sperm whale, but he didn't have the time to deal with it at the moment. Even though the three of them had run up to the second floor, they weren't out of danger yet. The most important thing now was to keep a distance from the snake tide. Zhang Heng looked around the second floor. On his left and right, two tunnels laid side by side. These should correspond to the 4 entrances and exits of the subway station, but the tunnels in different directions were quite a distance apart. Zhang Heng had already made the wrong choice once before, so he wasn't in a hurry this time. He calmed himself down and thought carefully for a moment. In the end, he chose the 2 tunnels on his right because the thing that had thrown the sperm whale on the second floor had left in that direction. Zhang Heng heard the loud, dragging noises from that direction. Even though that thing was probably more dangerous than the snake tide, at least it proved that this path could be taken. However, just as the three of them were about to reach that place, they saw a despairing scene. They saw another dense mass of black shadows surging out from the 2 passageways. How could this be? Ma Lu felt unstable as he felt the world around him spinning wildly. They didn't know how to deal with the snake tide behind them, much less expect a new wave of enemies. Moreover, the three of them were caught in the middle of the 2 waves of snake tide so that they couldn't advance or retreat. Ma Lu had never been in such a desperate situation before. He looked around at the densely packed snakes as if going to drown the entire station. Ma Lu really couldn't imagine what the 3 of them could do to survive such a situation. Just as he was about to give up and resign himself to fate, he heard Zhang Heng say to him, "What are you waiting for?" "This way." Ma Lu saw Zhang Heng run to a pillar, put Fan Meinan on his back, and then open his travel bag. So Ma Lu also rushed over. He had hoped that Zhang Heng's travel bag would contain some killer weapon. In the end, all he saw was Zhang Heng pouring out a pile of Lego parts. Ma Lu didn't know what to say. The last thing he expected to see was Zhang Heng in the mood to play with Lego blocks at a time like this, especially after knowing that a few snakes were approaching. Zhang Heng, however, acted as if he didn't see them. He continued to focus on the Lego blocks in his hands. It wasn't until the snakes were less than half a meter away from Ma Lu that Zhang Heng pulled out his hidden scabbard again. With a single slash, the snakes were decapitated. Ma Lu, however, was not optimistic. Compared to the swarm of snakes in front of him, the ones that Zhang Heng had dealt with were just a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, Zhang Heng dealt with the snakes that were already swarming over him with one hand while his other was still piecing together the blocks. Malu really did not know what kind of magical attraction those blocks had. They were making Zhang Heng completely disregard his life. As the number of snakes in front of them increased, it started to become impossible for Zhang Heng to defend himself with a single blade. Fan Meinan and Ma Lu had no choice but to join in the battle, but they did not have any weapons in their hands and could only use their shoes to kick the snakes away. Fortunately, Zhang Heng chose a good spot. The three of them had their backs against the stone pillars, so they only needed to deal with the enemies on three sides. They did not need to guard their backs anymore. However, the situation was only temporary. As more and more snakes crawled out from the two tunnels not far away, it was getting harder and harder for the three of them to see the space around them. "Buy me 2 minutes," Zhang Heng said to Fan Meinan without raising his head. "Okay." Fan Meinan wasted no time and pulled out a piece of chocolate from her pocket. Even though her special ability had disappeared, she still had a few game items on her. This piece of chocolate was one of them, and it was just the right item for this situation. Previously, she was pinching it when she was lying on Zhang Heng's back. However, Zhang Heng had told her that she didn't need any help for the time being, so she put it back into her pocket. Now, Fan Meinan broke off a piece of chocolate the size of a fingernail and threw it into the group of snakes. Then, all the snakes started to go crazy. They completely forgot about the three and swarmed toward the chocolate. A snake that had almost reached the feet of the three of them was in a hurry to turn around and snatch the piece of chocolate. Unfortunately, they were too late. The piece of chocolate was swallowed by a corn snake as soon as it landed on the ground. However, before it could savor the taste of the chocolate, another green bamboo snake beside it bit into its body. Due to the protection of the scales, however, the bamboo green snake was unable to bite the corn snake's flesh. However, its angry action seemed to have pushed some buttons. Then, the companion next to the corn snake seemed to have suddenly woken up and rushed to bite it. Not long after, the corn snake was completely eaten up. Not even a bone was left. The snakes regained their calm, too, turning around again to slither towards the three of them. Fan Meinan did the same thing again. She broke off another piece of chocolate and threw it over, causing the snakes to fight for the food again. The good news was that every time she threw the chocolate, it would buy the three of them about 20 seconds of safety. The bad news was that the bar of chocolate in her hand was getting smaller and smaller. Until she threw out the last piece of chocolate, the group of snakes experienced another period of restlessness. Fan Meinan wanted to throw the chocolate again, but found only some residue left in the tin foil. Fan Meinan threw the remaining residue and the tin foil into the distance, but snakes didn't seem so obsessed, probably because there was not so much chocolate this time. After the tin foil was swallowed by a snake, the snakes next to it did not attack it anymore. Instead, they surrounded the three people from all directions. Chapter 1095, T. 148. Fan Meinan subconsciously took half a step back. She had no way of stopping the snake swarm after using up that piece of chocolate. Although she still had 2 items on her, they weren't of much use at a time like this. Ma Lu, on the other hand, was an ordinary person, and she couldn't count on him. In fact, it was impressive enough that he hadn't been scared shitless already. Fortunately, Zhang Heng's voice came from behind them. "All right, leave the rest to me." Ma Lu turned around and realized that the pile of Lego bricks in front of Zhang Heng had disappeared. In its place were 2 metal canisters that were as tall as a person. They were connected to each other and had a pressure monitor and safety valve on top. At the bottom was a hose connected to something that looked like a flamethrower. Now, the nozzle was in Zhang Heng's hand. After Ma Lu and Fan Meinan retreated behind him, Zhang Heng pulled the trigger and a terrifying pillar of fire shot out the muzzle. The terrifying, over 60-meter-long inferno engulfed almost everything in front of it. Wherever the flames passed, many snakes were directly roasted. Some were even burnt to charcoal, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. When Zhang Heng finished his first flame injection, there were almost no other living creatures within 25 meters of them. The T-148 flamethrower was manufactured by the Italian company Tyrrena. First appearing in the 1980s, it was used to deal with a large number of enemies and strong fortifications. In other words, It was a piece of equipment that was used on the battlefield to gnaw on the toughest bones. It was an extremely powerful weapon, not to mention that Zhang Heng had also expanded its fuel capacity. The standard T-148 flamethrower could shoot up to 18 times, while the Plus version that Zhang Heng had assembled with Lego and infinite building blocks could be used at least 30 times. When he pressed the trigger, Ma Lu, who was a meter behind him, could also feel an astonishing heat wave, causing his hair to curl involuntarily. What surprised Ma Lu more was that he had no idea where Zhang Heng got this set of equipment. Just a few minutes ago, Zhang Heng had been lying on the ground playing with his pack of building blocks. However, too many unbelievable things had happened that night, and Ma Lu was already somewhat numbed by it. He knew that even if he opened his mouth, Zhang Heng might not be willing to explain it to him. After burning at least a few hundred snakes in one go, Zhang Heng put down the airbrush and picked up the hidden scabbard by his feet. He started to deal with the new batch of snakes that were crawling toward them. With a swing of his knife, the few snakes quickly followed in the footsteps of their companions, and when the snakes behind them gathered again and increased in number, Zhang Heng picked up the airbrush again. After repeating this a few times, the whole station looked as if it had been roasted in a furnace. Although there were still snakes slithering out of the tunnel, it was unknown if it was because they were completely terrified of the corpses of their compatriots, or because they did not like high temperatures that fewer and fewer snakes were coming toward them. On the contrary, the body of the sperm whale was already crawling with all kinds of snakes, densely packed together. These snakes were constantly eating the whale's flesh, as though enjoying a feast. In addition, there were also snakes crawling into its head through its pores. Ma Lu too was attracted by this cruel scene. He even temporarily forgot that they weren't completely out of danger yet. That's right. This sperm whale is here because something wanted to feed the snakes in this place. Zhang Heng said lightly as he casually cut off a ring snake that was trying to crawl to his feet. He then dusted it with the T-148. He could basically confirm that although the snakes in front of him were a mixture of different species, some even endangered or declared extinct, they were essentially just ordinary snakes with no mutation. As for why the three of them were targeted by the serpents, it wasn't because someone was behind the scenes, secretly controlling the swarm, or if the group of snakes really wanted to support the small snake. It was purely because the three of them were unlucky. They just happened to be at the dinner time of the snake group and were mistaken for food along with the sperm whale. Who? No, what kind of thing feeds a whale to a snake? Ma Lu was shocked. He only asked this question subconsciously because he had already asked Zhang Heng once during the earthquake. Zhang Heng did not know what they were up against, so Ma Lu didn't expect to get an answer. However, Zhang Heng actually answered him this time. I can roughly guess whose territory we are in. Who? Fan Mainen raised his eyebrows. You've been Loki's agent for some time, so you should have done some research on him. You know that besides his wife, Sigrun, Loki also had 3 children with the female giant, Angel Boda. These 3 children are much more famous than his and Sigrun's 2 children. The earth-shaking monster Fenrir, the earthly python Jemingard, and the goddess of death, Hela. They're similar to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. When they appear, it means the end of the world is nigh. Fan Mainen replied fluently before a look of realization appeared on his face. We met Jemingard? Jemingard, the second child of Loki and the female giant Angel Boda, was Fenrir's younger brother, Hela's older brother, Thor's sworn enemy, and the rumored python with a huge body. As soon as Jemingard was born, he was regarded as a major threat to Asgard by the main god Odin. It was a disaster that would befall Asgard. Therefore, Odin threw him into the bottomless sea of the mortal world when he was young. When he grew up, his body became bigger and bigger. He stretched his body and bit his tail, enveloping the entire mortal world. Therefore, he was also known as the giant snake that surrounded the atrium. In the twilight of the gods, Jemingard met his mortal enemy Thor. A fierce battle broke out between the two of them. In the end, Thor hit Jemingard's head with his hammer, and Jemingard injected the venom into Thor's body. The two eventually died together. I should have thought of it earlier. The Ouroboros itself means both the beginning and the end. It has the meaning of an endless cycle. That's why we were trapped in that endless tunnel. There were also those construction workers who suffered from strange diseases. They must have been unknowingly poisoned by Jemingard's poison. It was also Jemingard who brought this sperm whale, which was originally roaming in the deep sea, here to feed the snakes in the tunnel. Zhang Heng said. Chapter 1096, Song of the Whale. While Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were talking, Ma Lu didn't say a word. But now, he couldn't hold it in anymore. I'm sorry, but what you said about Loki and the female giant are all code names, right? Middle-aged men like Ma Lu, who had grown and young children, were mostly busy earning money to support their families. They didn't have much free time left, and their usual entertainment was very simple. They just watched football with their brothers and friends and drank a few bottles of beer. He didn't go to the cinema or read any novels, so he didn't know much about mythology, especially Western mythology. Therefore, the names that Zhang Heng mentioned were unfamiliar to him, but he could tell that the characters in the story were not ordinary people, especially people like Thor. It was just like the folk legends of thunder and lightning that he had heard when he was young. Now that Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were discussing the monsters and the legends, Ma Lu could not help but feel a sense of absurdity. Zhang Heng did not explain in detail. He only said, "You just have to treat our opponent as a giant snake." How big is the giant snake? I don't know yet, but it's definitely not as big as the legend says. Zhang Heng consoled. Jemingard was also known as the giant snake that circled the atrium. However, if it was really as big as the one recorded in Norse mythology, its body should circle the earth once. This was obviously not possible. In fact, the supernatural creatures Zhang Heng had seen so far were not as powerful as the original story. Otherwise, even 10 Avengers would not be able to save any of them. However, to drag a sperm whale to the station, this Jemingard was definitely not small. Furthermore, based on the rumors that Ma Lu had told him about the abandoned subway line, it was already certain that this Jemingard could also spew poisonous fog, as the legends said. In addition, it seemed to be able to control people's minds to a certain extent. The worker that went missing more than 50 years ago was summoned into the tunnel by Nightmare Gad. The endless tunnel that the three of them had just passed through also had a certain hallucinogenic attribute. Other than that, there was also the group of snakes that it reared. If these snakes were randomly picked out, even the most poisonous of poisonous snakes wouldn't cause much trouble. Even an ordinary person like Ma Lu would be able to deal with them as long as they paid attention. However, with such a large group of snakes charging at them, if Zhang Heng did not have the infinite building block, he would have probably died before he even saw the real thing. However, the current situation was not entirely a bad thing for him. Although Zhang Heng had arrived at dinner time of the snakes had also arrived at Zhang Heng's barbecue party. Zhang Heng did not have any intention of saving fuel. After all, the T-148 in his hand would turn into Lego building blocks again in an hour. Thus, when he saw that the snakes had given up on attacking them and were gradually moving away from the high-temperature area, he did not plan to let them go. He asked Ma Lu to assist him in dragging the 2 oil cylinders forward by about 50 meters and arrived in front of the sperm whale. The latter was now like the piece of chocolate that Fan Meinan had thrown out, firmly attracting the snakes. Its huge body was crawling with colorful snakes. Almost no skin was exposed, making it look like a tall snake mountain, where tens upon tens of thousands of snakes crawled on it. It was indescribably bizarre. For some reason, its originally hard and rough skin had become as soft as jelly, allowing the poisonous snakes with only 2 fangs to devour its flesh and blood with ease. Zhang Heng's approach to the sperm whale also caused a commotion among the snakes. Therefore, some of the snakes that couldn't squeeze onto the whale's back wanted to find another place to eat, but what awaited them was the sharp blade of the hidden scabbard. Ma Lu also noticed that not only was Zhang Heng's knife skills outstanding, but when he used the tang knife-like weapon to slash at the snakes, it was like cutting butter with a hot knife. He easily sliced the target in half without any resistance. Some of the snakes did not even realize that their heads had been cut open. They continued to crawl forward until their heads fell to the ground after another 2 steps. Just as Ma Lu was marveling at the sharpness of the hidden scabbard, Zhang Heng, who was in front of him, let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Zhang Heng walked closer and realized that the sperm whale, which had been reduced to a group of snakes for lunch, was not completely dead. Its eyeballs had been eaten long ago. However, the two bloody holes were still slightly undulating, and there was a steady flow of blood flowing out of them. It was as if it was crying for its own fate. Zhang Heng stopped in his tracks and raised the T-148 in his hand. Looks like you're not willing to be eaten just like that. In that case, let me send you on your way. With that, he pulled the trigger of the spray gun again. The thick pillar of fire mercilessly charged toward the dying sperm whale. Feeling the heat wave from behind, the snakes that were still eating started to feel uneasy. There was even a commotion. Some of the snakes stopped their mouths and stood up in alert. However, in the face of the oncoming fire, this instinctive action did not work. Soon, the snakes were engulfed by flames. Because the body of the sperm whale was too big, Zhang Heng even turned the muzzle a few times to ensure that the fire burned every inch of the whale's skin. The fuel used by the T-148 was extremely flammable, and the whale's body was rich in blubber. All Zhang Heng had to do was light it up. Under the burning pillar of fire, the whale quickly turned into a huge candle. Even though Zhang Heng had moved the flamethrower, the flames on its body did not go out. Instead, they burned brighter and brighter. However, the sperm whale did not show any signs of pain. In fact, it even let out a whale's cry in the midst of the raging flames. This was the first time Ma Lu had heard a whale's cry, and it was at a subway station. No one would believe it even if they heard it. The voice sounded melodious and low as if coming from the depths of the deep ocean. It contained a faint sense of loneliness. However, Ma Lu did not know if it was his own misconception. He detected a hint of undetectable joy from the loneliness. It was as if the sperm whale assassin hadn't reached the end of its life, but had returned to the deep sea and swam freely in the ocean. Zhang Heng also heard the whale's cry, but his hands didn't stop moving. He continued to burn the open space around the giant whale with a pillar of fire. There were still many snakes that hadn't been able to climb up the sperm whale's body before. If nothing went wrong, they might have to face off against Yerminga in the future. Zhang Heng didn't want to face a sea of snakes at that time, so he used this opportunity to clear out the monsters before the boss battle. Chapter 1097, P-Chapter Flavor. In the end, Zhang Heng was unable to finish the fuel in the two oil cylinders. Because the station was almost surrounded by thick smoke and fire, the reinforced concrete built the station didn't burn easily. The station had also been abandoned before it was used, and since it wasn't renovated, no combustible materials had been installed either. However, as the sperm whale was set ablaze, the situation began to change, and with the corpses of the snakes on the ground, the fire gradually grew. Nonetheless, at the moment, most of the snakes had been dealt with by Zhang Heng. There were still a few hundred that escaped the net, but they wouldn't be causing much of a stir. As a result, the three of them retreated into the tunnel not far away with the T-148. Until then, Ma Lu was still in a daze. He looked as though he could not believe that the three of them had really survived the snake tide. When he saw the Sea of Serpents 20 minutes ago, Ma Lu thought that he was dead for sure. In the end, not only did they survive, but with the tool of an arsonist in front of him, Ma Lu's confidence had greatly increased. Even though Zhang Heng said there was still a huge snake waiting for them, from Ma Lu's point of view, no matter how big the snake was, it would not withstand such a ferocious artificial flamethrower. As long as there was still fuel in the tanks, they would be invincible. However, Zhang Heng, who was beside him, was not as optimistic. Yomengard was not the first supernatural creature that Zhang Heng had dealt with. Zhang Heng did not forget that when he first became the agent of the Elder in the Tang suit, they worked together to kill the monster called Moresby. The latter turned out to be the totem of a tribe called the Arcas in Papua New Guinea. After the Arcas was destroyed, Moresby was basically forgotten by the world. However, that battle was still filled with peril. Even if the Tang-suited elder borrowed a tool suspected to be the Spear of Fate, it was still only a narrow victory. Of course, Zhang Heng was still an ordinary person at that time and didn't have as many skills and top-tier tools as he used to. The old man was the main damage dealer in that battle, so Zhang Heng was just a bystander. Then, he met the Slavic mythological creature Zavilcha. He could control the wall to attack, but Zhang Heng found his real body and used time freeze to kill him. However, the previous battle had been tough, and these were only small characters that were almost forgotten by the world. The most powerful enemy Zhang Heng had encountered so far was Pestilence, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He had been sent to the resuscitation room with just a light touch, and his heart had stopped beating for a moment. Pestilence, however, was also the one who had died the most unjustly among his many opponents. Until now, Zhang Heng still had not fully figured out how he killed the White Knight. However, after that incident, Zhang Heng was certain that he was hiding some secrets. After going through the alien dungeon and the trip to the island, he had unlocked a part of his power. However, it was still far from the level of fighting Pestilence. Zhang Heng did not like the feeling of fate being out of control. Furthermore, this time, the enemy he was facing was not some minor character, a Midgardian snake, as famous as the White Horse Knight. Like the giant monster that appeared in the Twilight of the Gods in the final chapter of Norse mythology, Jemengard's name was also widespread. Even to this day, its presence could still be seen in several literary and film productions. Therefore, the following battle would not be easy either. Zhang Heng did not choose to chase after the giant snake immediately, even though he could guess that Chung Sahan, who had entered first, would not be in a good situation right now. He did not know whether she was alive or dead, but since they were already so far behind, Chung Sahan probably did not mind waiting a little longer. Zhang Heng used this time to make some preparations, the main reason being waiting for the 1-hour usage time of the infinite building block to pass. Then, under Ma Lu's completely befuddled stare, he dismantled the T-148 that had turned back into Lego building blocks. It wasn't that Zhang Heng hadn't considered using the T-148 to deal with the Nightmare Gad directly, or that he could further assemble some heavy weapons with greater single-point lethality, such as an RPG-29 rocket launcher, an anti-material sniper rifle, or even portable anti-air missiles. In the end, he gave up on this tempting idea. Because no one knew how effective these modern weapons would be against supernatural creatures, especially when dealing with a mythological behemoth like the Nightmare Gad, Zhang Heng wouldn't be surprised if the giant snake's skin could withstand fire or even missile attacks. Thus, the T-148 might not be as effective in the following battles as before. But, on the contrary, the hidden scabbard, pestilence bone bow, and Paris arrow on his body were easier to deal damage to. Of course, the safer method was to use modern weapons to launch long-range attacks on Nightmare Gad first. Then, if the effects were not enough, he would switch to other tools to fight. However, the infinite building block required an hour to deplete each time it was used. Only then could it be reassembled into something else. Zhang Heng didn't think that Nightmare Gad would give him that much time. Furthermore, as someone who had read Norse mythology, Zhang Heng held a deep impression of Thor's death. Although Thor used his own hammer to kill Nightmare Gad in the end, he himself had died from inhaling too much poisonous fog during the battle. Zhang Heng had to be prepared for this, and after some thought, he decided to put the Lego bricks into a gas mask and put it in his travel bag. However, he didn't rush to insert the infinite building block. "How's your condition? Can you still walk?" Zhang Heng asked Fan Mei. The latter was leaning against the wall, taking the time to close her eyes and recover her lost energy. Hearing that, she opened her eyes and nodded. However, Zhang Heng could tell that Fan Meinan wasn't in a current condition. The loss of energy was secondary. The three of them had been on the abandoned subway line for quite some time. During that time, they had not replenished themselves with any food or water. In addition, Zhang Heng had just lit a huge fire, causing the temperature at the station to rise continuously. This caused Fan Meinan to appear slightly dehydrated. In reality, it was not just her. Ma Lu's mouth was also blistered with dried and cracked skin. However, Ma Lu was in generally better health, so he was fine. "Wait for me for a while," Zhang Heng said to the two of them. Then, without waiting for Fan Meinan to answer, he stood up and walked back to the hall on the second floor. Zhang Heng walked back with a large bag of snake corpses that hadn't been roasted due to the smoke. He first used the remaining Lego blocks to make a bottle of mineral water. He inserted the infinite building block and poured in the water. If the water were drunk, it would turn back Lego bricks in an hour. Then, Zhang Heng used a knife to cut open the snake's body. He took out the bile and squeezed it into the bottle. He repeated this action until the bottle was filled with bile. Don't tell me you're going to let me drink this. Fan Meinan's expression changed slightly when he saw the bottle of bile. Although I'm thirsty, I'm not that thirsty. Don't worry, I'll add some seasoning for you, Zhang Heng said as he took out a small bottle cap from his bag and placed it on the bottle. The next moment, a miracle happened. The bottle of bile, which looked suspiciously rich, turned into a pink soda. You're in luck. This time, it should be peach-flavored. Chapter 1098, Death, Underground Cave. Name, Pinball Soda. Quality, F. Effect. When this cap is placed on any container, the liquid within can be turned into a pinball soda with a random taste. After Zhang Heng obtained this F-grade item, he tried it out a few times and realized that the taste of the soda was indeed very random. It was not just normal soda like the apple and strawberry that had appeared on the market before. Some weren't very common, such as durian and bitter melon. There was nothing wrong with drinking them, just that it tasted neither good nor bad. After giving Fan Meinan the drink, Zhang Heng made 2 more bottles for Ma Lu and himself. Ma Lu's bottle was slightly overturned, and it was tomato-flavored. Zhang Heng received a bottle of sea salt-flavored soda. The trio waited for a while more until the infinite building blocks cool down was over before they set off again. Fan Meinan's face had regained some color, but from the sweat on her forehead, it could be seen that she was not at ease. This was also the day she worked out the most since her illness had worsened. However, she gritted her teeth and did not complain. The tunnel was not long, and it was supposed to lead to the surface, but the end had been sealed by cement. Even though Ma Lu had already predicted this outcome, this subway line had been abandoned for decades, and other than the platform they came down from, it wasn't easy to find a direct path to the outside world. When he saw it with his own eyes, he was still a little disappointed. However, his eyes soon turned to the huge hole in the ground in front of him. Ma Lu was sure that this hole was not in the original plan. The last thing any designer with a brain would do was dig a trap for the transiting passengers in the exit tunnel of the subway station. Furthermore, the shape of the hole didn't seem to be regular. It didn't look like it had been dug by a machine. Instead, it looked like something had broken through the concrete structure and drilled out from underneath. Ma Lu found it hard to imagine what creature could actually break through a few meters of solid concrete. What kind of terrifying power was that? While he was trying his best not to let his imagination run wild, Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were already standing by the side of the tunnel. Zhang Heng shone his flashlight down. It was clear that the tunnel was very steep. It was almost 70 degrees from the ground's surface, and one could not see the bottom. The bottom side was quite smooth, making it look like a huge slide. Zhang Heng thought of the ground on the platform that he had seen before. It was the same as this hole. There was no dust there, and it was shining. Now that he thought about it, it was probably the result of the snakes crawling over it. Zhang Heng used the hidden scabbard to cut out a fist-sized stone and threw it into the hole. Not long after, he heard the sound of the stone falling to the ground. He estimated the depth of the hole to be about 30 meters, meaning it was definitely not possible to jump down just like that. Fortunately, it was only smooth on the bottom side. The 2 sides of the stone wall were full of potholes, so it should be easy to climb down from there. However, to be on the safe side, Zhang Heng, who had LV1 rock climbing skills, decided to give it a try himself. Zhang Heng first stepped on a protruding piece of cement stone. He loosened his grip on the wall after he steadied himself and moved his other foot to another climbing point. Everything had gone smoothly up to this point, and Zhang Heng did not encounter any trouble. However, just as he moved his last arm away from the hole and was about to continue to extend his leg downward, an accident happened. The place where Zhang Heng's other foot was standing suddenly collapsed, and immediately, the support point on Zhang Heng's left hand also shattered from within. Based on Zhang Heng's climbing experience, the places he had chosen were all excellent. Furthermore, considering the sturdiness of the cement, logically speaking, it should not be able to withstand such a small amount of strength. However, now was obviously not the time to dwell on such things. Amidst Fan Meinan and Ma Lu's exclamations, Zhang Heng's had already started to fall. However, there was not much panic on his face, even though he was not wearing any safety ropes. Zhang Heng had his own way of coping. As he fell, he took a deep breath and pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist. Then, he thrust it forcefully into the cement wall above his head. The result was out of his expectations. The resistance from the blade was not as strong as he had imagined. Of course, this was due to the sharpness of the hidden scabbard. However, the main reason was that the cement wall did not have the hardness that it should have. Zhang Heng immediately realized something when he connected it to the previously broken support point. Yemengard clearly had some method to corrode the target and change its internal structure on a molecular level. Not only the cement wall in front of him, but also the sperm whale that had been reduced to food for the snakes. Its body had also become extremely soft, like a large blob of jelly. It could only be eaten by the snakes. As the hidden scabbard was inserted into the wall, Zhang Heng's fall gradually came to a stop. Then, he reached out to grab a new support point. Zhang Heng tried it out. In fact, as long as he didn't focus all his weight on one support point like before, the situation where the support point suddenly shattered wouldn't happen again. As he stabilized his body, Fan Meinan's concerned voice came from above. "How are you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Zhang Heng immediately reported. Then he paused and continued. "But it looks like both of you won't be able to climb down. It's okay. We can find another way down. Or you can use Lego blocks to help us build a ladder." "Actually, I have a better suggestion," Zhang Heng said. "What is it? How about the two of you stay up there? I've already cleared out the snakes nearby. There shouldn't be any danger up there for the time being. Then, you're going to deal with Nightmare Gad alone?" Fan Meinan frowned. "Are you worried that we'll become a burden to you? I can still be of use. Have you forgotten that I was the one who bought you time to deal with the snake tide?" Ma Lu opened his mouth to say something, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had not been of much help, so he could only shut his mouth again. "No, I'm just more used to fighting alone," Zhang Heng explained patiently. He knew that with Fan Meinan's personality, he would not let him face Nightmare Gad alone. Moreover, Fan Meinan was probably not trying to be brave when he said he could help him. Fan Meinan had once said that even though she had lost the power that Loki had given her, she still had 3 game items on her. Other than the piece of chocolate that she had used previously, she should still have 2 props in her hands. However, Zhang Heng did not want Fan Meinan to get involved in the subsequent battles. With Fan Meinan's current condition, it would be too difficult for her to handle such a high-intensity battle. Zhang Heng's original plan was to walk a little further and find a safe place to knock Fan Meinan out so that Ma Lu could take care of her. However, with this hole in the ground, he could stop Fan Meinan from walking any further. Chapter 1099, Vanishing from the Face of the Earth. Zhang Heng climbed down the uneven wall toward the bottom of the pit. As he had to maintain his weight balance during the climb, he couldn't move too quickly. The 30-meter distance wasn't too great either, and he quickly reached the bottom of the pit. After taking a quick look at his surroundings to ensure no danger, he waved his flashlight upward. This was the signal that Zhang Heng and Ma Lu had agreed on. When Ma Lu saw the light from the flashlight, he knew that Zhang Heng had landed safely. He then tossed his bag down. Zhang Heng heard the sound of falling from the top of his head. He moved aside and waited for a muffled sound before his bag fell to the ground beside his feet. Zhang Heng picked up his bag and dusted it off. Only then did he start to look at his surroundings carefully. In front of him was an underground pit with a diameter of about 60 meters. Other than the tunnel he came down from, there was no other entrance. However, there was a pool in the middle, but strangely, there was no sound of water coming from the surroundings. The entire pool was unusually quiet. Not even a single ripple was visible on the surface of the water. Zhang Heng shone his flashlight down, but he could only vaguely see the outline of a huge shadow. Due to the distance and the lack of light, Zhang Heng was able to make out what that thing was. Hence, he took out his filter lens. This time, however, the filter lens that had worked so well before failed as well. It did not allow Zhang Heng to see the true face of the thing below. However, to be on the safe side, Zhang Heng made preparations in advance for the battle. After the incident with the island, he had accidentally gained the ability to breathe underwater and control water flow. Now, he did not need any oxygen equipment to stay underwater for a long time, and controlling the flow of water allowed him to move faster, or he could use the flow of water to disrupt the enemy's movements. Even the best diver in the world could not move underwater as freely as he did now. However, Zhang Heng knew very well that if he were to compare it to the legendary nightmare that had always lived at the bottom of the deep sea, his underwater ability would not be able to gain many advantages. Furthermore, his primary offensive weapons, be it hidden scabbard or pestilence bone bow, or the Paris arrow, were all equipment that needed to be placed on land for maximum effectiveness. Therefore, Zhang Heng preferred to place the main battlefield on the ground. Therefore, the first thing Zhang Heng needed to do was lure Gad's nightmare out of the pool. Since there was no one else around, Zhang Heng took off all his clothes and placed them in the corner of the pit along with the props in his bag. These were not professional diving suits. They could not maintain his body temperature after entering the water. The loose clothes would increase his resistance in the water and slow his movement speed. Even though this wasn't a great distance, considering the opponent he was facing this time, any small difference could affect his life and death. In the end, Zhang Heng only chose to bring a hidden scabbard to protect himself. In any case, if everything went as planned, he would soon come out of the pool. He hid the pestilence bone bow and Paris arrow behind a rock closest to the pool, so he could retrieve them as soon as he came ashore. After that, Zhang Heng returned to the pool and tested the temperature of the water with his foot. He realized that the water wasn't as cold as he had imagined, and he did not feel any discomfort after waiting for a while. Thus, Zhang Heng completely submerged his body into the water. Tying the hidden scabbard around his waist, he controlled the flow of the water to allow himself to sink toward the shadow below. Zhang Heng was unsure if it was just his imagination, but after jumping into the pool, he didn't feel as nervous as before the great battle. On the contrary, when the water surrounded him, he felt a vague sense of familiarity. Zhang Heng could also feel slight changes in his body. Ever since he returned from the island, he had become more and more fond of water. This reminded him of the huge astrolabe-like dome in the palace on the island. The half-man, half-fish creatures wanted to use him for some kind of ritual, but he interrupted them halfway and escaped. Zhang Heng, however, knew that something had already begun. In fact, after returning, Zhang Heng had dreamed of the underwater ruins several times. In the dream, he had crossed the underwater tunnel alone and returned to the underwater palace. He raised his head to look at the dome. The stars were rotating continuously there, as if responding to a certain desire in his heart. Zhang Heng collected his thoughts and pulled himself together from his memories. He had already dived about 10 meters, but there was still some distance between him and the shadow. The shadow did not react. It was as if he did not realize that an uninvited guest had arrived at his house. Therefore, Zhang Heng intentionally increased his diving speed to avoid attracting the other party's attention. He soon realized he was wasting time. As the depth grew, Zhang Heng was finally able to see what the thing at the bottom of the pool looked like. It was a huge snakehead almost the size of the pool. It had a pair of cunning and evil eyes, sharp teeth, and a net-shaped grayscale. Its mouth was wide open, and it maintained its hunting posture as if it was going to jump up from the bottom of the pool in the next moment and swallow the prey on top. When Zhang Heng first saw it, he was shocked as well. He thought that Yimin Gad was waiting for him to fall into the trap and almost controlled the current to send him ashore. However, after he rose 5 meters, he realized that the snakehead below showed no reaction. It was still eager to pounce, so Zhang Heng stopped again. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Heng pulled out his hidden scabbard and tried to slow himself down again. This time, he finally saw the real face of the snakehead. It was not a living thing at all, but a stone statue. However, the extremely realistic carving gave off a lifelike feeling, especially when its two red eyes were directly inlaid with rubies. If Zhang Heng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to believe that there was such a large ruby in the world. Its diameter was more than 2 meters, and it gave off an indescribable feeling of evil luster under the water. Zhang Heng slightly increased his speed of diving, allowing himself to get close to the stone-carving snakehead. Only by standing in front of it could one realize how outstanding its carving skills were. It was not inferior to the masterpiece of any artist in the world. However, when Zhang Heng saw that his gaze had shifted away from the snakehead and looked around the bottom of the pool, there was no sign of its owner. If everything went according to plan, it would return to the pool after dragging the sperm whale to the station. Unless it simply disappeared into thin air, it should still be here. Chapter 1100, The Red Island. Zhang Heng spent some time searching the bottom of the pool once more to confirm that Germain Gardner was indeed not here. Just like the pit above, there was no other entrance or exit to the pool. Thus, Zhang Heng shifted his gaze to the head of the stone-carving snake. This time, Zhang Heng was no longer attracted by the pair of ruby eyes. He no longer paid attention to the lifelike carving techniques, focusing his gaze instead on the mouth of the snake. Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood what this stone carving was used for. It was not an underwater sculpture of a work of art, but a door. The entrance to this door was in the snake's mouth, which was wide open. However, even if an ordinary person realized this, it would probably be difficult for them to overcome the fear in their heart and really swim into the snake's mouth. This was especially so when coupled with the outstanding knife skills of this stone carving, not to mention the pressure that the snake's mouth was exerting. However, Zhang Heng did not have such concerns. Ever since he joined the game, he had been losing his emotions, especially when it came to fear. It had been a long time since Zhang Heng had experienced what fear felt like. Before entering the snake's mouth, he carefully examined the stone carving. After confirming that there were no traps or traps on it, he grabbed the hidden scabbard and swam in. What greeted Zhang Heng was darkness. Since the filter lens couldn't be used, Zhang Heng could only illuminate a small distance in front of him with his flashlight. Furthermore, the moment he entered the snake's mouth, he was sucked into a turbulent flow. This surprised Zhang Heng as well. The pool didn't seem to have any fluctuations from the outside, and during his descent, he didn't encounter natural currents other than the ones he had created himself. With Zhang Heng's current control and perception, he could clearly feel that the pool was completely stagnant. However, after entering the snake's mouth, it was as if he entered another world. The currents suddenly became faster, and it was apparent that there was more than one. Zhang Heng felt as if his body was being pulled by countless hands. He tried to control the current to counteract the impact and stabilize his body. However, thanks to the irregular current, the variance, and the power in each force, the only thing that remained was that there was no sign of it appearing or disappearing. Zhang Heng himself found it difficult to shake off the influence of the water thoroughly, so he could only try not to crash into the walls around him. He did not know how much time had passed, but he was carried along by the flow of water until a hole appeared in front of him, which ended the exciting roller coaster ride. Zhang Heng noticed that the flow of water around him slowly slowed down until it disappeared, and he even saw a glimmer of light he hadn't seen in a long time. Had he already returned to the outside world from the abandoned subway line? If he had known that he would be able to leave here, Zhang Heng would have asked Fan Meinan and Ma Lu to come down as well. Even though they both couldn't breathe underwater as he could, Zhang Heng could easily make a diving suit with the infinite building block around. Thus, he brought the two of them out one by one. Of course, it wasn't too late. He could turn around and pick them up. However, since he was already here, Zhang Heng decided to explore the surroundings first. At least he knew where he was now. He looked at the starfish in his hand. It had been about 15 minutes since he had entered the snake's mouth. By multiplying the speed of the current, he could calculate how much distance he had traveled. The environment he was in now was different from before. It was very spacious. This way, Zhang Heng could lock onto the reservoir or the river near the station. But then, Zhang Heng was stunned because he noticed the figure approaching him not far away. This was the first time he had seen a living creature after entering the tunnel. The one swimming toward him was a fish, a very common one at that. However, according to Zhang Heng's common sense, this fish should not be here, because it was a clownfish. The clownfish got its name from the white stripes on its face, much like a Beijing opera clown. However, the problem was that it was a tropical saltwater fish, and it could not survive in freshwater. Could this clownfish be an illusion created by Yemengard? Zhang Heng swam forward for a while, but he saw more saltwater fish. Other than that, there were corals and sea anemones. This further confirmed that he was indeed in the ocean. However, just 15 minutes ago, he was still in the underground pit of the abandoned subway line, at least 200 kilometers away from the nearest coastline. Zhang Heng noticed that this place did not look like any coast that he was familiar with. At the moment, Zhang Heng was a little confused about where he was. He brought himself out of the water by controlling the current and saw a red island in the direction of his right hand. It was about 6 to 7 kilometers away. This distance was not a problem for Zhang Heng. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. The current situation had deviated from his previous plan. Zhang Heng had originally entered the pool to lure Yemengard ashore to deal with him. Unexpectedly, he did not even see Yemengard's shadow under the pool. Instead, he inexplicably came to this ocean. If everything went according to plan, the small island in front of him should be Yemengard's nest. Zhang Heng now had two choices. He could either go to the island and fight Yemengard or return to the pool and wait for Yemengard to reappear. The advantage of the latter was that Zhang Heng could try to ambush Yemengard once. With the pestilence bone bow and Paris arrow in hand, he still had a considerable success rate in ambushing Yemengard. Zhang Heng quickly ruled out the latter option. Based on his information, Yemengard went to the abandoned subway line to feed the snakes there. Snakes in the wild could eat a second meal every 10 days or half a month after one meal. That said, Zhang Heng, Fan Meinan, and Ma Lu could not wait that long. Even though Zhang Heng had solved drinking water, he did not have any good ideas for eating. He couldn't be eating snake for every meal, right? So, the earlier the war started, the better the situation would turn out for the three of them. Instead of rushing onto the island, Zhang Heng didn't rush onto the island. He first turned back to the pond and took the clothes and props that he had left there. Then, he followed the flow of the water back to the ocean. After another half an hour, Zhang Heng finally stepped onto the red island. Before sunset, Zhang Heng spread his clothes and arrows on the rocks beside the island to dry them in the sun. Only when there was almost no water on them did he put on his clothes properly and in his celestial state. While he was drying his clothes, Zhang Heng also started to observe the island. The entire island looked extremely desolate. There were no animals or plants on it, only red soil.